And now, as we celebrate our 50th anniversary, we proudly unveil the future, a symbol of our legacy, our commitment, and our relentless pursuit of performance. Welcome to the future. Welcome to the power behind the passion, performance that moves you.
All right. Hey, everyone. Welcome to day number 2 of the Nautique Master Wakesurf Championships presented by GM Marine. At this time, we do need our women's skim 30-49 final down to the dock. Also, men's surf 40-49 final. So, Vanessa, Nicole, Jolene, Ronaldo, Takayusu, and David, start making your way down to the start dock. We're going to get things going here in just a bit. All right, looks like our first rider coming at you today. Kicking us off out of Tampa, Florida. This is Vanessa Williams. And she's starting things off, putting in some nice slashes, big carves. Nice ollie up to the top of the lip with that frontside lip slide. There's the frontside board slide. Staying loose but locked in at the same time. Vanessa Williams making it happen. Getting way down low. There's the 180 and getting right back into her dominant stance. Another big ollie up to the top. And then down and around with that 360. Oh no. Just going down. Looks like right before that 3/4 buoy. All right, you can see Vanessa going to work right there on that Nautique replay. Awesome job. We're going to get her reconnected and back up behind that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon, the best in the biz. And she's got just a little bit of room left. We're going to see if she can squeeze a little bit more out of the end of this run before that end of course buoy. Oh no, looks like just getting tripped up there after that buoy. That's going to do it for pass number 1. We're going to turn her around and bring her back down for pass number 2. Now, for those of you unfamiliar with how the format works today, each of these riders is going to get one run that consists of 2 passes. 1 pass down, 1 pass back. During those 2 passes, they can do as many tricks as they want. There is no limit to the number of tricks a rider can do per pass. The judge is always looking for quality over quantity. And then if a rider happens to fall, they will get 1 pickup per pass. So if they fall once in pass number 1, they'll get picked up. If they fall twice in pass number 1, then that second fall, they'll get taxied down to the end of the course and reset for their next pass. That's all true unless it's after the 3/4 buoy, just simply because there's not enough room to get back up on the water and get some more tricks in after that 3/4 buoy. We're going to see how Vanessa handles it in pass number 2. She's already got a great start to pass number 1. And we're going to keep adding to her scorecard as we continue on with our first rider of the day. All right, Vanessa getting right back after it. Air reaching down Indy. Nicely done. There's that 360. Oh, man, trying to stay connected. Oh, geez. Just going down. Hey, she's right here in front of us. Let's cheer her on. Make some noise for Vanessa Williams. She's got one last pickup, and we're going to hope that she can make the most of it as we get her back on the water to finish off the rest of pass number 2. You can check it out here on that Nautique replay. Trying to get it all locked and loaded. Putting those big carves in there. Love to see the way she slashes at the wake. Rides with a ton of snap and power. And then going for that 360, getting the rotation. And right there you see her poking that nose out, trying to lock back in on the tail of the board. Unfortunately, just couldn't quite stay in the push. But we're going to get her back up, see if she can get that 360 one more time down here at the end of the course. Nice frontside air, snapping the board up. Poking the nose of the board up and over on that frontside board slide. There's the frontside lip slide as she pokes the tail over the top of the wave. And now she's setting up further back, trying to go for that body varial. Unfortunately, not able to hang on. That's going to do it for her. Give it up, make some noise for our first rider of the day. Breaking that Robin Lake glass. Give it up for Vanessa Williams. All right, we're getting our next rider on the water. Coming into this final, these ladies are seeded out of their semifinal scores, and now they are ready to rock. Coming out of Lake Conroe, Texas, we've got Nicole Hudson. And she's starting off with a shove there to get the board in that opposite position, turning it out.
Thank you. Are we scoring? Is it
And Nicole bouncing around, getting into her switch backside stance. There's the switch frontside 360. Unfortunately going down. Hey, she's right here in front of us. I know you guys love Nicole. Let's cheer on, make some noise. Give it up for Nicole Hudson.
no fish? Thank you.
I'll come back. Come back. Let's do pro one together. Cool. And then you want to go take a break for a little bit, and then come back and do pro post strap. That'll be fun. And then kind of switch up there again. I'll take a break and then come back and play. All right. Not killing ourselves because it's a 6 p.m. night. Plus awards too.
Yeah.
All right, Nicole Hudson back up, back at it. There's the body varial getting herself into that switch backside position, the back of her body facing the wave. There's the switch frontside big spin. Nicely done. Locking it in. And there's the regular back big. Oh, man. She landed on the board trying to dig her heels in to maintain that edge. And unfortunately, just going down. But Nicole Hudson, man, she has got some big tricks. And trying to link them all together. Fresh off of her win out at the Wake Point Open down there on Lake LBJ in Texas. She's feeling good, as she should. And she's halfway home to the end of this run. We're going to see if she can stack some more tricks on her way back towards the start dock. Now, all of the action today being towed behind that beautiful, brand new Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon, the best in the biz. And these legendary waves from that Paragon providing the goods all day long. Nicole not wasting any time getting into the course. There's a series of shoves. Getting right to work. And then a big hack at the wave, chucking buckets at the judges. Nice alley-oop backside 180. And now sticking with it, but staying in that pocket. Going for the 3 shove, trying to make that board do a 360-degree spin while her body stays the same, then land back on it. Definitely a difficult maneuver. There you see Nicole. So much concentration and composure on those shoves to get her started on the run. She's got a little bit of real estate left in front of her. And we're going to help her make the most of it as we get her back up in the action. We have absolutely beautiful conditions out here at historic Robin Lake out at Callaway Gardens. Got some overcast skies with a little bit of cloud cover. We got calm water. And we have that Paragon wave pumping. Nicole setting up right here. There's that backside big spin. Oh, man, trying to stay with it and just getting a little too far from that wave to stay in the push. Looks like that is going to do it for her, but a great job from Nicole Hudson, our second rider here in this women's skim division. We've got one last lady to take to the water. And at this time, we do need our men's division down to the dock. And your last rider to go. Coming out of Rockwall, Texas, but originally out of Alberta, Canada, we've got Jolene Allen. Jolene putting a big carve at the wave. Then nice slow rotation on that backside 360. There's the backside shove. And then getting into that backside stance as she stops the 180 where it's at. Rocking back around into her dominant stance. Oh, trying to get the shove right there in front of us. Unfortunately going down, but fortunately only her first fall. So we're going to get Jolene back up, back at it to finish off this first pass. Well, you can see how it all started out with Jolene. Love those slow rotations from her. Staying cool, calm, and collected. And now getting right back into it. Tossing in that rope. And getting right to work. There's the shove. Swiveling that board around. And now in her switch backside. Trying to go switch front shove. Off of her backside stance. And unfortunately going down. That's going to do it for pass number 1. We still got pass number 2 coming at you as we turn her around and bring her back down this direction. Once again, we do need men's 40 to 49 surf. Head down to the dock. That's Renato Brazil, Takayasu Aihara, and David Williams make your way down to the start dock. All right, well, Jolene back up, back at it. There's the body varial doing the 180 with her body while the board stays the same. And then that front side 180 trying to whip into it a little bit, but just losing her balance, falling out on her heels. You can see her getting that body varial. And then right here where she wanted to get back onto her switch backside stance. Getting the rotation, but just slipping out as she edges down the wave. That's okay. She's got one last chance to impress the judges, and all of our judges sitting right there in the boat. They've got the best seat in the house. Taking note of absolutely every detail that these riders perform out there. And Jolene tossing in that rope. There's that backside 360. Trying to set a rhythm right here. There's the front side 360. Oh, no. unfortunately going down. That's going to do it for her. That's going to do it for all of our women's skim 30 to 49 division. Awesome job from those three ladies, Vanessa Williams, Nicole Hudson, and that lady right there, Jolene Allen. Way to go. Well, for many years, the Nautique boat brand been coming out here to Robin Lake at Callaway Gardens, hosting some of the biggest and most prestigious contests for both wake surfing, wakeboarding, water skiing, and there is so much history out here at Robin Lake. But you know, one of the most impressive historic things is the innovations that happen each and every year as Nautique releases their new boat models. And this year, an all-new option on the 2026 G23 Paragon is the Nautique strapless board racks that can transform to accommodate all the unique demands, not only of your surfboards and your wakeboards, but also of foils. You know, foils have gotten so big throughout the last handful of years, and with the new foil conversion kit that you can get on that G23 Paragon, you never have to worry about storing any of the toys that you take out on the lake. All right, here right now, we got Ronaldo Brazil. Oh, man, trying to spin that 360 around nice and slow. Unfortunately, just getting caught up in that switch stance. But you love to see it. Ronaldo all smiles out there. He's having a good time. All right, the throttles go down. Ronaldo gets back up behind that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. And here we go, getting back into the rhythm of things. Oh, no. Just going down on that rotation. Well, Ronaldo putting in some big tricks as he is our first rider here in the men's 40 to 49 surf final. These guys fighting it out for the podium positions. And we're going to get Ronaldo back up behind that G23 Paragon as it makes its way back down this direction. He's having a good time. All smiles as always. Oh, he's trying to fight his way back forward from way back on the wave. unfortunately going down, but fortunately only his first fall for this second pass. Now we do have a lot of action happening today from the amateur divisions. We've got a lot of finals that are happening, but we also have got some of the pro divisions starting their semifinal rounds, as well as some LCQs. Definitely going to be an action-packed day on the water. And Ronaldo shaking his head. He is stoked on it. Loving that Paragon wave. Blowing out the tail right there on that front side lip slide. There's the 360. Oh, man. Just couldn't quite stay in the push. That's going to do it for him. Give it up. Make some noise for Ronaldo, Brazil. Well, you can see right there the lineup here in this men's 40 to 49 surf style final. Now, the difference with the surf style and the skim style categories, the skim style obviously going to have a looser feel. Many of the athletes choosing not to ride any fins on a skim style board, and typically the skim style boards very similarly shaped on the nose and the tail, where in the surf style category, a more defined nose and tail definitely present. Has that more traditional surf style shape, as well as larger fins to help provide some of that speed, that snap from a traditional surf style discipline. And right now, Takayasu Aihara on the water, coming out of Lake Biwa in Tokyo, Japan. He's turning that board full 180 degrees. There's that backside 360. Nice slow rotation on that 360, staying in control. Taka trying to go for that front side 360, and unfortunately just getting caught up in the lip. That's all right. Only his first fall, so we're going to get him back up to see if he can get that trick that took him down. The country of Japan becoming quite the force to be reckoned with in the world of wake surfing. So many talented wake surfers coming out of Japan, and many of that due to the Wake Surf series from Nautique, having events over there where so many of the young riders and the new riders, regardless of their age, can get out there and compete against the best riders in the country. We always love seeing our friends from Japan come over to compete here at the Nautique Masters Wake Surf Championships. Oh, and Taka trying to go for that backside shove, unfortunately going down. Looks like that's going to do it for his first pass. We're going to get him down to the end of the course to reset and come back into pass number 2. Now, obviously, we've talked a lot about the Nautique boat brand, providing the best wakes and waves out there. But you know what? Those wakes and waves would not be possible without the powerhouse that drives that boat. And it's all thanks to GM Marine and PCM engines. PCM celebrating 50 years of excellence in the marine industry. And we're so thankful for the long-time support from PCM and GM Marine Technology, creating the most reliable engines on the planet, the same engines that go into your GM brand cars and trucks. That's what's going into these boats to make sure that every time you push that start button, you can guarantee a great time coming on the water. Let's make waves together. You can join in on social media with PCM Engines on Instagram. Well, Takahashi Aihara coming back in and starting off switch backside. You can tell he's surfing backside because the back of his body is facing that wave, and he is sticking with it all the way through. Nicely done. Turning that board around. There's that front side 360 doing it switch stance. And then again, getting that 180. There's the shove to get back to his dominant stance, and unfortunately going down, but man, looks so close on that switch shove. Well, we're going to get Taka back up to finish off this second pass. And he's got his work cut out for him. With only a little bit of room left, he wants to impress the judges, keep adding to his scorecard. And once again, starting in that switch backside stance. There's that 180. Oh, trying to finish the rotation and unfortunately just getting a little off balance. That's going to do it for him. And that's going to bring us right into our last rider here in the men's 40 to 49 surf division. At this time, we do need our women's 19 to 29 surf. That's Kayla Rudabush. As well as our women's 30 to 49 surf. Nicole Hudson, Amanda Dowd, Vanessa Williams, and Jolene Allen. The women's surf style. You ladies are on deck. You can see on that Nautique replay, Taka trying to squeeze a little bit more out of that run. Unfortunately, going down. We're going to see how it all plays out as we get into our last rider of this final. Coming out of Tampa, Florida, we have got an always entertaining rider. Blowing minds on the longboard. Right here, right now. They call him Twinkle Toes. This is David Twinkle Toes Williams. All right. You can see David riding that longboard and starting out in the switch position where the board is going backwards. He's going to go alley-oop into that switch backside stance as he turns the board around. And there's the body varial. As his body does the 180, the board stays the same. Oh, trying to go with that shove. I'll tell you, maneuvering that massive board around, definitely not an easy thing to do. David just muscling it around, trying to put it together. Always impressive for sure. We're going to get David Williams back up to finish pass number 1. Keep your eyes peeled. And here we go. Back up, back at it. Tossing in that rope. And David getting right back to work. There's that shove that took him down. Showing the judges that he has got it in his bag of tricks. No problem right there. Going all the way up on the front of the board. Dancing his way down. And there's that alley-oop with a big kick off the front. Nicely done from David Williams. We're going to drop him down and turn him around. Get him ready for pass number 2. Once again, we do need all of our women's surf divisions. Women's 19 to 29 and women's 30 to 49. Start making your way down to the dock. You ladies are on deck. That's Kayla, Nicole, Amanda, Vanessa, and Jolene. Make your way down to the dock. David Williams halfway home. As we start heading back this direction, we're going to see if he can get it all the way back here without any bobbles. And doing it all on that Phase 5 longboard. The only rider doing it on a board that big. And there's the switch Gumby. Unbelievable. Getting right back into his dominant stance. There's the blind body varial. And now David setting way back on the wave. There's a shove and a front shove out. That half and half on a longboard. I guarantee you've never seen anyone throw that board that size around like he does. There's the shove to backside 180. Body varial to boot. Call him Butter because he's on a roll right now. Just linking the tricks together nonstop all the way down. And that is a stand-up second pass from David Williams. Absolutely awesome from that dude out of Tampa, Florida. Doing it on the Phase 5 longboard. Always impressive. And you know what? Phase 5 boards, a proud sponsor of this event and proudly made right here in the USA. Doing it since 2003. Phase 5 is passionate, rider-driven company who cuts no corners. You can see with the precision on that longboard, Phase 5 has everything to keep you having fun on the water. From the most popular skim style boards out there to that huge longboard that David Williams rides, Phase 5 has got you covered. Well, next up on the water, we've got Kayla Rudabush coming out of Madison, Wisconsin. Kayla putting in some big hacks on the wave. Kicking off that back foot, replacing it with her backhand. And then another big slash at the wave. Kayla, no stranger to the WWA and the Nautique Surf Series. Traveling with us all over the country. We just saw her out there in Colorado for the Nautique National Championships, and now trying to add another podium to her belt here at the Nautique Masters Wakesurf Championships. Well, Kayla getting all the way down to the end of the course. No problem at all. A stand-up first pass for Kayla Rudabush. And at this time, we do need all of our women's 30 to 49 surf. Nicole Hudson, Amanda Dowd, Vanessa Williams, and Jolene Allen down to the dock. You ladies are up next. Once again, Nicole, Amanda, Vanessa, and Jolene down to the dock. All right, she's headed back this direction. And Kayla re-entering the course for pass number 2. Nice frontside air to get things going. And another frontside air. She pumps down the wave, getting that bottom turn in and snapping right back. This time kicking that back foot in front of her. Showing some of that yoga style, that flexibility that she's got. There's the double grab on that frontside air, the truck driver. Setting up for that ollie down there in the flat water. And Kayla showing versatility out there, making sure that she's using every inch of that wave. There's the hang 5 as she scoots her front foot all the way to the nose of the board. And it looks like that is going to do it for her. A stand-up run. No bobbles whatsoever. Give it up. Make some noise for Madison, Wisconsin's own Kayla Rudabush. Well, Kayla doing a great job showcasing her surfing abilities. Here in this surf style division, she is definitely staying true to that surf style discipline. Big snappy carves. Yeah, Nicole Hudson, we need you down at the dock. Well, Nautique Boats and Correct Craft celebrating 100 years of boat making excellence. And you can check out some of the incredible historic checkpoints along that last century, because at Nautique.com they have a brand new innovative and interactive history page that showcases the historic content and untold stories from the past century. Check it out at Nautique.com. And for those of you that want to follow along in social media as you're posting pictures, as you're posting videos on Instagram and Facebook all weekend long, be sure to use the hashtag Nautique100 as Nautique celebrates 100 years of creating the best boats on the water. Getting a great look at that custom wrapped JL Audio Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. JL Audio, a longtime sponsor of the Nautique events. We're always stoked to have JL Audio out here pumping the tunes, keeping us loving that loud lake lifestyle. You can go check out the JL Audio Jeep for full demos of what JL Audio has to offer your audio lifestyle. Well, Nicole Hudson coming in for pass number 1 in the surf style division. You saw her in the skim. Now she's on that surf style board, putting in those bottom turns right into some front side snaps. And there's the front side air as she lifts those fins off of the water. Oh, man, trying to get that backside 360. Unfortunately, just getting caught up on top of the wave. But, hey, that's okay. Only her first fall, so we're going to get Nicole back up, back at it in no time at all. You can see on that Nautique replay how she's surfing that wave, snapping some turns, making it look easy, breezy, and beautiful out there. Nicole, always fun to watch, and she's always got a smile on her face. Talented rider out of the Lone Star State. Hey, that's my home state. And we've been enjoying watching Nicole compete at many of the Nautique Wakesurf Series contests all summer long. Now starting off switch backside, showing the judges she can ride with either foot forward. Oh, and trying to get that body varial back into her dominant stance right there at the end of the course. Unfortunately going down, but we're going to let her get wet and reset as we turn her around and bring her back down for pass number 2. All right, the throttles go down, and Nicole gets up. She's coming back through for pass number 2. And once again, starting off in that switch backside position. Trying to get some of those backside carves in there, feeling out that wave. Making sure everything is dialed in like she likes it. And there's the switch ollie down there in the flat water. Nicole surfing that face of the wave, looking good. Oh, trying one more time for that switch body varial. Well, Nicole Hudson got one last shot down here at the end of the course. And it looks like she is getting back into her dominant stance. Traditionally, a right foot forward, a goofy-footed rider, and back into front side. Nicole, trying to do that backside 360. Unfortunately, just getting locked up and unable to stick with it. That's going to do it for her, but a great way to kick off our women's 30-49 surf division with Nicole Hudson. Well, next up on the water, coming out of North Florida, we've got Amanda Dowd. Talented surfer, snapping that board in that front side air. Amanda starting off with some floaters and then chop hopping down into the trough. There's the melon grab, reaching down with her front hand, grabbing the rail of her board, and then ollies down there in the flat water. And another front side air. She's snapping the fins loose on that surf style board. There's the 360. She's pumping for it. Oh, man, but just coming up a hair short. So far, so good for Amanda Dowd, your second rider here in the heat of your women's 30-49 final. Now, for those of you wondering how each of these runs is scored, our judges operate on the DRIVE format. DRIVE is an acronym, D-R-I-V-E. Each of those letters standing for a category that the judges are looking for. D stands for difficulty, the difficulty of the tricks that the rider is doing. R is for risk. How much risk are they putting out there in their run? I is for intensity. They want to make sure that the riders aren't just laid back and lazy. They want to make sure that they are really going for it. And you see right there, Amanda breathing a sigh of relief as she's going for it and locking back in on that backside 360. V is for variety. They want to see the riders do a variety of tricks. Surfing frontside, backside, switch, regular, turning both directions. They don't want to see the same thing over and over and over again. They want to see a variety of tricks out there. And then E is for execution, how it all comes together. Does the run flow well? Is it executed to the highest of their abilities? And that creates the DRIVE format, which gives the rider a total score. So far, Amanda Dowd, halfway through this final run. Now, if a rider does fall, the falls do not count against them. They don't get deducted any points for falling. However, the falls do take up valuable real estate in their run as the boat has to circle back around, pick them back up, get back up to speed. And right now you see Amanda giving the judges the variety that they're looking for, surfing not only frontside, now she's backside and doing a big backside air as she's snapping that board off, dropping down in that tuck knee position, trying for the frontside 360 off of her switch backside stance. Well, you see right there, Amanda Dowd doing those backside airs. And now Amanda back up, back at it, and resetting back onto her regular frontside stance, tossing in that rope. She's got a little bit of room left. Setting back up on the wave. There you go. You see that truck driver grab, reaching out with both hands, grabbing the heel and toe side rail all at once. Nicely done. Give it up, make some noise for Amanda Dowd. All right, here on that Nautique replay, you see Amanda going for that truck driver. Happy with how it's playing out. A big slash and a carve right there at the end. You love to see it, and a great job from your second rider here in the women's 30 to 49 division. Coming up next, another rider that you saw in the skim division, but now coming back out in the surf style category. Out of Tampa, Florida, we've got Vanessa Williams ready to rock as she's coming into the course. Waiting for that wave to shape up, and she is cut loose, ready to go. Nice bottom turn in those snap carves from Vanessa. Looking for a little bit of an adjustment. You know, one of the great things about the Nautique surf system is you can adjust that NSS tab to shape the wave however you want it. And right there, Vanessa getting big air, landing high on the wave, dropping right back in, snapping her board around. There's that mute grab as she reaches down with her front hand, grabs the toe side rail of her board. Going for that 360, locking right back in. So smooth. There's the indie grab. Nicely done from Vanessa. And so far, so good. A full stand-up pass from Vanessa Williams. Linking the tricks together, making it look smooth, giving the judges great execution. And doing it with a smile on her face. You love to see it. You know, one of the biggest standout features on not only the G23 Paragon, but all of the Nautique G models is that Telescoping Flight Control Tower by Roswell Marine. Roswell's patented telescoping tower technology minimizes difficulties of storage, navigation, and the elements, all at the push of a button. You can learn more about the long list of features on the world's most revolutionary wake tower at nautiqueboats.com. You can also go to Roswell Marine to see how Roswell can help you and your boat perform at its highest capacity. Roswell makes towers, board racks, all types of accessories to make sure that you're having the best time on the water. Vanessa back at it, putting in some big grabs, snapping those carves around and blowing out the tail right there on those frontside lip slides. Staying with it, pumping way back from the wave. Nicely done. And Vanessa, one last trick down here at the end, trying to get that 360. And she's feeling good. Awesome job from Vanessa Williams, getting all the way to the end of the course. You love to see it. And just like that, we have got one rider left in the order. Vanessa Williams doing a great job in those two passes, putting in a ton of tricks and keeping it moving all the way through. And we've got one last rider on the water. Coming out of Rockwall, Texas, but originally out of Alberta, Canada, Jolene Allen back on the water, this time on the surf style. Jolene putting in some frontside airs. There's an ollie in the flat water. And then jumping from the top of the wave, that chop hop off the top lip. Oh, there's that 360 trying to lock back in after the rotation. Unfortunately going down, but fortunately still has plenty of room to get back up, to smash out some more tricks. And we're going to see if Jolene Allen can do just that. A great shot right there, showing the size of that wave behind that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. The crystal clear emerald waters of Robin Lake, giving these surfers the absolute best conditions they could hope for. And Jolene back up, back at it. Blowing out the tail right there with that frontside lip slide. And getting to the end of the course. She's going to edge out, reset, and assess what she's got to do to ensure a spot on top of that podium. At this time, we do need our men's 19 to 29 surf division. That's Caden West and Jake Borton. Head on down to the dock. Also, our open women's skim division. Open women's skim and open men's skim. Start grabbing your things. Make your way down to the dock. That's going to be Madison Travis, Lindsay Hovsepian, and Cody Travis. Make your way down to the dock. All right, Jolene Allen back up. This time surfing backside. Trying to get that front side 180 in. And unfortunately just slipping out. Once again, we do need men's 19 to 29. Surf. Head on down to the dock. That's Caden and Jake. Also, open women's skim and open men's skim. Make your way down to the dock. Thanks. Jolene Allen back up, back at it. Trying to squeeze in a couple more tricks down here at the end. Putting in some big carves. And down here at the end of the course, putting in that flat water ollie. Oh, trying to get the rotation on that backside three. Unfortunately, just couldn't quite break those fins loose. That's going to do it for her. A great job from all of our women here in the 30 to 49 surf style division. Great stuff from Nicole Hudson, Amanda Dowd, Vanessa Williams, and that lady right there, Jolene Allen. Way to go. Well, as that sun gets higher in the sky, looks like it's starting to burn off some of that cloud cover. And while it does, you want to make sure that you have got a hat that stays put where you want it. But you don't want to have it so tight that it's squeezing the life out of your head. And you know what? Sway Hats has got a solution for you. They took the old school snapback and made it even better. While traditional snapbacks only have certain size ranges that they have to adhere to, Sway Hats have a stretchy snapback that conforms to the size of your head. Not only that, but these are meant for your lake lifestyle. Sway Hats, fully water resistant, and they float out there on the water. So if they ever come off your head during a hard fall while you're surfing, you don't have to worry about it sinking to the bottom of the lake. You can always get that Sway hat right back because it's floating on top of the water. Well, right now we got Caden West out there on the water. Caden recently taken the win out at the Nautique National Championships that we did out in Colorado. And Caden getting reconnected. As the throttles go down, Caden gets up. Surfing his way down the rest of the course. He's tossing in that rope. Oh, man. Looking for a transfer and unfortunately just getting tripped up. Going down at the end of the course, but hey, that's okay. He's still got one pass left to go. We always love seeing Cade out there having a fun time on the water. He's always all smiles. Young man out of Winter Haven, Florida. And we want to give a big shout out not only to Cade, but also to his mom, Miss West. out there, likely watching as she teaches her class back in Winter Haven. And if you want to watch along at home, all you got to do is download that free WWA Ride Line app. The Ride Line app not only allows you to see the live stream coverage of many of the WWA events, but it also helps you see the scores. Keep track of the schedule, not only of this event, but of all events all across the globe. It is free on all Apple and Android phones, so be sure to download the free WWA Ride Line app in order to stay up to date with all things Wake. Well, Caden West back at it, and he's coming back in for his second pass. Put in some big carves and dropping way down low. There's that tuck knee position. Trying to get barreled out there behind that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. And Caden West making his way down the course. He's looking for a transfer. Oh no, looking for the 360. Oh, he's trying to fight for it. He got the rotation, just losing the push there at the end. And it looks like he is right at that three-quarter buoy. I believe he is still going to get a pickup, as he may have fallen right before it. Just the last bit of that second pass that he is ready to go for. We're going to see if he can sneak a little bit more out of pass number 2. There's a replay. Oh, man, cutting off on that 3. But, hey, that's okay. Maybe we'll get another look at it right here. Going for it again. Nicely done. Oh, man. Looks like he may have surprised himself right there. Getting that rotation. And then just coming out of it, a little front foot heavy. Digging the nose. Not able to stay with it. Getting that rotation. Coming out of it. Oh, and just digging the nose. Couldn't quite hang on, but a great job nevertheless. Your first rider here in the men's 19 to 29 surf division. Give it up for Caden West. Well, next up, we've got your last rider here in the men's 19 to 29 surf division. Coming out of Lake Lanier, Georgia, we've got Jake Borton. And recently, Jake making the move down to Birmingham, Alabama. This dude, talented rider. Showing some smooth rotations. There's that big front side air before blowing out the tail and poking out the nose up and over the wave. Nice bottom turn right there. Pumping down the face of that Paragon wave. And there's the 360. Nicely done from Jake. Locking right back in and then dropping down on that knee. Pumping hard from back on the wave, trying to go alley-oop backside 180. And unfortunately going down, but a great job so far from Jake Borton. We can see Jake putting in work in pass number 1. And he's got about a third of the course left. Now, each of these athletes, when they go off the dock, able to set their speed and put the tab from the NSS system where they want it. But did you know that you can create your own personalized profiles with the Nautique Surf system via the Link Pan-Array touchscreen display? You can easily make custom profiles for every member of your family, each storing your preferred speed, your preferred ballast configuration, and your preferred wave setting for effortless access every time you step on board your G23 Paragon. And you know when that's most helpful is if you have a new driver at the helm. They don't have to worry about trying to dial in each individual aspect of your ride. All they got to do is press your profile. It eliminates all the guesswork, ensuring consistent, dialed-in experience every time you hit the water. You can learn more about the Nautique Surf system and that Link Pan-Array touchscreen display all at nautique.com. Well, we're going to get reattached with Jake Borton down here at the end of the course and bring him back in for pass number 2. And here we go. Jake back up, back at it. Tossing in that rope, letting loose, and pumping from way back. There's a big bottom turn right into that front side carve. Big alley-oop, backside 180, trying to stick with it. Nicely done as he's pumping hard on that Phase 5 board. Down here towards the end of the course, Jake trying to get another spin in there and going down right before that 3/4 buoy. Looks like he's going to get a pickup. Well, so far, so good for Jake Borton. Your last rider here in the men's 19 to 29 surf. And at this time, we do need our open women's skim. That's Madison Travis and Lindsay Hovsepian down to the dock. Also, open men's skim. Cody Travis and Yoshihiro Kawasaki down to the dock as well. Oh, down there at the end, Jake trying one more time down there at the end of the course. Unfortunately, going down. That's going to do it for him. That's going to do it for all of our men's 19 to 29 skim division. Great job from Caden West and Jake Borton. Coming up next, we've got our open women's skim division about to come at you here at day number 2 of the 2025 Nautique Masters Wakesurf Championships presented by GM Marine. I'm Mark on the mic, calling the shots this morning. And we are having a great time out here at historic Robin Lake out at Callaway Gardens. Absolutely perfect conditions out here. You couldn't ask for anything better. And right now, young lady out of West Texas, Madison Travis, getting ready to get shreddy. Popping that board, snapping it off the wave, and getting right into that backside 360, whipping it around before going back to work in the air. There's that front side 180, grabbing the rail and rotating that board into her switch stance. Oh, trying to do that flat water 360 down there in the trough. Unfortunately going down, but fortunately for her, only her first fall. So we're going to get Madison Travis back up, back at it here in no time at all. Well, if you're anything like me, when you travel, you are rough on your stuff. Every time I get ready to get in the car, go on an airplane, I always take my sunglasses, I throw them in my bag just to make sure that I have them with me. But man, my glasses take a ton of abuse. And that's why the crew at Fuse Lenses has got me covered. I no longer have to throw away my glasses after my lenses get scratched. I can just order some new lenses from Fuse. No matter what make or model your sunglasses are, Fuse Lenses have got replacement lenses for all of your name brand sunglasses. And I know what you're thinking. What about polarized lenses? What about prescription lenses? Well, Fuse has got you covered too. And if you like saving money, then you can use the promo code WWA25 to save 25% off of your next purchase at fuselenses.com. Once again, that's WWA25 for 25% off your next replacement lenses at fuselenses.com. All right, Madison Travis back up, back at it. Putting in some carves. There's the shove. Oh, no. Just getting tripped up on that backside shove. Well, at this time, we do need our open men's skim. Make your way down to the dock. That's Cody Travis and Yoshihiro. Yoshihiro Kawasaki, head on down to the dock, as well as Cody Travis. You guys are on deck. All right, Madison Travis back up, back at it. Tossing in that rope and ready to go back to work. She's grabbing the rail, doing that 180. And now back into her dominant stance, going to work. Nice front side air. Oh, trying to get that 3 shove. And unfortunately going down. Looks like that is going to do it for her. A great job from Madison Travis, your first rider here in the Open Women's Skim Division. Well, next up on the water, this is Lindsay Hovsepian. Getting that shove and a shove back into her dominant stance. Spinning out that backside 360. Lacing it up, locking it in. There's the 3 shove. Oh, no. Landed on the board, but just hitting that ejection button. Getting tossed right off the back. Always fun watching Lindsay ride. You can see Lindsay putting it together. Getting that 3 shove, getting her feet on the board, but just landing a little stiff-legged on top of that wave. And now back up, back at it. Trying to get that alley backside 180. Unfortunately going down, and looks like that is going to do it for pass number 1. At this time, we do need our women's 19 to 29 skim. That's Kayla Rudabush. As well as men's 19 to 29 skim. Caden West and Jake Borton. Head on down to the dock. After that, we're going to have our pro women's skim semifinals. Pro women's skim semifinals going to go down this morning. That's going to be Jordan Taylor, Evie Shropshire, Whitley Stewart, Ashley Inlows, Emma Galusha, Jody Grassman, and Bailey Dunn. An absolutely stacked semifinal heat. And our pro women going to take to the water here shortly at day number 2 of the Nautique Masters Wakesurf Championships, presented by GM Marine. Well, Lindsay Hovsepian coming back in for pass number 2. Nice job kicking off that front foot, little judo air, and then the back foot as well. Nice Benihana style. Oh no. Just digging the nose. That's all right. Only her first fall for her second pass. We're going to get Lindsay back up to finish off this second pass. Well, many of you know that Garmin has developed some of the most innovative marine products in the world. And now with JL Audio as part of the Garmin family, onboard entertainment has been elevated to the next level. To ensure that the soundtrack of your life never stops, JL Audio conducts rigorous environmental testing on all of their marine audio products. Plus, you can take full control of your system right from the comfort of your phone using that Media Master remote app. You can head on over to the JL Audio Jeep to see the full demo of how the JL Audio and Garmin products can revolutionize your audio lifestyle. Lindsay Hovsepian pulling out all the stops there at the end of the course. Unfortunately going down, but a great job from both of our riders there in that open women's skim division. Great stuff from Madison Travis and Lindsay Hovsepian. Well, we are moving right along, and we're about to get into our open men's skim division. And kicking us off here in open men's skim, coming all the way from Japan, we have got Yoshihiro Kawasaki. Taking a late flight over, but man, he woke up this morning ready to shred. Yoshihiro getting down low and getting that 360. You love to see it. Nicely done. Chucking buckets up and over the wave. There's the shove. Trying to stay connected. Hey, give it up, make some noise for Yoshihiro. You can see on that replay, he's out there having a good time, enjoying himself, and putting in some big tricks along the way. We talked about it earlier, but man, the wake surf scene in Japan growing by leaps and bounds every year, not only in the number of competitors, but man, in the skill level of their competitors. We always love hanging out with our friends from Japan, especially when it comes to being on the water and being behind a Nautique boat. Well, Yoshihiro back up and looking to finish off this second pass, tossing in the rope. He's going to try and squeeze in one more trick down here at the end. There's the shove. Oh, no. Going down one more time, but a great job. So far, so good from Yoshihiro Kawasaki. Well, once again, we do need our women's skim 19 to 29 start making their way down, as well as men's skim 19 to 29. That's Kayla Rudabush, Caden West, and Jake Borton. Make your way down to the dock. All right, and Yoshihiro back up. And surfing his way back this direction. There's the shove he was looking for. Oh, no. Unfortunately, deja vu for Yoshihiro. He's got one last chance to land it. We're going to see if he can make it happen when it matters most. All right, we're getting him reset. His last chance to impress the judges. Yoshihiro Kawasaki gets back up. All right, here we go. Oh, there's the shove. He got it. Can he stick with it? Yes, he can. Oh, and then trying to spin out of it. Unfortunately going down, but he took the trick down that took him down. Awesome stuff and great redemption right there from Yoshihiro Kawasaki. Well, next on the water, coming out of West Texas, we got Cody Travis. A Texas cowboy through and through. And Cody Travis ready to ride that bull of the Nautique G23 Paragon. Starting off frontside air. And then a series of shoves, getting that first backside shove in, followed by the second one to get his board back into the dominant position. Going backside 360, nice, slow, and smooth. Oh, trying to get that backside big spin, landed on the board, but just couldn't quite ride out of it. The backside big spin, a combination of the backside 3 shove and a backside 180. See if we can break it down for you right here. So the shove-its are when the board does a 180 and your body stays the same, making that board turn underneath you. There's a 180 shove-it from Cody. And you'll see it again right here. There's that backside 180. So now he's going to combine that with the 3 shove and try and get that backside big spin. Nice slow rotation on that backside 3 for Cody. There's the shove again. And a backside body varial. Nicely done. Sneaking it in right before the end of the course. Cody Travis out of the Lone Star State. Hey, that's my home state. putting it together in pass number 1. We're going to drop him down, turn him around, and bring him back down for pass number 2. All right, Cody, back up, back at it. And getting back to work with a series of shoves. Trying to get out of it, unfortunately going down. That's all right. He's still got one fall left to give, so we're going to get him back up. All right, Cody Travis back at it. There's the backside shove. And then doing a series of backside 360s along with another shove. Trying to sneak in that backside big spin. Unfortunately going down. And it looks like that might do it for him. Great job from Cody Travis. Capping us off there at the Open Men's Skim Division. Coming up next, we've got Women's Skim, followed by Men's Skim, and then the Pro Women's Skim semifinal. At this time, we do need Pro Women's Skim. Start making your way down to the dock. That's Jordan Taylor, Evie Shropshire, Whitley Stewart, Ashley Inlows, Emma Galusha, Jody Grassman, and Bailey Dunn. Start making your way down to the dock. Thanks. Well, coming up next, we've got Kayla Rudebush out of Madison, Wisconsin. We saw her on the surf style board earlier, now rocking the skim style. And just going down mid-course. That's all right. Only her first fall, so we're going to get her back up, back at it here in no time at all. All right, Kayla back up. Going for that 360. Nicely done. Getting right back onto the wave. And then linking that bottom turn into that slash right there. It looks like she's going to ride that out to the end of the course. Great job. So far, so good from Kayla Rudabush. All right, Kayla Rudabush coming back this direction. And she is surfing backside on her way back down, giving the judges some variety, showing that she can ride with either foot forward. She can ride on either side of the wave. Unfortunately, going down. But hey, that's all right. We still got her one more pickup. We're going to get her back in the action and let her finish off pass number 2. All right, Kayla back up, back at it. Tossing in that rope. We're going to see if she can sneak in a couple more tricks here at the end of the course. Popping that air. Down here, getting way down low. And going 720, trying to get right back up. Unfortunately, losing the push of the wave. That's going to do it for Kayla Rudabush and our Open Women's Skim division. Or excuse me, the women's 19 to 29 skim division. Coming up next, we got men's skim 19 to 29. And once again, we do need all pro women skim. Pro women skim. Make your way down to the start dock. That's Jordan, Evie, Whitley, Ashley, Emma, Jody, and Bailey. Make your way down to the dock. Thanks. All right, next up on the water, out of Winter Haven, Florida. You saw him on the surf style earlier. Well, now he's on the skim, and he's all smiles. This is Caden West. Cade pulling double duty this week, not only surfing in the contest, but also helping out with the ops crew. He has been a big help to the WWA and the entire crew all summer long. We're always thankful for the work that Cade and the ops crew does. Be sure to give them a high five, a pat on the back. Let them know you're appreciative of the way that they work hard behind the scenes. And we're getting Caden back up, back at it. Rocking out and locking in. Tossing in that rope. Oh, man. Not what he was looking for there in pass number 1, but you know what? That's okay. We're going to get him down to the end of the course. Let him get wet and reset as we get him ready for pass number 2. Once again, Pro Women's Skim semifinals. Start making your way down to the dock. Pro Women's Skim semifinals down to the dock. Well, as the throttles go down, Caden gets up, doing it all behind that custom JL Audio wrapped Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon, providing the best wakes and waves on the planet. And Caden West just goofing out there. Having a fun time, no matter what the circumstance. Caden, the first rider here in the men's 19 to 29 skim. We've got 2 riders here in this division, and then we are into our Pro Women Skim semifinal. Once again, all Pro Women Skim. Make your way down to the dock for check-in. Well, Caden West, back up, back at it. He's buying his time. He knows this is his last shot. He wants to make it count. Oh, trying for that backside shove it. Unfortunately, going down. That's going to do it for him. But a great job from Caden West, starting us off here in this men's 19 to 29 skim division. Yeah, once again, Pro Women's Skim semifinalists down to the dock. Jordan Taylor, Evie Shropshire, Whitley Stewart, Ashley Inlows, Emma Galusha, Jody Grassman, and Bailey Dunn. Make your way down to the start dock. You ladies are coming up next. All right, next on the water, another rider you saw in the surf division, but now ready to skim. We got Jake Borton. Jake pumping from way back on the wave. Oh, man. Trying to get that frontside air locked in. Unfortunately, just slipping a foot and not able to stay connected. Taking an early fall in pass number 1. But you know what? Sometimes getting that first fall out of the way early can be a good thing. You can get wet. You can reset. You can get back on the water knowing that now all the pressure's off. You can just do what you know how to do. And we're going to hope that that's the case for Jake Borton. All right, we're getting Jake back up, back at it. A Georgia local coming out of Lake Lanier. And there's big front side air, throwing on the brakes, doing that front side lip slide up at the top of the wave. There's the front side 180. And getting right back into it. Oh, trying to stay in the push and just getting a little too far back in that whitewash. Unfortunately going down, but we've still got one pass left to go for Jake Borton. All right, well, Jake Borton, one last shot as he comes back in for pass number 2. We're going to see if he can add some more tricks onto his scorecard. Feeling out that Nautique Paragon wave. And there you go, that nice slow roasted backside 360. And then back in with that front side 180. Doing the tail slide, this time sticking with it, not letting it drift him too far back. Nicely done. And there's another 360. Linking it together, gotten 2 in a row. Well, check out that replay for Jake Borton. Hey, once again, we do need Jordan Taylor down to the start dock. Jordan Taylor, you are the first rider for Pro Women's Skim. Jordan Taylor down to the start dock. Please and thank you. You see Jake Borton taking down the trick that took him down. And then trying to do that 720 rotation. Unfortunately, couldn't quite hang on after that second 360. But he's got one last shot down here at the end. Can he sneak in another attempt? There's the shove right there at the end of the course. Oh, man. That's going to do it for him. That's going to do it for all of our men's 19 to 29 skim division. Awesome job from all the divisions that have had their final round of action today. Now, for all the riders that have their final round of action happening today, we will do award ceremonies for all those divisions immediately following the action at the end of the afternoon. We just saw a lot of final rounds go down, but now we're about to get our semifinals for the Pro Women's Skim division. And joining me up here in the announcer's booth, we have got the one, the only, the electric, the handsome, the need I go on?
You can keep going.
Oh, yeah. The tall.
Okay. All right. Definitely tall. But
Yeah.
you're taller than I am. Way taller.
Well, it's not about, we don't need to measure the size, you know?
You're right.
Yeah.
But the effort you put in this morning has been by far the best. Thank you so much, Mark, for keeping us warm this morning for date number 2 of the 2025 Nautique Masters Wake Surfing Championships presented by GM Marine. We have got our pro women's skim in the water. Looks like Eva is going to get a chance to go first. Looks like Jordan not in the house, not sure where she's at. But we will get this pro women's skim underway. This is their semifinal, so this will be a fun one to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you see the amount of names on the list, and every single one of these riders able to get into the finals. It is going to be absolutely cutthroat out there. And Evie Shropshire, a Georgia native, doing it out of Lake Allatoona, she's going to get to work first, trying to set the bar for the rest of these riders to follow. And she's going to start things off with a series of shove-its right there, locking in those 180 shove-its, no problem at all. There's the 3 shove as she levels up her game right into that backside big spin. She is feeling it out, feeling the flow, and really starting to get comfortable behind that Paragon wave.
Yeah, she's got a few amateur women's world champions underneath her belt, now chasing after that pro title, and so far looking great here on pass number 1. 540 big, just going to take her down shy of that 3/4 buoy, but nonetheless a solid first start here. As we see her in Evie in the water, she has been crushing it all season. We're going to get her turned back around, get her back behind that beautiful G23 Paragon as we get to watch the start of her run here. Getting yourself locked in, being the first one off the dock, always a little bit difficult to do because you have to set that bar super high. And then starting off with those sets of shoves, Mark, she looks pretty good, pretty solid right here, and then sets herself up for that 3 shove.
Yeah, I love the way that Evie out there starting small but stacking, building on every single trick that she lands, feeling the momentum of her first pass. And you see right there trying again for that 540 big spin there at the end. Landing on the board, that's a trick that she's got. When she's back at home practicing, she's feeling confident. But, man, when you go from the casual riding at home scenario and you bring it into that high-pressure contest scenario, it definitely changes a lot of the dynamics. Being able to throw the tricks that you normally do at home but make them happen in the contest, that's a whole different ball game. We're going to see if it can happen here for Evie Shropshire as we get her back on the water and bring her back through for pass number 2. All right, well, Evie back up, back at it. Looking for some of that hometown mojo. The Georgia native coming down from Lake Allatoona, just north of Atlanta. And right there, you see that switch shove. And then going with that switch front big spin. Back into her dominant stance. Evie going blind body varial. Such a difficult maneuver. Turning your back to the boat, having a blind landing. Evie trying to lock it in. Got her feet in the right spot, but unfortunately just slipping out on that landing.
Yeah, but again, starting off this run strong here, going shove, front shove combo. Love that 2-trick combo. Again, going front side. And then spinning herself out here into that switch stance and then holding on to that switch front side shove it. And then getting the switch big spin in there. Some big tricks here on pass number 2. And again, this is a semifinal in our pro women's skim.
These ladies are fighting for those final spots out there for the Masters. As you can see, just slipping out the back, but she's got the rope back in her hands. She will see the throttles go back down. Evie will throw the rope aside and ready to get back at it. There's that 540 big spin right there. Great rotation on that 360 shove and the 180 at the same time. Trying to go for a, looks like a front side bigger spin, and that'll take her down just shy of that final pass number 2 buoy. But nonetheless, some great riding right there from Evie Stropeshire. We will get her out of the water. We will continue on here in our pro women's category. As you can see, live scores rolling in on the Rideline app. You can check out where your favorite rider is stacking up this afternoon. And it'll be fun to watch here again. Semifinals in the water for our pro women's skim division. And we've got a Phase 5 team rider coming up. Whitley Stewart next in and on the water. One to watch for sure. Always out here in the women's skim division. And would love nothing more to start her Masters Championship campaign right here and right now. We will see exactly how she will shape up.
Yeah, and you know, another Georgia native, Whitley Stewart, also coming out of Lake Allatoona from up there, Cartersville, Georgia. And she is a past Nautique Masters Surf Championship winner. A very talented, highly decorated Phase 5 team rider. And she's starting out with a series of shove-its. The 180 shove-its locking in. There's the 3 shove, followed by that backside big spin, frontside big spin combo, linking the tricks together. And there's the 540 big spin. Again, leveling up, stacking the tricks on top of each other, building the foundation for what looks like to be an incredible run. There's that switch Gumby to get back together. The regular frontside big spin, and Whitley Stewart looking absolutely primed right now.
Yeah, definitely locked in. Did not like that second place finish out there in Nationals. So he wants this Masters title here today. Oh, man, trying to go big time. I think I'm going switch Canadian there. Couldn't quite tell as she just missed the landing there and will go down shy of that final buoy. Looks like she will get another pickup, so that'll be enough time for her. At least grab the rope, try to sneak in one last final trick here as we get to check out this highlight reel mark. She did pretty good here on pass number 1.
Yeah, you know, Whitley really showing that stacking strategy where every trick builds upon itself. She does the 180 shove, then she does the 3 shove. She does the backside big spin, frontside big spin combo, and then you're going to see her get into that 540 big spin. Every trick stacking upon itself. As she lands one, gains the confidence, she goes into leveling up that trick. There's that switch Gumby, the shove to body varial, rotating in opposite directions. The regular big spin, she is really looking primed right now. As we said, a past Masters champion before. Trying again for that Canadian shove. Unfortunately, going down. That's going to do it for pass number 1. But Whitley Stewart definitely showing that she is going to be one to contend with here this weekend. We're going to get her taxied down to the end of the course and let her reset for pass number 2. And we're going to see what Whitley Stewart has planned as she continues on with this semifinal round of action. Our second rider here in the Pro Women's Skim semifinal. Also at this time, we do need our women's 50 and up Wakesurf finalists. Start grabbing their things, making their way down to the dock. That's going to be Jody Brazil, CT Allen, Sue Borton, and Joyce Strelner. start making your way down to the dock. You ladies are going to be on deck here in just a bit. Well, Whitley tossing in that rope, and she is staring down the barrel of pass number 2. We're going to see what she's got right here, right now.
Trying to start off big, going for a 180 shove it, trying to get that front side grab in there as well. Got sucked back deep in the wave, but able to recover nicely, and then goes right to work into that front 180 shove. And that switch set of body varios all the way around for her. And trying for that 360 down underneath the hook of the wave. A risky maneuver spot to do it for sure, but trying to score big. So we're going to check out the Nautique replay here. Again, Whitley really starting to cruise off these runs here. Wasn't quite the grab that she wanted on there. But again, a very technical trick right there. Trying to get that thing to pop up off the top of the lip. And then grab it as well. And then as you can see, getting that front side shove in to get her board into that power stance. And go for those sets of body varials, front side and backside mark. Looking pretty good here from Whitley.
Yeah, you know, Whitley, such a strong rider and able to combo those tricks together, barely even taking a breath in between many of those tricks. It's absolutely amazing the athleticism and composure that a rider like Whitley able to do. There's the 3 shove, just locking it right back in. There's the half and half shove in, shove out up at the top of the wave. Alley-oop backside 180 to get into her switch backside stance. And there's the front side 540 big spin. And then shove out right there at the end. You know she's going to be happy with that. Awesome job from Whitley Stewart, putting in some big tricks down here at the end of the course. One of the cherries on top was definitely that switch 540 big spin from the front side direction. Right there you see shove in, shove out. Again, barely even blinking an eye between those shove-its. And then right here, you see that switch front side 5 big. Whitley really lacing it up. And then at the end of the course, that front side 3 shove. Awesome job from Whitley Stewart. She was your second rider off the dock here in Pro Women's Skim. And next up, a Phase 5 team rider. From one to the other. Next up on the water, coming out of Orlando, Florida, we have got Ashley Inlows. Now, Ashley, one of those riders that is known for just so much style and grace on the water. It's almost like she's dancing out there. Oh, no. Taking a rough start trying to do that front side big spin. Unfortunately, going down out of the gate. But you know what? We've said it before. You say it again. Sometimes getting that first fall out of the way can be a breath of fresh air. It can let the athlete get wet, reset, and just know that right now they can go out there without any pressure and do what they know how to do. We're going to hope that that's the case for Ashley Inlows as she gets back up on the water behind that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. Well, here she goes. The throttles go down. Ashley Inlows gets up. And we're going to see if she can have a little bit of redemption here in pass number 1.
Yeah, took the top spot out there at Nationals this year. Would love to take home a Masters Championship as well. One of the crown jewels of wake surfing events. And goes for a picturesque frontside 3 into that shove. Now finding a good rhythm here towards the end of pass number 1. Getting that switch body varial in as he continues on down here. Going for that front side, a big spin in there. And we'll get a switch big spin going down across the line. She will also sneak in a front shove there. A great way to make up for that little bobble here on pass number 1. But Ashley Inlow is able to pick up right where she left off and has looked strong all the way from start to finish here, Mark.
Yeah, the mental fortitude from Ashley Inlow's to recover after that early fall, shake it off, and come right back in doing the pass that she wanted to do. Absolutely awesome. You know, you love to see the athletes get back up on the water, land the tricks that took them down, and then continue to level up that run as if not even missing a beat. Ashley doing just that with a combination of switch and regular front side big spins, linking those together, as well as that front side 3 shove from her front side stance. Definitely some difficult maneuvers, and she's still got a long way to go as we kick her off for pass number 2.
Ashley coming in heel side heavy here, backside to the wave, but waste no time going for that switch bigger spin there. Great rotation on that one and a solid landing there as well. Staying backside, and we'll go for that switch Hail Mary 360 body varial, stomping right back on top of it and getting a front side 360 shove. So far, Ashley on lock here on pass number 2. And as I give her the credit, just going to go down out the back door on that 540 big. And she will have to see that JL Audio Wrap G23 Paragon turn back around. And she's going to get reconnected one more time here as we get to check out this Nautique replay, Mark. Starting off switch, going for that bigger spin there.
Yeah, that bigger spin, definitely an incredible exclamation point happening at the beginning of her pass. Right there, you see that Gummy to get back to her regular into her dominant stance. And Ashley setting up for that 3 shove, doing it front side and so high up on the wave. Then trying to get the 5 big spin and unfortunately just going down. But fortunately for her, still had a pickup left in her arsenal. So we're going to use that. We're going to get her down towards the end of the course. She's got plenty of time to squeeze out a couple combos here. We're going to see how she plays it. Alley-oop, backside 180. Getting right back into her front side stance. And getting that 540 big spin, that's what she was looking for. And getting it right in the nick of time. Right in front of the start dock. You love to see it. And Ashley Inlow's getting some big tricks, having some bobbles, but really fighting through it and making sure that she gets back up on the water, does what she knows how to do, and doing it with style and grace. Awesome job from Phase 5 team rider, Ashley Inlows. Well, that's 3 riders down and 3 riders left to go here in the Pro Women's Skim semifinal. Once again, we do need our women's 50 and up Wakesurf finalists. Jody, CT, Sue, and Joyce. Start making your way down to the dock. Right here, right now, we've got Emma Galusha. Emma Galusha, very talented rider. Rides with a ton of power, ton of snap. Always a threat on the water. You see right there doing that alley-oop backside 180. Landing it clean, riding away smooth. There's the series of shove-its to get her board back into that dominant stance. And a 3 shove to boot. Emma, so far, so good. Ollie frontside 180. And then the switch front side shove. She's halfway through pass number 1.
Yeah, looking strong all the way from start to finish. Oh, and we were going to get so hyped for her there on that switch Hail Mary. But man, oh man, what a great first pass started off here from Emma. And again, like you said, Mark, she is one of these riders who really loves to get on the attack from start to finish. Throttle goes down, and she goes right to the air. Huge airs, nice hat carves off the top of the wave. I like this alley-oop back one. She with amplitude. The judges out there definitely going to love to see that. And then sets up with those pair of shoves. I really love the fact that she snap carves in between and stays back deep in the pocket. That was a late 360 shove right there in front of the barrel. I like that air reverse out there in the flats. That set her up here for that switch frontside shove. And some awesome riding all the way from start to finish here. Emma back up on her feet, throws that rope aside. And she will try to finish out strong here on pass number 1. Getting that front side body varial in and into that switch big spin there as well. A nice little cherry on top to finish out there on pass number 1, Mark.
Yeah, she's giving the judges the thumbs up, saying, yeah, hey, I feel good about what I got right there at the end. Taking down a trick that gave her a little issue, but, man, getting right back on the water. Getting that switch front side big spin locked in. She's feeling confident. And hopefully going to take that confidence, roll it right into pass number 2. You see her hustling for it right there. Getting it just in the nick of time. She's stoked. And, man, let's get stoked with her. We're going to turn her around, bring her back this direction as we get Emma Galusha back in tow behind that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. All right, Emma back up, back at it. Pumping hard from way back on the wave, getting that front side air right into that alley-oop backside 180. Finishing out the rotation, and there's the shove to mute as she reaches down with that front hand, grabbing the toe edge of her board. Front shove out of it. There's the backside big spin. Nicely done, maintaining her composure. Oh, man, and trying to get that Gumby right there, down there in the flats. Unfortunately going down, but fortunately still got a fall to give. It's behind you, Emma. There you go. Nope, other way. Oh. And you can see here on that Nautique replay, putting together a great second pass. That front shove out of it. And then from way back on the wave, locking in that backside big spin. And then just landing a little stiff-legged on that Gumby. The Gumby being a 180 shove it with an opposite rotation body varial. Definitely a tricky maneuver. We're going to see if she can make it happen again down here at the end of the course. Emma, just a little bit of time left. Oh, going 540 big spin, hanging on to it, but unfortunately going down. Looks like that is going to do it for her. A great job from Emma Galusha, your 4th rider off the dock for the Pro Women's Skim semifinal.
Yeah, we got to check out the Nautique replay here with Emma. Again, knowing she was running out of time here, throwing that 540 big just a little bit too far out in front of her, and that took her down. But again, a solid set of runs here in this semifinal. These ladies are competing for those final spots in the final, and they want those Masters Championships this weekend for the 2025 Masters Wake Surfing Championships presented by GM Marine. And we will see the throttles go down for this Nautique athlete. Jody Grassman coming out here from Sebring, Florida, will get a chance to go behind the all-too-familiar G23 Paragon. If you want to learn more about that boat, make sure you guys check out nautiqueboats.com, where you can find out how you can fully customize it to your liking and get your family out there behind one of the best towboats to do it in the industry with over 100 years of boat building excellence. Nautique boats, you can't go wrong. And we are about to see Jody, one of our first goofy footers out here, ready to get after it. And this shredder, always ready to go. I'm not quite sure she liked those wave settings there, so she will get that boat turned back around, and she will get back after it here on pass number 1.
Well, Jody Grassman, always a fun rider to watch. This young lady rides with so much power. You could see maybe even too much power on that first carve at the wave. Chucking buckets at the judges and just losing her balance. We're going to get her back up, back at it. And Jody, an athlete feeling right at home behind this Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. That is the board the boat that she trains with, rides behind all the time. Doing that alley-oop backside 360. And getting into a series of shoves right there. Nicely done. There's the 3 shove. Oh, no. Trying to lock in that 3 shove. Unfortunately, misplacing a foot, but hey, that's okay. She's all smiles all the time. You got to love that about Jody. Always having a positive outlook. And right here, you see on that Nautique replay, Jody going to work, getting that shove to mute right there, front shove out. And then right there, the 3 shove got the rotation. Looks like she just misplaced a foot, having it slip off. Now, some of the best riding we see out of Jody often happens with her back against the wall, knowing that she's got to pull out all the stops. And we're going to see what she's got for us as she comes into pass number 2. She's no stranger to that boat. She's no stranger to riding out here at historic Robin Lake out at Callaway Gardens. We're going to see if she can flip the switch right here. Tossing in that rope and coming in for pass number 2.
Yeah, we know Jody loves to thrive under pressure, and she is going to answer it right back here. Knowing what is at stake here in this semifinal, there's that big time 360 shove it. Again, everything she does has a lot of that amplitude, a lot of that style that those judges love to see here, especially in this pro women's skim division. And this Nautique athlete goes back to their huge 360 going backside. And finds the 540 big in there as well. Shove in, shove out over there at the top of the wave. Now closing on here and pass number 2. 540 shove. This lady is locked in. Like pass number 1 didn't even happen right here. Final trick, trying to go for that big spin, adding that Steez grab in, and we'll just go down. Way to go right there from Nautique athlete Jody Grassman.
Yeah, well, Andy, like we said, some of the best riding that we've seen out of Jody happens when her back is against the wall, knowing that she's got nothing left to lose. She can go out there and just have fun doing the stuff that she knows how to do. We saw some big tricks from Jody in this second pass with the 540 shove, the 540 big spin, really stepping it up. There's that 540 big spin, locking it in, and then backing it up, saying, hey, I can do even better. After that half and half, she locked in on that 540 shove and just stomping it down. So much confidence, composure. You love to see it. And what else would you expect from Nautique team athlete Jody Grassman? But speaking of Nautique team athletes, we're going right from one right into another. Originally out of Utah, but now calling Orlando, Florida, her home base. Nautique team athlete Bailey Dunn is on the water. She's starting off with a series of shoves, doing some stacking of her own. There's that alley-oop backside 180. And now Bailey going big shove above the lip, grabbing mute. Backside big spin, locking it in. And now deep in the flats, going 3 shove, full exposure right there without the safety of the wave, and then the blind body varial right into that switch front big spin. Bailey Dunn, not done yet. There's that alley-oop backside 360, trying to hold on for dear life. Unfortunately taking a fall, but it looks like right before that 3/4 buoy, so she is going to get a pickup. Great course management from Nautique team athlete Bailey Dunn, putting it together here in pass number 1. And man, she has packed the tricks in this first pass.
Yeah, she truly did. As she started off again, big alley back one. And then there is that shove grab high up on top of the wave. Judges are going to love to see it. And then we got that big spin. It wasted no time in between these tricks. Really got right back on the throttle. Love that 360 shove out there in the flats. Again, huge risk, high reward maneuver. And then backs herself up with that blind body varial at the top of the wave. Right into the switch big. Love that 2-trick combo right here from Bailey. And then cooking it around just a bit too much on that backside 360 air. But she will see the throttles go back down on that G23. She's going to throw that rope aside. Just a little bit of real estate left for her to try to gas it up one more time. She tries to go for the big spin, adding that steezy grab in there. And unfortunately, it will go down. The G23 will continue on. We will get her back up on her feet here for pass number 2.
Well, Bailey Dunn, our final rider here in the Pro Women's Skim semifinal. At this time, we do need our women's 50 and up Wakesurf division. Those 4 finalists head on down to the dock. That's Jody, CT, Sue, and Joyce. Make your way down to the dock. Also, men's 50 and up finalists, grab your things as well. That's going to be Thomas McNeely, Mac Tharp, Mark Walser, and Keith Pohl. But first, we've got our final pass from Nautique team athlete Bailey Dunn. Asking for a speed adjustment coming into pass number 2. There's that alley-oop backside 180. Locked and loaded as she's spinning it out with that front side 360. There's that alley-oop backside 3, trying to hang on. Unfortunately going down, but fortunately for her, she's right here in front of us. So let's get loud, get proud for Nautique team athlete Bailey Dunn. She's not done yet. She's got a little bit left. We're going to get her that board back. We're going to let her finish off pass number 2. Bailey feeling right at home behind that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. And we're going to see what she can pull out here in the second half of pass number 2. She has seen what all the other riders have done, and now she knows what she's got to do. Trying to sneak out of this semifinal and into the final round of action happening later on this weekend. And here we go. Bailey Dunn back up, back at it. All eyes on the water. as this young lady gets back on the wave.
Yeah, she will throw that rope aside here again, trying to leave this lasting impression on the judges. And will come right back at it with a 540 big spin. Really held on to that landing, but able to stay up and on her feet there, going for that front side big spin. And will unfortunately try to revert herself back into her power stance, and that will do it right here for our pro women's skim. And that was fun to watch as we get to check out this Nautique replay here of Bailey finishing it out strong. And again, trying to just impress those judges one final time. You want to have that preferred seating going into the finals. And wants to keep it right there with that huge 540 big spin. Had that one all the way around. And then going for the front side big. And then thought about just reverting herself back into her power stance. Unfortunately, going down. But nonetheless, some amazing riding out there from the Nautique athlete. That'll bring us into our women's 50 and over skim surf combined with Jody Brazil going off the water here first. Looks like we're going to get the boat reset. Looks like we're going to get our judges reset as well. We will step away. More to come for day number 2 of the 2025 Nautique Masters Wake Surfing Championships presented by GM Marine.
I live life on the edge. That means accidents happen. Things break. Including my brand name sunglasses. But thanks to Fuse lenses, I don't have to worry about that. Fuse helps me replace my lenses for less with high quality, guaranteed to fit lenses. Now if they only had a website for a fractured ankle. Fuse lenses. Break a lens. We've got you covered.
For 50 years, we've been more than just a manufacturer. We've been part of the journey, a journey that started with a passion for adventure and a commitment to excellence. And now, as we celebrate our 50th anniversary, we proudly unveil the future, a symbol of our legacy, our commitment, and our relentless pursuit of performance. Welcome to the future. Welcome to the power behind the passion. Performance that moves
you. From open road to open water, we're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill. Since even a century of experience is only a start. Our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we've built something worthy of adventure. So that together we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower. GM Marine. Keeps thunder at the heart of all you do.
Jody Brazil in the water. We got a Georgia native out here. Started riding when she was at the young age of 51. Started competing last year, but love to see all ages, all riders out there. And that's what the WWA is all about, is getting you behind that wave and having some fun no matter where Wake will take you. The WWA can do that for you. Make sure you guys follow along with us on our socials at the WWA. And, of course, use that Ride Line app you can download on your Google Play or iOS store. We have our live streaming on there. We have our live scoring on there. And you can find out how your favorite ride is going to shape up this afternoon. A lot of finals here. Then we move our way back into some of our semifinals with our pro men's foil strap division. You're going to see them a little bit later on as the day progresses on against day number 2 of the 2025 Nautique Masters Wake Surfing Championships presented by GM Marine. We are with our women's 50 and over surf skim combined in the water. Jody Brazil will get a chance to grab that handle once again and get back at it with Seat T on the shore. Sue and Joyce, our men's 50 and over wake surf. Thomas, Mac, Mark, and Keith. Make sure you gentlemen down at the Nautique starting dock. You'll be in the water here in just a few, as well as our adaptive standing and our adaptive sit boarding. All of those riders, you guys can start making your way on down towards the Nautique starting dock as well. We've got Jody Brazil back up on her feet. Little butter slide out the back there. Nicely done. And then going for that front side switch stance riding here. And we'll hold on to it, and is stoked all the way across the line. Nicely done right there from Jody. We'll get her turned back around and back up for pass number 2. Jody back on course here for run number 2. Cruising on by. We'll chop off, ollie off to the bottom to the top of the wave. Staying right there in that sweet spot. Setting yourself up for the 360. I just couldn't quite stop the rotation on the landing. We'll go down just past the halfway mark here on run number 2. Jody will throw that rope aside here, looking to finish out pass number 2. She's got that board in the revert position, trying to go for that butter slide back around to her backside stance. And we'll hold on to that one, and we'll be thrilled all the way to the finish line. Nicely done right there from Jody. And we will get CT Allen in the water next. Our next rider in the water here, we've got CT Allen in our women's 50 and over wake surfing division. The second one here off the dock. And CT coming out here from Windermere, Florida, where she rides out there with son Robbie Allen. We'll see him in the pro foiling divisions a little bit later on. And doing it for the Orlando Wake Academy. Cruising on by here. Ooh, got a little squirrely there, but able to hold on by. And CT will cruise past the finish line there, staying on her feet here for pass number 1. Nicely done from CT Allen. We'll get her turned back around and back on her feet in just a few. CT cruising on by here, going backside, heel side, heavy to the wave. And again, showing those judges the progression of her riding style here. Oh, just going to get pushed back towards the back of the wave. And we'll go down, passing by the halfway mark here. Just a little bit left of pass number 2 left to go here for CT Allen. Sue Borton and Joyce Strendler will be in the water next. We do need Thomas McKinley, Mac Tharp, Mark Walzer, and Keith Poole. Make sure you gentlemen are heading on down towards the Nautique starting dock. You will be in the water here in just a few with our men's 50 and over they'll take to the water up next. And again, a huge shout out, of course, to all of our sponsors for the 2025 Nautique Masters Wake Surfing Championships presented by GM Marine. Thank you, Nautique Boats, for being the official towboat and powered by those beautiful GM Marine engines. Thank you as well to PCM, Roswell, JL Audio, and Garmin, as well as Boatmate Trailers, Sulong, Phase 5, Sway, the Water Sports Central Complex, Fuse Lenses, as well as Wakewell Church. Thank you for sponsoring the Masters Tour this year. So we see CT finishing out her run here as we get to check out the Nautique replay. Trying to pop herself down into that prone position, will go down, but nonetheless, awesome riding out here from CT in our women's 50 and over skim and surfing final. Sue Borton next off the dock. We've got Sue Borton in the water and ready to go to work here on pass number 1. Popping off nice little ollie down there in the flats. Little butter slide up there at the top of the wave. Oh, she's going to hold on to it. Really getting back on the throttle there to hang on to it. And will set herself up for the 360 and gets it around. Oh, just overcooks it just by a little bit too much. And that'll wrap it up right there for Sue's first pass. Nicely done from her. As we again have our women's 50 and over wake surfing into the water right here, right now. Sue hanging out there underneath the curl of the wave and doing it all heel side, backside to the wave. And we'll just go down, passing the halfway mark here on her second pass. Doing a great job cruising on by. Again, we'll have our men's 50 and over wake surfing coming up here in just a few. Make sure you gentlemen head on down towards the Nautique starting dock, as well as our adaptive standing and our adaptive sip boarding. Your finals are not too far away from Take It to the Water. And Sue going to finish out her run nice and strong. Thought she was going to go for a little bit of that reverse slide action, and that will do it right there for her. We'll get Joyce out on the water up next, and then we'll move our way into our 50 and over wake surfing and skim combined division coming up here in just a few. Joyce Snellner in the water here. Going to work. Get that front side grab in to continue on down here with pass number one. Choosing her out on top of a surfboard here with those about 2 to 3 inch fins in the back. We'll just go down shy of that final buoy. So she'll get another chance to hop back up on her feet here. Again, our women's 50 and over in the water. Our last one off the dock here with Joyce. So we got to check out the Nautique replay here. As you can see, that wave absolutely firing out here behind that award-winning G23 Paragon. If you guys want to learn more about that beautiful boat, make sure you check out nautiqueboats.com. Also, if you're out here this weekend, make sure you guys use hashtag Nautique100 as they are celebrating 100 years of boat building excellence. And you're seeing that Centennial model out there on the water. An absolute showcase of skill and power behind that boat. And doing it out here for the 2025 Nautique Masters Wake Surfing Championships presented by GM Marine. Getting our women's 50 and up final currently in the water. Joyce back up on her feet with just a little bit of real estate left to go here. We'll see if she won't set herself back up for that 360. Nice air, getting those fins up and out of the water there as well. Back into that lip slide. Nice chop hop ollie. And looks like that will do it right there. She will cruise across that one. And smiles all around right there from Joyce. Nicely done for pass number one. We'll see what she's got for pass number two. Joyce Strelner getting the 360 around. I just couldn't quite get back on the throttle to keep up with that G23. That's quite all right. She can get herself wet, reset, and get herself fired back up here to finish out strong on pass number 2. Joyce back on her feet here, looking strong. Nice chop hop off the top of the wave. And into that nice snap carve there, really cruising on down, going for that unassisted 360 turn. And that will do it right there. That'll wrap up our women's 50 and over wake surfing final. That'll move us into our men's 50 and over wake surfing and skimming final. And again, our adaptive divisions head on down. That's Anna, Hugo, and Daniel, as well as Mateo, Chris, and Heidi. We'll see you in the water here in just a few. Thomas McNeely in the water here, cruising on by, going for that 360. And unfortunately just going to go down shy of the halfway mark here. On run number 1 for him, the Georgia native from Gainesville, Georgia. This is his 4th time out here at the Wakesurf Masters. Thank you coming out, Tom. We do appreciate that. It's always fun to see riders continue to progress their riding skill and doing it out here at the Nautique Wake Series. Well, we got Thomas in the water right here. And right now, first one off the dock in our men's 50 and over wake surf. And he will have the handle back in his hands, and we will see that Centennial Edition G23 Paragon fire back off. Powered by that beautiful GM Marine motor. And it is doing its job out here today, providing these riders with the best conditions. A little overcast out there, but the weather temperature is perfect outside. Wake is still looking fairly glassy. And Thomas will cruise on down, finishing out his pass number 1 the way it ought to be, on your feet, and will ride out nice. And off to the left-hand side. We'll get him turned back around and back on his feet for pass number 2. Thomas cruising on by here, the halfway mark on pass number 2. Really utilizing the power and push of that wave out there today, keeping himself right there into that sweet spot. Doing a great job balancing on that front foot, that back foot, and doing it well. Going for the 360. It looks like couldn't get that front edge to release, and he will unfortunately wrap up that run. Maybe not the way he would like to have, but we will get him seated as the final is in the water right now for our men's 50 and over wake surf. Mac Tharp will get a chance to take to the water next. Fun to watch all of these divisions out here. If you want to learn more about how you can compete, well, make sure you guys check out the WWA and find out where a nearest competition is to you, and get out there and find out where Wake will take you. It took us out here to Pine Mountain, Georgia this weekend. We are the Masters Championship out here on Robin Lake at the Callaway Gardens Resort. A beautiful place to host our Masters Championships, and we have done so for many, many years now. Kind of the mecca of the wake community out here. A beautiful spot. If you haven't had a chance to check it out, well, make sure you guys do so. Thank you to Callaway Gardens for letting us take over your lake for the next 4 days of competition out here on the water. And this is day number 2 of the 2025 Nautique Masters Wake Surfing Championships presented by GM Marine. And Mac Tharp in the water here. A very, very talented rider in this division. We've watched this gentleman compete over the past few years here as well. And into the air with some lip slide combos, back in those fins up and out of the water. Going back here one more time. Looks like trying to get that backside grab in there as well. And then we'll go for that 360 spin. And we'll cruise right on out of that. And pops off another ollie. So you can see at the end of the course coming back at him. He's not done with the 360s yet. He's going for the 720. And just a little bit too much spin there, and we'll go down. As we get to check out his Nautique replay here, steezing out that ollie right there, having and making sure he shows about how much fun he is having on the water. And you can see all smiles out here in this division. These gentlemen love to come out and just have a good time on the water. And no better place to do it than Robin Lake right here as we finish out with Mac. We still have Mark and Keith left to go in this heat. Mac Tharp back to his feet here and on the attack. Nice pop-off ollies as he cruises on by the pavilion here. You can really see the airs he is going for. Nice surface 360. And we'll eyeball up that last final buoy here on pass number 2, and we'll go for the 360. And unfortunately, we'll just go down, but finishing out strong there. A great second pass from Mac. Again, putting on the pressure here, being the second one off the dock. And Mac, no stranger here. Again, love the amplitude, love the ollies right there. And then as you can see, setting himself up back in that wave. Little hand slap right there into that 360. Surprised he got it around. But always fun when these riders get to showcase off the skills that they train so very hard to do. And when it comes together on competition day, it's nothing better. As you can see, Max stepping himself up, sending it on what could have been a 720. And that will wrap it up for him. Mark Walzer will be our next one in the water and off the dock. And it looks like we had a close one there in our women's 50 and over wake surfing, with Joyce just taking the overall with Jody in a second. Very cool to see the live scores rolling in on our live streaming app. Make sure you guys download the Rideline app. Follow along with your favorite rider this weekend. See how they shape themselves up into this Masters Championship. And we can't wait to crown some of our Masters champion. And this gentleman right here would love to do it on his Phase 5 board. We've got Mark Walzer starting it off, going for that 360 spin. It's like he wanted to just go for an air there, just missing off that front foot. But we'll get Mark back up and riding here in just a few. Marco and alley-oop back one there. Cruising down, popping off the 1-8 shove. And unfortunately going down shy of that 3/4 buoy here on pass number 1. And we will get Mark turned back around. Bring him in strong here for pass number 2. Mark able to revert it back around, getting that 180, shove it in there. Nice pop-off ollie there. Bringing up that amplitude on his run, setting that throttle back down, going for the 360. And we'll spin that one right around, then goes for the 1-8 shove out of it, and will just go down. But solid riding from Mark Walzer. Keith Poole will be our next one off the dock, our last one off the dock here for our men's 50 and over wake surfing and skim divine. Then we'll have our adaptive with Anna, Hugo, and Daniel. We'll have our adaptive standing division coming up here in just a few, as well as our adaptive sitboarding. And the first call for our surfing moms and surfing dads to also start making their way on down towards the Nautique starting dock. Day number 2 of the 2025 Nautique Masters Wake Surfing Championships presented by GM Marine in the water. As we are down to our final rider here for our men's 50 and over wake surfing division, with Keith Poole up and ready to go. Keith Poole in the water here, snap carving that 360 around. And then we'll pop off the top. Nice air on top of that ollie. Into a nice bottom turn, hacks it off the top of the lip. And continues to cruise on down here. Nice chop hop ollie from top of the wave down to the bottom. And it goes revert into that front side 1-8 shove, staying backside heel side heavy to the wave. And we'll butter slide it back around. Big time riding right here from Keith Poole, who will have a great stand-up first run and showing us how it's done out here in our men's 50 and over wake surf. Nicely done right there from Keith. We'll get him turned back around and brought back in for pass number 2. Keith Pohl back on his feet here, going for an unassisted 360. Nicely done. And then we'll snap carve his way up there at the top of the wave. Going for that front side 360 turn. Nicely done. It looks like just catching the top of the wave and going out the back. But Keith Pohl doing a great job here. Again, going down just shy of the halfway mark on run number 2. So we're going to check out his replay here. Already juicing a huge ollie to get this run started off with. And then love this unassisted 360 spin there, and utilizing no hands to get that rotation spinning around. And then trying to go for that front side. Had the rotation around on it. Just a bit heavy on that heel edge and going down. But like we said, falls don't count against you. Just eat up valuable riding stakes to throw your best stuff. But he throws that rope back aside, 2 steps it off the back, kicking off that back foot. Gets a little shifty in the air on that ollie as well. And going for that front side body varial, hanging out in that switch stance there. Now trying to go back with that body varial there, and will go down. And that will wrap it up for Keith Pohl. And our men's 50 and over wake surf. We're going to get our adaptive standing in the water. And up next with Anna Taylor, Hugo Gonzalez, and Daniel Edmondson will get a chance to take to the water next. Our first rider here off the dock and in the water, we've got Anna Taylor. Our first one here in our adaptive standing division. Awesome to see these riders getting a chance to take to the wave. Anna coming out here from Denver, doing it on that Phase 5 board. Anna Taylor back on her feet here, throwing that rope aside and ready to get after pass number 2. Was our 2025 national champion out there. And doing it for Phase 5 and Elevated Marine. Anna cruising on down. Nice ollie out there in the flats. And we'll set herself up for another 360. And unfortunately, we'll just go down shy of the final buoy. And that will wrap it up for her. We'll get Anna back up and riding here in just a few. Anna Taylor cruising on by here, the pavilion on pass number 2. Doing a great job out there in our adaptive standing division. Awesome to see the WWA host these amazing events. Make sure you guys follow along with it at the WWA. Tag us in all of your posts, real stories. We love to see it all out there and hope you are enjoying the action for day number 2 of the 2025 Nautique Masters Wake Surfing Championships presented by GM Marine. And we have got a great day of action out here on the water. Working our way through our adaptive divisions currently. We'll have our surfing moms and surfing dads. And then we're going to have our pro men's foil strap, their semifinal coming up. That one will be a fun one to watch. And then we'll get back into some of our beginners skimming and surfing divisions. And then we'll get into our pro men's skim. Hungry to take to the water this afternoon. So we will have a spicy one going into the later hours of the day with our pro skim semifinals and their last chance qualifiers, as well as last chance qualifiers for our pro men's foil strap division. If you haven't had a chance to check that out, you're going to want to. That pro men's foil strapped. These gentlemen will be doing flips. They're going to be doing rodeos. They are going to be sending it. We saw it out there at the national championships. Expect to see it out here in the Masters as well. And, of course, we can't host these amazing events without all of our amazing sponsors. Thank you, of course, to Nautique Boats, celebrating 100 years of boat building excellence. Thank you, of course, to GM Marine, PCM, Roswell Audio, JL Audio, and Garmin, Boatmate Trailers, Sulong, Phase 5, Sway, Fuse Lenses, and Wakewell. Thank you, as always, for being a proud sponsor of the Nautique Surf Series and traveling along with us all season long. Again, our adaptive division currently in the water. Anna Taylor cruising on down. Nice pop-off air down there in the flats. And wants that 360. Just almost had it right there. That one was pretty close. And she will finish out that run with the 360 attempt. Hugo will get a chance to go up and in the water here next. Hugo Gonzalez cruising on by the pavilion here and doing a great job out there in the water in our adaptive standing division. He's still cruising on down. Oh, trying to go for a snap carve. And it will just go down, but amazing stuff out here from Hugo in our adaptive standing division. A great first pass from that gentleman. Daniel left to go here in our adaptive standing. We'll have Mateo, Chris, and Heidi in our adaptive sitboarding coming up here in just a few, as you get to check out this amazing stuff out here from Hugo. And a solid run from start to finish from him. Hugo Gonzalez back in here for pass number 2. Staying right there in the sweet spot. And doing it well out here in our adaptive standing division. Trying to go up to the top of the wave, a little snap carve action. Getting it in and back and forth, really showing the ability to push and blow out those tails there. And we'll hang on to it. Little drop knee to finish out strong. Nicely done. And make some noise for Hugo Gonzalez, and he will finish out his 2 stand-up passes in our adaptive standing division. Nicely done. As you get to check him out here on the Nautique replay. Daniel Edmondson in the water here. Starting it off with a show pony. Hanging out right there in that sweet spot. Great camera work right there. You can see just how that wave is out there perfectly firing and shaping up one of the best waves out there in the industry. And doing it for Daniel Edmondson. Again, our adaptive division's one of my favorite ones out here. I think these riders really showcase off some amazing talents all the way from start to finish, and that one will do it right there for Daniel. Oh, absolutely amazing, talented rider here in this adaptive, as they all are. And don't forget, we'll have our adaptive sitboarding up next with Mateo, Chris, and Heidi, as well as our surfing moms and surfing dads division, Sue Borton, Kim Vandereet, and Jen Small. Make sure you ladies are heading on down towards the Nautique starting dock. You'll be in the water here in just about 5 more riders left to go, as well as our surfing dads before we start calling up our pro men's foil strap divisions. And we're going to have some crazy heats coming up here in that strap. Looking forward to it. And of course, we'll fuel up, change our judges, take a little bit of a break there in between before we get ready to do our beginner women's skim divisions. And then we'll set out the afternoon with our pro skim and our pro men's foil strapping LCQs, their last chance qualifiers. Will be fun to watch here. Again, our adaptive standing division in the water currently with Daniel, the last one here left to go. And then we'll have our adaptive sitboarding up next. Daniel coming to the halfway mark here of his run. Going for the 360, had it around. Oh, and just couldn't finish it out all the way. But nonetheless, amazing stuff right there from Daniel Edmondson. And that will wrap up our adaptive standing. Our adaptive sit boarding is up next with Mateo, first one off the dock. Mateo, the first one off the dock here for the 2025 Nautique Masters Wake Surfing Championships presented by GM Marine in our adaptive sit boarding. Able to find himself right there into that sweet spot in the pocket. And all smiles out there having some fun. And that's what it's all about out here for the WWA events. Bringing all wake enthusiasts out here and have been doing it for over 30 years now. Congratulations. And a nice first run right there from Mateo. We'll get him back going here for pass number 2 in just a few. Mateo jamming out there with the judges. You hear those beautiful JL audio speakers bumping out there on the water. Oh, he's calling for the wave transfer here. And we'll shoot across. Oh, we'll just go down, but love to see him fired up. Nicely done for Mateo. And we will continue on with our adaptive sitboarding, with Chris going to take to the water up next. We got Chris McClellan in the water here. Riding on the goofy side of the wave here. Love these snap carves. And staying right there in that sweet spot. Setting himself up for the 360. And we'll just go down, finishing out run at number one, nice and strong from Chris. So we're going to check out his Nautique replay. Chris cruising on down here and doing a great job here at the start of pass number 2. So nice snap carves up there at the top of the lip. And continues to cruise on down, looking solid here in pass number 2. Stay right there into that sweet spot. He's got the shockers up. Those guarantee you extra points out there from the judges. And all smiles all the way to the finish line. Nicely done right there from Chris. We're going to get Heidi in the water up next here for our adaptive sit boarding. And then again, our surfing moms division will be in the water next with Sue, Kim, and Jen Small. Our next rider in the water, we got Heidi Pearson out there, riding on top of that Hyperlight Stormboard. We will see her cruising on down there. Oh, little floater action. But it's back right into that sweet spot of the wave. And you can see a great shot there. Just that wave is just barreling down the back end. But Heidi able to stay right there with it. And that's what it's all about right there, having that smile on her face. And setting it up, going for the 360 with the rotation around. It will just go down. Nicely done right there for pass number 1 from Heidi. We'll get her turned back around and back in for pass number 2. Heidi Pearson cruising on by the pavilion here, passing that halfway mark here on run number 2. Some nice snap carves right there from her. And we'll get back on the throttle, set herself up for the 360, had the rotation again. And unfortunately, will just go down. But having a great time out there and love to see all the smiles from our adaptive divisions. That will wrap it up for them. And that'll bring us into our surfing moms and surfing dads. We'll see Sue Borton, Kim Vandereet, and Jen Small in the water, as well as Jeff Tudor and David Williams. This one will be a fun one to watch. Surfing moms up next. We've got Georgia native in the water, Sue Borton, ready to show us how it's done out there in our surfing moms division. Sue, the mom of Jake Borton. We saw Jake in the water a little bit ago with his skim division. Sue, a full-time math and science teacher in middle school. Hopefully she's not cutting out too many classes this week to have some fun out with us out here in the Masters Wake Surfing Championships. Little butter slide out there deep in the pocket. Getting judged by some of the best in the biz out there. Nautique athlete Bailey Dunn. I see Phase 5 rider Ashley Inlows and Phase 5 rider Sean Severe out there as our judges for our surfing moms. Thank you to those pro riders for giving back to the sport. Huge opportunity for them to do so as we see Sue going down. And we will see that Nautique boat head on down towards the finish line. So we're going to check out her Nautique replay again, being the first one off the dock here in our surfing moms division. Always hard to set the bar very high. Well, we will see how Sue can do here on pass number 2. Again, surfing dads Jeff Tudor and David Williams. You'll be in the water here in just a few. As well as our pro men's foil Heat 1 and Heat 2. Noah Wildman, Robbie Allen, Drew Drennan, Chad Carlson, and Ozzy Croup. That'll be Heat 1. Craig Stokely, John Ackerman, Carter Williams, Alex Hudkins, Bo Wildman, and Noah Flegel. That'll be heat number 2. That was going to be a fun one. So if you guys are near the shore on the lakefront, get ready for it. Our pro men's foil strap division coming up here in just a bit. As we've got Sue hooked back up with the boat. We'll get her back on her feet here in just a few. Sue going backside, heel side, heavy to the wave here. Was able to get way back deep in the wave, just underneath the hook there. And unfortunately going down here halfway on her second run. Quite all right. We'll get Robbie Allen, Captain Robbie Allen, turned back around out there. And we'll get Sue back up on her feet to finish out strong for pass number 2. Kim Vanderreet in the water here and ready to get after it in our Surfing Moms division. She'll get that 360 around and going just a bit too far back underneath that back hook. But nonetheless, awesome riding right here from Kim Vanderreet. Jen Small left to go off the dock in our Surfing Moms division. So we're going to check out the Nautique replay here. Kim starting off with those nice little carves and turns to get her run going. And we'll grab that water right there. Textbook 360. And just going to get washed out the back. With plenty of real estate left over here. Again, those falls don't necessarily count against you. They just eat up valuable riding space for you to throw down your best stuff. And doing it behind that Centennial Edition G23 Paragon. If you want to learn more about that wave, make sure you guys check out NautiqueBoats.com. We do have a few of them out here on display, and they are bumping those JL Audio speakers, the JL Audio brand, and Garmin, both in the house. Make sure you check out their display as Kim Vandereet will find that 360 this time. And trying for another pop-off ollie up at the top of the wave. And Kim going down. That will wrap up pass number 1. But as you can see in the Nautique replay, snap car 360s. And we'll be pretty stoked about landing that one in a comp. And then we'll cruise on down towards the finish line here. Again, surfing moms in the water right now. And surfing dads to follow. Last call, final call for our pro men's foil strapped. Noah Wildman, Robbie Allen, Drew Jennan, Chad Carlson, and Ozzie Croup down towards the Nautique starting dock. You'll be in the water here in just a few. Kim going on down here just shy of the halfway mark on pass number 2. Trying for that 360. That'll take her down. But nonetheless, amazing start here on pass number 2 for Kim. Let's go check out the Nautique replay here. Again, showing the judges that toe edge control. You get judged by some of the best in the business out there. Saw Sean Severa in the house. Ashley Idlows and Nautique athlete Bailey Dunn judging. And trying to go for that 360 right there from Kim. And we're going to get her turned back around. Get her back up and going here. And that let Kim finish out strong on pass number 2. Kim going to go back on her feet here, going backside, heel side, heavy to the wave. And we'll unfortunately have an early exit here in pass number 2. And we will see that G23 Paragon head back to shore. Jen Small, our next rider here, and our last rider off the dock for our Surfing Moms division. Then we have our Surfing Dads left to go with Jeff Tudor and David Williams. And again, our pro men's foil straps. Heat number 1 will be up next. Noah Wildman, Robbie Allen, Drew Drennan, Chad Carlson, and Ozzie Croup will be up here in just a few. Our next rider coming in and on the water here, we've got Jen Small in our Surfing Moms. Jen, the mother of Camden Small, a very fierce competitor out there in the junior division. But Jen, a very talented rider in the pro women's foil. Love to see her on the surfboard here, chasing after that perfect wave and going for the 360. Just going to take her down. But not even close to that halfway mark here on pass number 2. So she'll get to grab the handle once again and get behind that beautiful Centennial Edition G23. So we're going to check out her Nautique replay here. Get good snap carves to get her run started off. A nice floater there with a lot of control hanging out up the top of the wave. And we'll set herself up for the 360. Just a little bit too heavy on that front foot. But nonetheless, she will see the throttles go back down once again. And Jen Small will come back to her feet and throw that rope aside here. Again, plenty of real estate left. Going for that floater 360, and we'll get that one around. And we'll finish it out there. Nicely done, putting that exclamation mark on her run with that 360. And we'll get Jen Small turned back around here for pass number 2. Jen coming in, backside, heel side, heavy to the wave here. Going for a nice floater up there at the top of the wave. Again, when you're heel side, you cannot see that landing point or that sweet spot there. Just getting a little bit off balance and going down halfway through pass number 2. So she will get a chance to get back after it. The Windermere native, get the truck out here from Florida. She rides out there with Robbie Allen at the Orlando Wake Academy crew. Again, mostly known for her pro foil. Love to see her out here in the Surfing Moms as well. Again, going heel side, backside to the wave. And able to stay right there into that sweet spot. Going for that backside air as well. And just got a little bit too greedy onto that turn. And she will grab the handle once again. And she gets to go right back behind that G23 Paragon. If you want to learn more about that boat, make sure you guys check out nautiqueboats.com and learn how you can bring one of those home and learn how to ride behind one of the best tow boats in the wake industry right now. And Jen will come in with that throttle down, going for the 360 and going for maybe even into a 720 there. Nice riding from Jen Smalls and all of our surfing moms. Doing a great job out there. Our surfing dads will be up next with Jeff Tudor and David Williams. Should be a very fun one to watch. Jeff Tudor coming out here from Windermere, Florida. No stranger to the Nautique Surf Series. Has been out here with us for many, many years and having a great time doing it. Cruising down on his Phase 5 board. Again, one of our official sponsors out there for the 2025 season. Thank you, Phase 5 boards, for being on site here as Jeff will set himself up going for the 360. And unfortunately, just going to go down. But passing that 3/4 buoy there, that should wrap it up for him. We'll get Jeff back in here for pass number 2. David Williams left to go in our Surfing Dads. And then, like we said, our pro men's foil. Going to be fun to watch their semifinal, as these men will be strapped up on their boards. They're going to be ready to send it for everything they can here for a Masters Championship. It's fun to see how this foil division has become its own. And look forward to seeing Noah Wildman, Robbie Allen, Drew Drennan, Chad Carlson, and Aussie crew in the water here in just a few. Jeff Tudor cruising on by here. And staying up on his feet, would love to throw that 360 down towards the end of his pass. But right now hanging on to that toe edge. Going for it on the throttles here. We'll spin it around. Oh! And just going over that sidewall and going out the side. Nicely done from Jeff Tudor here in our Surfing Dads. David Williams up next. Our last rider here off the dock in our Surfing Dads division, none other than the legend himself, David Twinkle Toes Williams, will start off on his 9'6" longboard, trying to go big time with that alley-oop back one. And unfortunately will go down way early on here in pass number 1. He will get another chance at it. A huge trick to start off by trying to impress the judges. Again, having that board in the revert position made it possible for him to gain that speed. You can see those fins in the front here going for that alley-oop back one. And David Williams couldn't quite connect on that one, but if I know anything about David, he will get right back at it and put on quite the show here in the Surfing Dads final. And David will go right back with that board in the revert position once again. And we'll start it off with that revert 1-8 shove. And we'll find a body varial there. Oh, and we'll body varial once again. And unfortunately going down for the second time here in pass number one. So that'll do it for his first one. But we will get David turned back around and get him right back on his feet behind that all too familiar G23 Paragon. And we'll get David back up and riding here in just a few. Nice front 180 shove right here from David Williams. And kick it off for that ollie north right there. That front foot kicking straight off the nose of the board. And we'll pop another 180 shove around, trying to revert himself back into a little backside riding action right there from David. But going down right here, crossing the halfway mark. So we're going to check out this Nautique replay again, starting off that run here with that board kicking off that nose of the wave. That ollie north right there, really doing a great job for him. And then getting that full rotation around on that 180 shove. It looks like he was just trying to revert it back around. And unfortunately will go down, but not quite yet done with David here in this Surfing Dads division. And the rope will get thrown aside right here. David Williams ready to get back after it. This time we'll find that alley-oop back one. And body varials it back into his power stance here. And we'll do an ollie back one. Just going to go down shy of that final buoy. And that'll wrap it up for David Williams and our Surfing Dads division. That will do it. We're going to get ourselves locked and loaded here for our pro men's foil strapped Noah Wildman, the first one off the dock.
All right, well, it looks like Robbie Allen going to be our first strapped foiler for this pro men's semifinals. Big air with the indie grab, reaching down with that backhand, grabbing the toe edge of his board, and again going for that same grab, upping the amplitude. Robbie Allen mixing it up this time with the front hand grab, reaching up, grabbing the nose of that foil. And there's the 360. Nicely done from Robbie Allen. Getting dizzy out there, spinning to a win. And then again, launching into the air. Robbie putting it together, getting a ton of amplitude. And that is definitely going to be one of the focuses in the strapped foil category. They want to see massive airs. They want to see huge carves. And they want to see some aerial acrobatics. You see Robbie going for that backside 360 one more time. Unfortunately going down, but man, a ton of tricks for Robbie as he headed down past number one. A great way to start our pro min foil strapped semifinal. We've got 2 heats, and each of these heats absolutely stacked with talent. Definitely going to be a hard one for the judges. Thankfully, all Andy and I have to do is call out the tricks. We don't have to put these guys in any type of order.
No, they're going to side that one on themselves as we watch Robbie going down towards the end of that first run. A solid first one, again, being the first one off the dock. Always hard to set that bar high, especially given the fact that we've got some big, heavy hitters in this strap division. It's fun to see the progression of the foiling. It's gone from just 1 or 2 guys doing a few backflips, a few tricks. Now the whole group is sending those big flips around, and we can't wait to see what these gentlemen have in store here. Again, big name riders with Drew Trenton on the shoreline, Chad Carlson, and of course Ozzie Krupp, the sensation that came out from the national championship. He is one to watch. But Robbie Allen back up on his feet here. Again, a very talented rider here in this foil division, doing it for Ronix Foil Boards. And he will cruise on in here. Mark looking good. Already back to the air on pass number 2.
Yeah, looked like Robbie started with a double grab right there, going nose to tail on the board, taking a little bit of wakeboard style into the foil category. It looks like he's asking for a transfer up and over, going 360. Not quite able to get the distance across the wave that he was looking for, but only his first fall in pass number 2. So we're going to get Robbie back up, back at it. And he's got plenty of real estate to get some big tricks in. And, you know, with the foil, these guys able to pump away from the wave. They can keep going back into the course even after the boat finishes. As long as the rider is still in the course, they can still get some points. Kind of a high-risk, high-reward maneuver, but you know what? These guys definitely have the skills to make it happen. And if they can find a way to make it worth their while, you know they're going to try and get as much out of it as they can. Robbie back up, tossing in that rope, and getting right back after it with the rest of pass number 2.
Yeah, Robbie knows that all the Masters titles are on the line. He has chased it in that wakeboarding division. Now he's chasing it in that foil division. This is a semifinal. He'll try to send the backflip. Had almost that full rotation upside down, but down he will go towards the end of pass number 2, and he gets to watch that beautiful G23 Paragon fire off. We get to check out that replay there. It looks like a little too stalled out on that rotation, but nonetheless, awesome stuff. Seeing Robbie also trying to throw those backflips. Hey, you're going to have to do it out here into this foil strap division. One of the few divisions out here in this weekend that you're going to see rodeo flips. You're going to see these backflips. And who knows who has got left up their sleeve and who has got the newest, best trick in this foil division. We are about to find out. With Robbie being done, Nautique athlete Drew Drennan will be next on the wave.
Yeah, well, you know, I love me watching some Drew Drennan, young dude out of New Braunfels, Texas. And he is definitely feeling comfortable behind that Nautique G23 Paragon. Feeling a little bit of home court advantage. Drew knows what he's doing. And, man, he has been focusing a lot on the foil lately. He has definitely fallen in love with flying above the water, and we love to watch Drew have fun out there. Big stalefish grab right there, shifting the board underneath him, reaching down with his backhand, grabbing the heel of the board, pumping out of that flip. Nicely done. Drew Drennan getting that invert, and now fighting his way back up the line. Right back into it. There's the 360. Nice, slow, smooth rotation from Drew. And, man, Drew definitely putting together an awesome first pass, pulling out all the stops, and even trying for that underflip. Drew looks like he is adding some tricks to his repertoire. You know what they say, everything's bigger in Texas. Well, Drew Drennan showing you why that's the case when he's riding the foil, taking those big airs and this big flip. Nicely done. And we're going to get him taxied down to the end to restart for pass number 2. But check this out. He got the flip, he got the spin, and he got some big airs. A great variety from Drew Drennan, getting things going here in that first pass. Well, Drew Drennan back up on the water. Already got a lot of tricks in for pass number 1. He's going to try and have a repeat performance here in pass number 2. Getting that method grab, tweaking it out, using his front hand on the heel edge of his board. Going front side 360. Trying to spin the hard way right there. Unfortunately, Drew not able to ride away, but still has tons of room in pass number 2 to get some more tricks under his belt. Check it out. Drew starting off this second pass with a couple stylish grabs, doing that shifty stalefish, and then coming back in for the method grab. Tweaking the board, adding the extra style. And then trying for that frontside 360, a very difficult rotation because it happens in the unnatural direction of riding up the wave. We're going to see what Drew has planned. Is he going to play it safe, get to the end, or is he going to throw another big banger? We're going to see what happens here at the end of the course. Keep your eyes to the skies. Oh, he wants that underflip. Unfortunately, couldn't quite ride away with it. Trying to link together a backflip and a 360. Unfortunately, just not able to get it. That's going to do it for Drew. That's 2 riders down, 2 riders left to go here in heat number 1 of the Pro Men Foil Strapped. All right, well, we're about to get our next rider on the water. Right here, right now. A talented surfer, but man, let me tell you, this kid can throw down on the foil as well. We got Chad Carlson ready to get shreddy. He's going to take to the air with a huge mute grab. Taking that front hand, grabbing the toe edge of his board. And right there you see the melon grab. That time grabbing the heel edge of his board. Big mute grab, frontside 360. Doing the spin, but adding the steez with that grab. And there's the backside 360. Chad going both directions right there. Frontside and backside. There's the flip. Oh, man. Looks like he might have snuck a grab in there, too.
Yeah, we got to check out the Nautique replay here. As you can see, Chad Carlson, one to watch in this foil division. He has been doing it for a few years now. Love the explosiveness off the top there. Getting that method grab, really tweaking out those grabs and then trying to really snap carve up the top of the wave. And then he just casually floated out one more time. Again, these riders with no practice, they come right in off the dock and explode right there with that front side 360 turn. Getting that indie grab in there as well. And then snapping out this 360. Almost landed this one back underneath the barreling part of the wave. So again, very risky. And then sends the backflip around, just way too heavy on that front flip on the landing. But he has real estate left over here. He has got the throttles back down. He will try to go upside down once again. It will just nick him and push him all the way down. But great riding right here from Chad Carlson. And we will get him back on his feet here for pass number 2.
Well, Chad Carlson, originally out of Spokane, Washington. He's been traveling all over. Hitting up the surf contest, hitting up the foil contest. Definitely staying busy during the summer season. And it looks like he is ready to enter into pass number 2. And here we go, feeling it out. Putting in some carves, just having fun before he gets started going to work. Big between the legs on that roast beef grab. There's the flip again. This time, oh man, getting the foil back in the water, trying to pump out of it. Looks like that trick definitely has his number today. Now, the thing I love about the way Chad rides, he is focused on grabbing as many of these tricks as possible. Even that flip, getting the melon grab on it. Adding the extra style anywhere he can. And we're going to see if he can walk away with one of those flips. We've seen him do it plenty of times before, but it's all about doing it right here where it matters most.
And Chad will throw the rope back inside here. And we'll tweak out that air one more time. Thought we was going to set up for that redemption backflip. But we'll save that one towards the end there. Getting that double grab in that front side 3. And not the semifinal runs that Chad Carlson would love to have had thrown. But we will let those judges decide if he has what it takes to make it out of this semifinal. It looks like we probably have one rider left to go with Ozzie Croup up next, and he will be one to watch in this one from start to finish, so make sure you have your eyes on the water. Ozzie Croup up next.
All right, your last rider here in heat number 1. The throttles go down. He gets up. A relatively newcomer to the world of wake foiling. But let me tell you, this kid smashed himself into the scene with some incredible tricks. Ozzie definitely knows how to maneuver that foil, taking some big slashes at the wave, and loves to get some huge amplitude, doing that tuck knee mute grab. So much style right there. There's that mute grab on the backside 360. Massive melon grab on that backflip, landing so high on the wave, seamlessly going into his next trick. There's an indie grab frontside 360. And now kicking off his back foot, going Benihana style, sliding it right back in, being creative, thanking the judges for pass number 1. Ozzie Croup getting creative out there, adding some extra spice onto this strapped foil division. And you love to see the fresh perspective coming into the sport. Right here you see Ozzie doing that mute grab backside 360. And then right here, check out this backflip. How high he lands on the foil. Just seamlessly landing right where he took off. You love to see it. Well, he's halfway home to a stand-up pass. Or excuse me, a full stand-up run. We're going to see what Ozzie's got for us here in pass number 2. Big melon poke right there. Snapping that board into the air, poking it right back towards the judges, and then going across the body with the crail. Oh, man, looks like his sandals fell. Oh, jeez. Looks like he came unstrapped there on accident. He's just going too big for his bindings. Hey, I know you guys like what you see. Let's get loud, get proud, make some noise for Ozzy Croup. He's tweaking those grabs so hard that he stretched those bindings right out of it and then decided to improvise with the 360 shove it. Let me tell you, there's not many dudes capable of making that adjustment, but Ozzy just crazy enough to try it. Well, it looks like Ozzy going to have a quick time reset to get some broken equipment fixed. We're going to toss it to a commercial and then be right back with it. Here with more action at the Nautique Masters Wakesurf Championship presented by GM Marine. Well, actually looks like he's going to improvise. Sorry for the fake out, media team. You never know with Ozzy. Dude, he's going to be unstrapped on his strapped foil and try and make the most of it. Check this out. This kid is wild. So much talent. Still flying into the air. No straps needed for Ozzy Croup. Just getting loose out there. And, man, having a good time, making it all the way back. Dude, you got to respect it. Put your hands together, hoop, holler, and cheer. Give it up, make some noise for Ozzy Croup and the rest of heat number 1 of the Pro Men Strapped Foil. Well, it looks like that is going to bring us into heat number 2 of the Pro Men Strapped Foil semifinals. And let me tell you, if you thought heat number 1 was stacked, heat number 2 looking just as packed with talent. So many incredible riders. And it seems like each and every contest, we get more and more new faces coming into wake foiling. One of those guys, Craig Stokely, going upside down right there with that flip. There's that backside 360, and Craig locking it back in. Nicely done. Taking some big carves, pumping away from the wave before getting right back in. There's the front side 360. And a big grab, reaching down with his front hand, grabbing the heel edge of his board. That's the melon grab for Craig. And then a nose grab to boot. As he nears the end of the course, time for one last trick. Trying to go truck driver right there. May have slipped on his heel side grab, but still getting both hands touching the board. A solid first pass from Craig Stokely. You got to respect the confidence coming straight out of the gate with that backflip. And Craig putting in spins in both directions. the front side and backside 360s, mixing it up with a bunch of different grabs. I'm telling you, every time we have a contest, more and more foilers coming out of the woodwork, just showing the progression of this sport happening at unprecedented pace. Well, Craig, back up, back at it. Oh, trying to go with that underflip. And looks like just a little off kilter from where he wanted to land. But, man, he got the rotation. It looks like that's a trick he's ridden away from. And we're going to see if he can make it happen. That would be our first one of the day. Check it out. Getting the rotation, but just a little off the axis that he wanted to be on in order to land down the transition of the wave. We're going to see if Craig can make it happen. Pumping from way back, getting up, floating high, and then jumping out of the top of the wave down into the flat water. Definitely some new style. And now Craig riding high. Oh, no, just digging in too deep right there. Not able to get the pop he wanted. That's going to do it for him. But a great way to start, setting the bar high for pass number 2, or excuse me, for heat number 2 right out of the gate. Craig Stokely getting some big tricks and getting everyone on the shore Stokely as well. Well, you can see how it all played out in heat number 1. Aussie Croup, despite blowing out his bindings, taking the top spot, followed by Chad Carlson, Robbie Allen, and Drew Drennan. And right here, right now, we got Nautique team athlete John Ackerman. John, an all-around waterman, pro surfer, pro skimmer, pro foiler, even a half-decent bass fisherman. John Ackerman loves to be on the water, that is for sure. He started things off with that massive indie grab, launching way above the lip, and another huge grab, this time going with the front hand, getting that mute grab on it. And a stalefish grab to keep the variety going. John Ackerman definitely feeling at home behind that Nautique G23 Paragon. Oh, man, trying to go flip transfer across the wave. You can see the amount of speed that he wanted in order to clear the full tabletop in the middle. You got to be going fast. And John Ackerman giving it as much mustard as he could. Right here, you see him doing that massive stalefish grab, taking his backhand to the back heel edge of his board. And then look how far he's setting up to then pump forward. And looks like he left a little too far back on the wave. needing to get a little bit closer to the boat before attempting that transfer. Nice backside 360 for John. Big slashes, big carves right there. And looks like he is going to take that first pass, deposit it in the bank, and then come back for another withdrawal here in pass number 2. Well, a big shout out to everyone watching at home. They couldn't be here today, but man, they're still tuning in through the Ride Line app. My buddy Courage Criddle, fellow announcer, tuning in, watching the foil action. And man, jaws are dropping all across the world as these pro foilers doing what they do best. And if you want to stay up to date with all things wake, be sure to download that free WWA Ride Line app. It'll give you the scores not only from this event, but from all the events that the WWA sanctions all across the globe. Well, John Ackerman getting a truck driver grab to start off pass number 2. There's the flip. Launching that backflip, getting right back into the transition of the wave. Trying to go front side 360. Oh, man. But just a little off axis. Not quite where he wanted to land. But, hey, the good news is he's right here in front of us. So let's cheer him on. Make some noise. Get loud for John Ackerman. You see John getting that backflip. Stoked on how it's going. And then right here, trying for that front side 3. A difficult rotation. And I think he knew it. The second he took off, he was going to be in trouble. All right, looks like John might have something special planned here. We don't normally see him foiling on that other side. Nice big melon grab off of that backside air. There's the front side 360, getting off his backside stance. And then all the way across. Oh, man. Going a backside backflip, transferring across. Let me tell you, that ain't easy, folks. John Ackerman putting it together there at the end of the course. Absolutely awesome from that Nautique team athlete, Florida local, John Ackerman, pulling out all the stops. Check this out. He goes all the way up and over with that backside backflip. Wow. Well, that's 2 riders down, 4 riders left to go. And up next, we've got Carter Williams. Carter starting out, just surfing the wave, making sure everything is dialed in like he likes it. You know, the great thing about that G23 Paragon is you can customize your wave however you like it. And Carter feeling good about where he's at, launching that nose grab right out of the gate. And then little frontside shifty, just keeping it mellow on trick number 2. These guys are not limited in the number of tricks they can do. Oh, man, silky smooth on that backflip, landing perfectly in transition. There's the backside 360. Carter Williams came to play. And down here towards the end, oh, another attempt on that underflip. That trick still elusive in the semifinals. A handful of dudes trying it, but no one riding away from it just yet. But even the fact that multiple riders are attempting that 360 backflip, where even last year we didn't see hardly anybody attempt it. Now the level of foiling evolving at such a high rate. You love to see the evolution of the sport happening right before your eyes. And we're going to see if Carter Williams can come away with being the first rider to land it today as we get him reconnected for pass number 2. Here in just a little bit, we are going to need our beginner women's skim and our beginner men's skim to start making their way down to the dock. That's going to be Violet Williams, Val Shashkov, John Jameson, Aiden Small, beginner women's skim, beginner men's skim. Start grabbing your things, making your way down to the dock. You guys are going to be up in just a bit. Well, Carter Williams back up, back at it, doing the nose grab right out of the gate for pass number 2. Oh, and again, trying for that underflip, unfortunately going down. But man, he ain't scared, that's for sure. Check it out. Massive nose grab. And now getting his feet set. Check out the speed that he takes into this. Pumping from way back. A much better axis that time. Looked like he had a better chance to land it, but just needed a little bit more pop. Oh, here we go. Throttles go down. Carter Williams gets up. Another backflip. Oh, no. Looks like that is going to do it. Just getting caught in that whitewash. Not able to ride away. Awesome job from Carter Williams. Another rider breaking through into the pro ranks with authority. Well, we got 3 riders left to go here in the Pro Men Foil Strapped semifinal. And right now, we got Alex Hudkins. Alex, talented wake surfer, now strapped in on the foil. taken to the skies with a big grab. There's the flip. Trying to pump out of it. And he's going to hustle back forward. Nicely done. A good recovery. There's that mute grab, frontside 360. Oh, no. And just getting dropped off a cliff right there. Alex Hudkins getting some big tricks in. And it's so interesting watching this strapped foil division starting to take shape where the riders are the ones dictating the direction of the sport. A couple of years ago, we were wondering if it was going to be more surf style, more flowy, if it was going to be more aerial, more acrobatic. And it seems like most of these riders leaning toward the latter with the strapped option on the foil. Taking to the skies, doing some big airs, some big spins. Trying to get another 360 under his belt. He already did a backside one. That was a frontside one. We're going to get Alex Hudkins back down to the end of the course and let him reset for pass number 2. We also want to give a big shout out to our friends at JL Audio. Many of you know that Garmin has developed some of the most innovative marine products in the world. And now with JL Audio as a part of the Garmin family, onboard entertainment has been elevated to the next level. If you want to learn more about the full lineup of JL Audio technology, you can head on over to the JL Audio Jeep and let them put on a full demo of everything they have to offer. Alex Hudkins right there doing that double nose grab. Oh, man. Trying to go for that 360 one more time. Unfortunately, just landing a hair short. Not able to pump out of it. Big slash, letting the wing of the foil come out of the water. There's that double nose grab. The rocket air. And Alex Hudkins back up, back at it. Nice method poke right there. Reaching with his front hand, grabbing the heel edge of his board, tweaking it out. There's that front side 360. That's what was giving him problems. But this time, getting what he wanted. Oh, man, trying to transfer over. And unfortunately, looks like he just got caught up in the bubbles. That's the thing about the wing. It's all fun and games till you get caught in the bubbles. Alex getting that method grab, and then right here, the trick that took him down a handful of times, getting that frontside 360 with ease. You'll love to see the redemption right there. Next up on the water, originally out of Warsaw, Indiana. But he's been calling Orlando, Florida, his home for quite some time. One of the most talented watermen out there. And let me tell you, this dude, a wild man indeed. Whether it's on the surf, on the wakeboard, on the foil, he has got it all in his bag. Right here, right now, this is Bo Wildman. Bo starting things off with that Madonna, kicking the back leg off, grabbing his board. There's a frontside 360, trying to stay with it and pump. Yes, he can. Tapping the brakes right there, taking the wing out of the water. There's the backside 360, smooth as you like. And now back in the other way, crossing it up right there. Reaching across his body with his backhand, grabbing towards the front of his board. There's the backflip. Grabbing an Indy all the way through. Nicely done. And Bo Wildman looking primed out there. A full stand-up first pass. And he's halfway home to a stand-up run. Well, check out this Nautique replay. Bo working hard after that frontside 3. Bobbling on the landing, but getting right back into the action. And then right here you see the backside 360. Much cleaner. And then loading up for that crossed up grab right there. Getting the tail grab, poking it out as he starts off pass number 2. There's a frontside 3, much cleaner this time. No bobbles at all for Bo. Starting to feel the flow here in pass number 2. Big backflip, transferring to the other side. And now surfing backside. Going backside air. There's a frontside 3 off of his backside stance. And a method grab from his backside air. Bo Wildman putting together 2 stand-up passes, a full stand-up run. And he's going to pump his way back to the dock. He might not even get wet. Keeping his hair dry. Bo Wildman making it look easy out there. You love to see it. Check out that Nautique replay. Bo wanted to clean up that frontside 360. He did exactly that. And then check it out as he starts going across the wave right here. Grabbing the board, flipping across, transferring from his front side to his back side. You know the judges love to see it. And now, one of the all-time greats, arguably one of the best all-around watermen of all time. He can literally do it all and do it with the best of them and the most highly decorated pro foiler. This is Noah Flegel. Noah not wasting any time, getting 360s in both directions, getting the flip, grabbing it all. And there it is, the underflip, the only athlete to land it today despite so many of them trying. Noah Flegel, the inventor of the trick, showing them how it's done, putting on a clinic here in pass number 1, kicking off his back foot, and a big Madonna right there, grabbing the board, kicking his back foot way behind him. Noah Flegel doing absolutely everything in pass number 1. The dude can shred. You can see straight out of the gate with that melon backflip. And then getting a handful of 360s, some big grabs, and the underflip. Noah Flegel not leaving anything on the table. And to my knowledge, Noah Flegel has never been defeated in a pro foil final. He's trying to keep it that way here at the 2025 Nautique Masters Wakesurf Championships. And right now, he's halfway home to a stand-up run, getting locked back in. Oh, trying to go frontside 720. A trick no one is doing. Noah Flegel living in the future. And the future is right now. I guess that's what happens when you land all your tricks in pass number 1. You can start playing around in pass number 2. He is mere millimeters away from landing that 720. And Nautique team athlete Noah Flegel, no stranger to that Paragon wave. He's riding and training behind the G23 Paragon at home, using home court advantage. Big melon poke on that grab. There's the front side 3 off of his backside stance, getting the grab on it for good measure. There's the backside 3 on his backside stance, spinning both directions from both stances, front side and backside. What? Oh my gosh. Noah Flegel inventing new tricks mid-contest, trying to go with the backside underflip. Rodeo style on that backside rotation. How does he do it? Noah Flegel showing that he is light years ahead of his time. Just insane. Well, it takes a lot to leave me speechless, and Noah Flegel getting very close to doing just that. We're going to take a quick break after our pro foil semifinal. We're going to have our beginner women and beginner men skim finals going down here at day number 2 of the Nautique Masters Wakesurf Championships, presented by GM Marine. I'm Mark on the mic. We'll be right back.
For 50 years, we've been more than just a manufacturer. We've been part of the journey. A journey that started with a passion for adventure and a commitment to excellence. And now, as we celebrate our 50th anniversary, we proudly unveil the future, a symbol of our legacy, our commitment, and our relentless pursuit of performance. Welcome to the future. Welcome to the power behind the passion, performance that moves you.
From open road to open water, we're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill. Since even a century of experience is only a start, our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we've built something worthy of adventure. So that together we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower. GM Marine. Keep thunder at the heart of all you do.
I live life on the edge. That means accidents happen. Things break. Including my brand name sunglasses. But thanks to Fuse lenses, I don't have to worry about that. Fuse helps me replace my lenses for less with high quality, guaranteed to fit lenses. Now if they only had a website for a fractured ankle. Fuse lenses. Break a lens. We've got you covered.
Well, right there, you can see the scores coming in from the Ride Line app. How it all went down in foil. Ozzy and Noah taking the top spots in their respective heats, followed by Chad and Bo. And then taking up third place in each of those heats was Robbie Allen and John Ackerman. Great job to those riders. Absolutely throwing down out there. So much talent. You'll love to see it. We're about to get underway with our beginner women and beginner men skim divisions. At this time, we do need all beginner skim riders down to the start dock. Also, beginner surf riders. Start grabbing your things and making your way down. Don't go too far because y'all are going to be on deck here in just a bit. So once again, we do need Violet Williams, Val Shashkov, JJ Taylor, and Aiden Small. Head on down to the dock. Also, Scout Walters, Violet Williams, Cooper O'Brien, Val Shashkov, and Gray Walters. Start grabbing your things and stay close to that start dock because you're going to be on deck here in just a bit. After those beginner skim and beginner surf finals, we are going to get into our pro men skim semifinals. And we have got 4 heats of pro men skim semis. After that, we've got 2 heats of the strapped pro men foil LCQs, the last chance qualifier. Then we're going to get into our pro men skim LCQs to finish out the day here at the Nautique WWA Wakesurf Masters Championships presented by GM Marine. I'm Mark on the mic, calling the shots this afternoon. And we're doing it at Callaway Gardens and Resort out here at historic Robin Lake. We have got beautiful weather. We've got beautiful water. And we've got some more wake surf action coming at you as we get our beginner skim and beginner surf riders out there on the water for their final rounds of action. All right, we're about to get our beginner women's skim rider on the water. Holding it down for that division. Coming out of Tampa, Florida, we got the youngest of the Mermaid sisters. Right here, right now, this is Violet Williams. Well, Violet tossing in that rope. Big carve at the wave. Bouncing around, having a blast. Oh, man. And just going for an ollie down there in the flat water. Maybe a little too big. Or at least bigger than she thought. Slipping off the board. Hey, that's okay. Sometimes getting that first fall out of the way can be a good thing. We're going to let her get wet and reset. And we're going to hope that Violet Williams can come back firing on all cylinders after taking that early fall. Now she knows she's got nothing left to lose. She can just go have fun. All right, Violet Williams back up, back at it. Tossing in that rope. And getting right back to work. Oh, man. She is fighting for it. Nicely done. Getting way back on that wave. And then big bottom turn right into that frontside slash. Nice job. Violet lifting off that front foot. Oh, man. Trying to do some of that Ollie North action. And Violet going down. That's okay. She's still got one more pass to go. You can see Violet having fun out there, lifting that front foot off on that ollie and just couldn't quite regain her balance. All right, well, we're getting Violet Williams reset down there at the end of the course to head back this direction. We do want to remind everybody that while you're here, be sure to take some pictures, take some videos, post them on Facebook and Instagram. And in order to stay in the conversation, be sure to use the hashtag Nautique100. Nautique Boats and Correct Craft celebrating 100 years of boat making excellence. Coming out with their Centennial Edition Nautiques for the 2025 year model. And Violet going down on that 360. Putting in some big airs, some big carves. Violet Williams still got a little bit of room left. All right, the throttles go down. Violet gets up. And she's making her way across to the other side of the wave. Getting down low once again. Oh, trying to go with that body varial. Violet landed that yesterday. Couldn't quite pin it down today, but hey, that's okay. A great job from her nevertheless. That's going to do it for our beginner women's skim division. Coming up next, we've got beginner men's skim. We've got 3 riders coming at you. All right, next up on the water, kicking us off in the beginner men's skim division, we've got Val Shashkov. Val coming out of Portugal to be with us here this weekend. And he's pulling double duty this week. Not only riding in some of the divisions, but also having fun and helping out with the WWA. Val going down early in pass number 1, but hey, that's okay. Still plenty of room left in front of him to get some big tricks in. And he's having a good time while visiting over here from Portugal. Definitely soaking it up as much as he can. And we're going to get reconnected with Val behind that Super Aeronautique G23 Paragon. And a great look at that custom JL audio wrap. Not to mention the Roswell telescoping flight control tower. Absolutely everything you could ever want or need in that boat. And Val getting right back into the pocket behind that G23 Paragon. Oh, trying to go for the shove it. Unfortunately going down, and that's going to do it for pass number 1. We're going to taxi him down to the end, let him get reset, and come back through for pass number 2. Well, now that some of the cloud cover has cleared, it's a great time to talk about one of our new sponsors to the Nautique Wake Series. And they are a sponsor that is helping you say so long to the sun ending your time on the water. Our friends at So Long make travel and storage covers that actually fit. They also are the shade expert with their folding canopy tops. They are some of the largest and easiest to use, custom fit for each and every tower, including Nautique's flight control telescoping tower. The So Long Shade sail adds more coverage while you ride, and yes, you can surf with it up. You can get it on your Nautique or your other wake boat, no matter the age, make, or model. So be sure to check out So Long. That's SEWLONG.com. And you can say so long to that hot summer sun, ruining your days on the lake. Well, we got Val Shashkov back up, back at it, tossing in that rope, finding the pocket, and going to work. Oh, no. Slipping off the front of the board. Just coming unglued. Well, Val using up that fall. He's got one last pickup, and we're going to see how he makes the most of it. And here we go. Back up, back at it. Waving to his fans right there. Love to see it. And Val getting that ollie, sticking with it. Nicely done. And now down here towards the end of the course. Trying for the 360. Oh, man. Just falling off the wave. That's going to do it for him. Give it up. Make some noise for Val Shaskov, your first rider here in the beginner men's skim division. Now, while we're talking about keeping that sun off your face, we also want to mention Sway hats. Not all hats are created equal, and Sway has that custom fit and feel thanks to the stretch snapback, a patent-pending technology that is totally unique. They took the old school snapback and made it even better, creating a soft, stretchy, and grippy snapback that locks in without digging in. Best of all, for your lake lifestyle, Sway hats are water resistant and they float, meaning that if you choose to surf with a hat on, you don't have to worry about it sinking to the bottom of the lake when it falls off your head. You can always go back and find your Sway hat because it'll be right where you left it, on top of the water. You can learn more at swayhats.com. And right now, John Jameson out there on the water. JJ surfing down. Coming out of Colorado. We recently got to hang out with John and his wife Anna out there in Colorado at the Nautique National Championships. Both avid surfers, and we always love spending time with them. JJ heading down, going for that 360. Oh, man, getting the rotation, but just couldn't quite stop the spin cycle. But so far, so good. Doing that trick down at the very end of the course. Good strategy, good course management from JJ. And so far, so good from our second rider here in the beginner men's skim division. At this time, we need beginner women's surf. Beginner women's surf. Start making your way down to the dock. That's Scout Walters and Violet Williams. Scout and Violet, make your way down to the start dock.
Not Scout and Violet. Violet and Lily are sisters. Yeah.
All right, we're getting reconnected with JJ behind that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. We're going to get him back up, back at it for pass number 2. And here we go. After spinning yesterday, searching for their boards, after having some mishaps at the airport, both JJ and Anna finally back on their own boards. And you know it feels good to be back on your own gear. Oh, man. Just digging the nose after that ollie. That's all right. Only his first fall in pass number 2. And just a reminder that each of these riders gets 1 pickup per pass. So if they fall in pass number 1, they will get picked up once. If they fall in pass number 2, they will get picked up once. If they do happen to fall a second time on either pass, or if they fall past the 3/4 buoy in either pass, that is going to do it for those riders. We're going to hope that's not the case for JJ as we get him back up. He's going to toss in that rope and get right back to work. Nice front side board slide, poking the nose of the board up and over the wave. And then a little chop hop down into the trough there. There's the ollie down in the flat water. And JJ spin it out with that 360. Oh, trying to lock back in. So close to staying with it. Check out that Nautique replay. Trying to make it happen. Putting in some good ollies, some chop hops. And JJ wanting to lock this in. Looks like he almost got back on. Trying to dig that toe edge back into the wave. And now your final rider here in the beginner men's skim division. That's going to be Aiden Small. Aiden Small out of Orlando, Florida. He's tossing in that rope and getting to work. Doing it on a Phase 5 board. And Phase 5 boards proudly made in the U.S. of A. Doing it since 2003. Phase 5 is a passionate, rider-driven company that cuts no corners. Built by riders for riders. And that's why Phase 5 boards, the most popular boards out here. With all the riders, especially the skim riders, man, you won't find a better board than that Phase 5 key. Aiden Small locking in on that backside 360. You'll love to see it. And he's putting in some big carves on his way down the course. Nicely done from Aiden. It looks like he's going to take that first pass. He's liking what he's laying down. And check it out right here in that Nautique replay. Utilizing the full face of that wave, getting some frontside airs, and then right here, reaching down for the water, getting that rotation, and right back in. Nicely done, executing the 360 with ease. All right, Aiden Small headed back this direction. And here we go. This time surfing backside. Showing the judges he can ride on either side of the boat, whether it's port or starboard. And now dropping down mid-course to get reset. Likely will get back on the other side of the boat. Try and get a couple more tricks in from his front side. But showing the judges the variety. You know, these judges going off of the drive format. That's DRIVE. It's an acronym that they use for every category that they're looking to check a box on for each and every rider. The D stands for difficulty, the R stands for risk, the I stands for intensity, the V stands for variety, and the E stands for execution, how it all comes together. Aiden tossing in that rope, trying to give the judges everything that they're looking for. Nice frontside air, ollieing that board up to the top of the lip. There's the other 360, nicely done. Got one in each pass. He's going again. 2 in a row right there. Getting dizzy. Aiden Small doing a great job and putting it all together while he's laying it down. Give it up, make some noise for Aiden Small. Well, that's going to do it for our beginner men's skim division. Coming up next, we've got beginner women's surf. At this time, we do need beginner men's surf down at the dock as well. So Scout Walters, Violet Williams, Cooper O'Brien, Val Shaskov, and Gray Walters. Make your way down to the dock. Thanks. All right, your next rider on the water. We've got Scout Walters. Scout Walters surfing it up, dropping down on that one knee. Nice job from her. Getting all the way down, sitting on the board, doing a great job. Putting in some carves, and Scout going all the way down the lake, putting in some ollies right there. Nice job. This little ripper having fun while she's out there competing. You love to see it. And looks like that going to do it for pass number 1. A stand-up run in the making. Scout Walters doing a great job so far. We're going to turn her around, bring her back down for pass number 2. Well, we're going to get reconnected with Scout Walters. Let her finish off what is already an excellent run. All right, she's getting over to the other side of the wave. This time surfing backside, meaning the back of her body is facing the wave. And check it out, Scout just holding strong, dipping the knee down there in that backside stance, and she's going to exit right there. Scout strategically exiting right here in front of the pavilion because, you know what, we all need to be cheered on, right? So let's get loud. Make some noise for Scout Walters. All right. Well, Scout got a little bit left here in pass number 2. And she's getting back into that front side stance. All right. Tossing in that rope, reaching down, both hands on the board. Yeah, dude. Whoa, kicking off her front foot, getting wild. You see that bucking action right there. Scout, whoa, doing it 3 times in a row. Call that the grasshopper with how fast that leg was moving. I could hear those legs chirp together. Awesome job from Scout, putting in some new tricks in her contest pass. You love to see it. At this time, we do need all of our beginner men's surf style, Cooper, Val, and Gray, down to the dock. Also, Pro Men Skim, heat number 1. Start making your way down to the dock. That's Marcus Lau, Nate Cherry, Robert McClelland, and Jet Lambert. Start grabbing your things, making your way down to the dock. All right, now, Violet Williams on the water. Violet starting off with a couple ollies out there in the flats. And then going ollie off the top lip of the wave. Bouncing around, having fun, getting warmed up, kicking off that back leg. Oh, trying to get that 360 under her belt, and unfortunately just getting pushed over the back of the wave. That's all right. Only her first fall, so we're going to get her back up, back at it to finish pass number 1. All right, Violet Williams back up, back at it. Tossing in that rope, getting rid of it. And now putting in some big carves. Oh, trying to go with that body varial. Unfortunately, getting bodied out of it. Taking a fall, but hey, that's okay. Doing it near the end of pass number 1. So we're going to get her turned around and brought back down for pass number 2. Violet Williams back up, back at it, and putting in some big ollies out there. Bouncing around, having a good time, and snapping that board into a front side air. Oh, trying to go bigger right there, and unfortunately falling backwards. Well, that's Violet's first fall here in pass number 2, so she's going to get one last pickup. Looks like Violet going over. Tossing in that rope. She's got a little bit of room left. Dropping that knee. Carving it up. Kicking off the front foot this time. Oh, and then kicking it in front of her. Whoa, getting squirrely, but getting back, finding her balance. Oh, there's the body varial back and forth. Violet pulling out all the stops there at the end of the course. You love to see it. Great job from that young lady out of Tampa, Florida. Give it up for both of those young ladies in the beginner women's surf division, Scout Walters and Violet Williams. Way to go, girls. Coming up next, we've got our beginner men's surf final. 3 riders coming in to try and arrange themselves on the podium. And we're going to see how it all plays out. At this time, we do need our Pro Men Skim semifinals. Start making your way down to the dock. Heat number 1 going to be Marcus, Nate, Robert, and Jet. Heat number 2 going to be Jethriel, Reed, Ryan, and Lee. Those first 2 heats, start making your way down. You guys are on deck. Well, first off the dock for our beginner men's surf division, this is Cooper O'Brien. Oh, man. Trying to hang on to that wave. Unfortunately, just getting a little too far back, but hey, that's okay. He's still got plenty of room to get some more stuff in. We're going to get Cooper back up, back at it in no time at all. We do want to remind everybody that our awards ceremony will start tomorrow. We will be doing awards on Saturday and Sunday. So for all the divisions that have had their finals so far, your awards will start tomorrow afternoon. Oh, man. Cooper O'Brien trying to transfer over. Going from one side of the wave to the other. Unfortunately, taking a fall. And I believe that's going to do it for pass number 1. We're going to get him taxied down to the end and get ready for pass number 2. Now that Nautique surf system is incorporated right into the whole design of the G23 Paragon with wave plates that engage on either side of the transom at surf speeds. Those wave plates, along with the actuators, are safeguarded from the elements by custom designed acrylic covers that support an integrated aesthetic. working in unison with the running surface to create a clean, large, and long wave. The wave plate extends outward and down from the transom to intercept and redirect the flow of water. So at the touch of a button, surfers can instantly engage the wave plate on one side versus the other, making the boat transfer from its starboard to its port side without having to shift any ballast or people inside the boat. To learn more about Nautique's cutting-edge surf innovation, you can visit Nautique.com. And right here, right now, Cooper O'Brien back up, back at it. Getting it done in pass number 2. And staying in that pocket so far. Oh, man. Just getting tumbled out there. We're getting Cooper back up to finish off pass number 2. We're going to see if he can get it all the way back to the dock, which is right back where he started from. And once again, we do need heat number 1 and heat number 2 of Pro Men Skim. Make your way down to the dock. Heat 1 and 2 for Pro Men Skim semifinals. Make your way down to the dock. Yeah, Cooper making it happen there at the end of pass number 2. A great job from our first rider here in the beginner men's surf final. Well, that's one rider down, 2 riders left to go here in our beginner men's surf final. And it's all happening behind the industry-leading, the award-winning Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. Each of these riders getting to choose their settings on the boat, giving the driver their boat speed and NSS setting for the wave plate. But did you know that you can create your own personal profile on your Nautique boat so that at the touch of a button, it'll set your boat speed, your ballast configurations, your wave plate setting, and it's all going to be logged into the system to where you don't have to set all those elements every time. You can just enter your profile and it will automatically set the boat to your specific settings. That all happens through that Link Pan-Array touchscreen. And you can learn more at Nautique.com, or you can go visit the Nautique booth here on site and check out why the Nautique G23 Paragon is the industry-leading boat for both wake surfing and wakeboarding, providing the best wakes and waves in the industry. All right, well, Val Shashkov back up on the water. Tossing that rope up and over. And then getting some good carves in right there. Val finding that pocket, staying in, and trying to find his way back up the wave. Oh, man. But just falling off. A great job so far. We're going to let Val reset at the end of the course. Get ready for pass number 2. Well, Val Shashkov coming back this direction. He's got one pass down, and now his second pass underway as he enters into the course. And starting to carve it out. Nice ollie there in the flat water. Val getting down low. And dipping way down low. Trying to go with that front side board slide up on top of the lip before pulling it back. And so far, so good from Val Shashkov out of Portugal, just outside of Lisbon. And we're going to reconnect with Val Shashkov one last time as we take him down towards the end of the course before getting our final rider of the beginner men's surf division on the water. After that, we will have our pro men skim semifinals featuring the best riders from all across the globe descending right here to Pine Mountain, Georgia to battle it out for the 2025 Nautique Masters Wakesurf Championships presented by GM Marine. Well, Val trying to go for that frontside air. Unfortunately, just exiting stage left. Not able to stay on the wave. That's going to do it for him. And that's going to bring us right to our final rider for the beginner men's surf division. Your final rider right here, right now, Gray Walters. Your top qualifier coming into the final, meaning that he was last off the dock. And now he's getting to work, putting in some big carves, getting started. Nice frontside air before another big hack at the wave. Gray looking good as he should. Blown out the tail right there on those frontside lip slides before getting all the way up to the top of the wave. And working for it to stay with it. Nicely done. Oh, man. You can check out that Nautique replay. Gray putting in some good carves, some big hacks at the wave. We saw Gray's little sister go just a bit ago. Now it's Big Brother's time to shine. Well, Gray back up, back at it, tossing in that rope. Trying for that backside 360, unfortunately going down. That's going to do it for his first pass, but we're going to get linked back up with him for pass number 2. Well, Gray back up, back at it, heading back through for pass number 2, and this time on his heels, surfing backside. Going to the other side of the wave, showing the judges he can surf starboard or port. Oh, trying for that backside air. Yeah, he's getting cheered on by his crew. We're going to get him back up to finish off this second pass. You can check out that Nautique replay. Gray Walters doing a great job showing the judges variety that they're looking for. They love to see a surfer that can surf both sides of the wave, that can surf with both feet forward. Getting him some extra points on his scorecard, especially in that variety category. And as the throttles go down, Gray gets up, back in behind that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon, tossing in that rope and getting set right in the pocket of the wave, putting in some big slashes. Nicely done, carving it up and laying it down. Big slash at the wave. Oh, man. Maybe a little too big of a slash. Just gets put OTF out the front. That's all right. A great job from him and the rest of our beginner men's surf division. Awesome job from Cooper O'Brien, Val Shashkov, and Gray Walters. Coming up next, we've got our pro men skim division. Riders from all across the globe looking to battle it out here at the Nautique Masters Wakesurf Championships, presented by GM Marine. I'm Mark on the mic. We'll be right back with our pro men skim heat number 1.
For 50 years, we've been more than just a manufacturer. We've been part of the journey, a journey that started with a passion for adventure and a commitment to excellence. And now, as we celebrate our 50th anniversary, we proudly unveil the future, a symbol of our legacy, our commitment, and our relentless pursuit of performance. Welcome to the future. Welcome to the power behind the passion. Performance that moves you.
Well, we are just about ready to get our pro men skim underway. We have got an absolutely stacked group of semifinal heats. These riders traveling from all across the country and all across the world to come and battle it out for one of the most prestigious wake surf contests in the world. We're here at historic Robin Lake out here at Callaway Gardens in Pine Mountain, Georgia for the 2025 Nautique Masters Wake Surf Championships presented by GM Marine. I'm Mark on the mic calling the shots this afternoon. And we have got our pro men skim. We've got 4 heats. Each of these heats has 4 riders in them. And it is going to be an all-out brawl for these pro men to fight their way out of the semifinals and trying to punch their card directly into the finals. Now, we will be having a last chance qualifier later on this afternoon. And we're going to see how it all plays out. And each and every one of our riders getting towed behind that beast right there. A custom JL Audio wrapped Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon, the best in the biz. And let me tell you, even the pros have been looking at that boat saying, wow, the wave behind it is absolutely juiced. There is no mistaking it. The G23 Paragon providing the goods. And our first rider kicking us off in the Pro Men Skim division, this is Marcus Lau. Marcus starting things off with a series of shove-its to get things going. The 180 shoves followed by the 360 shove. There's the backside big spin followed by the switch frontside big spin. And the 540 big spin, leveling up with every trick he lands, building his confidence as he goes. There's the switch frontside 540 big spin. Coming out of Hong Kong, Marcus Lau pulling out all the stops and turning up the heat. Check it out on that Nautique replay. Just how confident he came out of the gate. Getting a series of big spins locked and loaded right there. And then right back in. There's that 540 big spin. Getting that one from his regular stance. This one from his switch stance. That switch front 5 big. Marcus Lau linking it up with that alley-oop backside 180 to get into his backside stance. And then trying to go with that switch bigger spin. Doing the full 360 with his body and the board. Marcus gets back up on the water. And right there, the 540 shove it. A big trick from this dude. And looks like he is going to ride that out to the end of the course. Feeling good as he should. Pass number 1 in the books for Marcus Lau, the young rider out of Hong Kong. And man, oh man, what a way to start that Pro Men Skim division. We're going to drop him down and turn him around. Bring him back through for pass number 2. Now, each of these riders gets one run that is going to consist of 2 passes. 1 pass down and 1 pass back. During each of those passes, these riders are not limited on the number of tricks they can do. They are absolutely unlimited number of tricks allowed, but the judges, as usual, looking for quality over quantity. If the riders do happen to fall during a pass, they will get 1 pickup per pass. So if they fall in pass number 1, they get picked up in pass number 1. If they fall again in pass number 1, unfortunately, that will end that pass. We're going to hope that we're not going to see any falls from Marcus Lau here in pass number 2, starting off with a 3 shove and a 180 shove combo. Back in, there's the regular stance front side big spin and a body varial to get back to his dominant stance. Oh no. But just getting tripped up there, slipping out after that body varial. You can see right here the regular stance front side big spin A difficult rotation to do off your front side stance, and then trying to get his feet set after that switch body varial back to his regular stance. Unfortunately, couldn't quite dig in on the edge. But hey, that's okay. Only his first fall for this second pass. So he will get a pickup, and we're going to see if Marcus Lau can make his way all the way to the end of the course. All right, here we go. Marcus Lau looking to end with an exclamation point. And there it is, the 720 big spin. Marcus Lau pulling out all the stops and then going with that regular stance. Front side 3 shove there at the end of the course. You know he's going to be stoked on that. And what a way to start our Pro Men Skim division. That 720 big spin, definitely a highlight. You know he wanted to end with a bang. He had a couple falls, so he needed something to really put the pressure on the rest of the riders there to follow him. And that was exactly what he was looking for. Marcus Lau out of Hong Kong, setting the bar high for the rest of the riders to follow here in heat number 1 of the Pro Men Skim semifinals. Next up on the water, tossing in the rope and getting ready to get shreddy, we got Nate Cherry. He's entering the course, surfing front side to get things going and starting off with that 360 shove it. There's the backside big spin with a switch front side big combo. Big alley-oop backside 180. Nice, slow, smooth rotation from Nate. And there's the 540 big spin, lacing it up and locking it in. Deep turn on that bottom turn right there. Right into the alley-oop, backside 360. Oh, and trying to go for the 540 shove it. Unfortunately, taking a fall, just slipping a foot off of that board. But Nate Cherry, so far, stacking in the tricks. Definitely a smooth rider on the water. Putting the tricks together with ease. Nate setting up for that 540 big spin. Absolutely bolts on the landing. You love to see it. And he's still got plenty of room left here in pass number 1 to get some more bangers on his scorecard. Nate Cherry back up, back at it. Pulling himself into the pocket. And he's looking for a couple more hammers down here at the end. Trying for that 540 shove it. Unfortunately going down. But fortunately for him, he's still got one pass left to go. So we're going to get Nate Cherry reconnected to get ready, get set to go into pass number 2. All right. Well, pass number 2 coming just for you as Nate Cherry tosses in that rope. Nice carve right into that. Pop, shove it. Grabbing it for good measure way above the lip. There's the 3 shove down in the flat water. And then nice air reverse finishing the rotation. Nate Cherry putting it together, showing the judges he can spin in either direction. Oh, trying to go with that 720 back big. Super close on that trick. That absolutely would have got people to their feet had he landed it. And you know, he's still got it in the back of his mind. There's that 3 shove down in the flats. Check out the replay of how it went down. Beautiful air reverse. And then check it out as he went for that 720 backside big spin. So much pop. Got the rotation. Had his feet on the board, but maybe just a hair too heavy on his heels and not able to recover. Now Nate Cherry staring down the barrel of the rest of his second pass, knowing that he has no falls left to go. He wants to punch his ticket directly into the finals, but he has got some work to do. There's the regular stance, front side big spin, and a shove back to his dominant stance. There's the 540 big. That took him down at the end of pass number 1, but he got it that time. Oh, man. And then trying for that backside bigger spin. Unfortunately going down, and that's going to do it. A great job from our second rider here in the Pro Men's Skim Heat number 1. Give it up. Make some noise for Nate Cherry. But you can see here on that Nautique replay, Nate packing in the tricks here at the end of the course. Got that 5 shove locked in. And then trying to go with that bigger spin. Unfortunately, couldn't quite wrap it up, but a great job nevertheless from Nate Cherry. Well, next up on the water, coming out of St. Cloud, Florida, doing it for Phase 5. We have got Robert McClelland. Robert starting off with that big spin right into that switch front big combo. There's the 540 shove. And a massive shove to mute right into the front shove out. There's the front side 3 shove off of his front side stance and the regular stance front big spin. There's the switch backside 3 shove, doing it off of his switch backside stance, pumping hard to stay with the wave, and looks like he is going to take that first pass, deposit it in the bank, and come back for another withdrawal for pass number 2. Robert McClelland absolutely in fuego in that first pass. There's that 5 shove. You can see how clean his landings are. No bobbles whatsoever from Robert. Minus that one that put him a little far back on the wave, but he was able to ride out of it, which you know he has to be happy about. Spinning the board in both directions from front side to back side, into the wave and out of the wave. That switch backside 3 shove, definitely a difficult one. And Robert McClelland halfway home to a stand-up run as he enters the course once again for pass number 2. Here he goes, alley-oop, backside 180. And there's the switch Gumby back to regular. Deep turn into that air reverse. Oh, man. Looks like he pulled the parachute out on that one. Looking to reset after landing a little deep. Robert putting together a great run so far, giving the judges a ton of risk, variety, intensity. And now with no falls left to give, he knows that in order to punch his ticket into the final, he needs to be near flawless down here at the end of the course. Young dude out of Lake Chase down in St. Cloud, Florida. He's back up. He's back at it. And Robert getting right back to work with that flat water backside 3 shove and a massive air reverse, pumping with it to stay connected way back in the barrel. Oh, 720 back big. Multiple riders in this first heat getting that 720 big spin. Absolutely unreal, the level of riding happening behind that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. It just doesn't get much better than that. And we're only in heat number 1. The day is far from over, but man, these dudes are closing the curtains with these tricks. Well, your last rider on the water, I believe only 16 years old, coming out of Claremont, Florida. And let me tell you, this kid has been nearly unstoppable. So much talent. And still at such a young age, 540 big spin out of the gate. This is Jet Lambert. There's the front side 3 shove off of his front side stance. Right into that regular front side big spin. There's the Hail Mary, the full rotation on that 360 body varial. Right into a switch backside 3 shove. Oh, and then Canadian shove, the switch Canadian shove back to his dominant stance. A 540 shove it right there in the pocket. And then the blind Canadian shove right into that switch bigger spin. Jet Lambert taking a breather at the 3/4 buoy. He packed so many tricks in there. Oh, and here, let me just casually drop a 720 shove it there at the end, because that's what Jet does. Unbelievable. Jet Lambert dropping jaws out there. Get out of the shed, because this kid is throwing hammers. There's that 360 body varial, the Hail Mary. Switch backside 3 shove off of his backside stance. And then a series of Canadian shoves, a regular one, a switch one, throw in a 5 shove, What can this kid not do? He got to the end of the course and says, man, it looks like I can't fall. I guess I'll just throw a 7 shove. All right there, just flying high on that alley-oop backside 3. Big shove to mute for Jet Lambert. And then a switch front 5, big spin. Big air reverse as Jet swivels around. Now back on his switch backside. Whoa. Switch Hail Mary. Nope. Sorry. Switch bigger spin. Unbelievable. Jet Lambert just melting minds out there. Getting me tongue-tied, and that doesn't happen very often. He's breaking my brain. But you know what? I'm not mad about it. Jet Lambert raising the bar. And you can see the evolution of the sport happening right before your eyes. He's got one last shot down here at the end of the course. Going with that judo alley-oop 360. And then a front side 5 shove. How difficult is that? Standing front side, facing the wave, doing a front side 5 shove. Like it's nothing. Man. Some people's children, you know? You guys feel me? You smelling what I'm stepping in? Jet Lambert gonna seal the deal on heat number 1. And now we're coming into heat number 2. Jethriel Chan, Reed Cole Tucker, Ryan Deese, and Lee Height. Well, Jethriel Chan, another rider out of Hong Kong, coming all the way from the other side of the globe to compete here at the Nautique Masters Wakesurf Championships presented by GM. And Jethriel getting things going with some spins, a shove it, and a 3 shove. Oh, man, just getting tripped up right there. That's all right. These dudes from Hong Kong getting fresh off the plane has to be a 15, 16-hour flight. And coming and surfing right away, you know that has got to take a toll on their minds, on their bodies, but they are getting right after it. You got to respect the send, and Jethriel Chan, no exception to that. All right. Jethriel getting right back into it. Looking for a little bit of redemption after that early fall. Right there. There's that backside big spin. Doing the 360 shove with a backside 180 body varial. And then the switch Hail Mary, the 360 body varial from Jethriel. Oh, trying to go switch frontside 3 shove off of his backside stance. Super difficult. Jethriel trying to link it together and make it look easy. That's going to do it for his first pass We're going to taxi him down to the end and get him ready, get him set to go into pass number 2. Just a reminder that each of these riders, they get 1 run with 2 passes, and during those 2 passes, they get 1 pickup per pass. We're going to hope that Jethro Chan doesn't have to use any pickups here in pass number 2. The falls don't count against you. It does not deduct any points from your score, but it does take up valuable real estate in your pass. All right, Jethro Chan coming out of Hong Kong. Riding out there on the Sai Kung River. It looks like a little miscommunication there between the rider and the boat. We're going to figure out what wasn't happening, and we're going to get everything dialed in. We want every rider to have the best ride possible. Sometimes, especially with, different languages, our judges, our drivers, there's always a little bit of miscommunication that can occur, and we want to remedy that as best as possible. So we're going to get Jethro Chan back down to the start of pass number 2 and allow him to restart that second pass. At this time, we do need heat number 3 to start making their way down to the dock. That's Sasha Deschennes, Sean Silvera, Bo Wildman, and John Ackerman. Start making your way down to the dock. You dudes are on deck. And then heat number 4 is going to be Donnie Searley, Drew Drennan, Dylan Matthews, and Noah Flegel. All right, looks like everything's sorted out for Jethro Chan. Rider out of Hong Kong. Entering into the course and getting right back to it. There's that alley-oop backside 180, swiveling back around, and now staying in that switch stance position. Oh, man, trying to go with that switch bigger spin. Doing the full 360 body varial with that 360 shove it. That's going to be his first fall in pass number 2 after hitting the reset button. And we're going to get Jethro back up, back at it, to finish off this second pass. Once again, we do need heat number 3 and heat number 4 of the Pro Men Skim semifinals. Make your way down to the start dock. Well, Jethro Chan back up. And he knows he's got a little bit of work to do as he heads down towards the end of the course. Oh, man, trying to go with that 540 back big. Unfortunately, going down. Unfortunately, that's going to do it for him. But a great job, nevertheless, for Jethriel Chan out of Hong Kong. All right, well, we are moving right along. About to get our second rider in heat number 2 on the water. And I'm joined here by my co-announcer, Andy Haase. Andy, man, how has it been?
Well, it has been a fun day number 2 of the 2025 Nautique Masters Wake Surfing Championships presented by GM Marine. We're in the pro division right now, and we are in the semifinals. We've got a Phase 5 team rider out and ready to go next. We've got Reed Cole Tucker. And let me tell you, Mark, this gentleman right here is a shredder. He starts off his runs already going big, 540 big spin, hanging out in that switch stance here, and going switch Gumby all the way around. Big tricks, front side 360 shove it. And then going for that front side big spin in there as well. Switch bigger spin, almost looks like he casually threw that one. But Reed on his feet and looking strong here. 540 shove. And then we'll spin it into his power backside riding there. Going for that switch Hail Mary towards the end of pass number 1. But solid riding right here from Reed Cole Tucker as expected. In the semifinals, Mark, they are going to be close all the way to the finish.
Yeah, well, Reed Cole Tucker, definitely an incredible rider. He is so technical, throwing difficult maneuvers, mixing it up from front side rotations to backside rotations, really giving the judges something to look at. You see that regular stance, front side big spin, right into that switch bigger spin. Rotating the board in different directions, rotating his body in different directions. And then one of the highlights so far is that 540 shove. But he's not done yet. He's back on the water, closing in on the end of the course. Looks like he's going to buy his time here and just play it cool. Not too stressed. He's going to get reset down there at the end of the course, and Reed Cole Tucker going to come back firing for pass number 2. Well, all of the action, not only in the pro divisions, but also in the amateur divisions, all happening behind that beautiful brand new Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. No matter who you are, where you're from, how long you've been wake surfing, that Paragon has got a setting especially for you. All of these riders here at the contest, they get to choose their settings as they go off the dock, customizing their boat speed and their wave plate setting. But did you know that you can create a profile on that Paragon that is customized to all of your settings, from the ballast configurations to the wave plate to the speed, even which side you want to start on? With the touch of a button, that Paragon will create all those settings in the blink of an eye. Reed Cole Tucker getting ready for pass number 2. He's starting off with that air reverse right off the top of the lip, then going up and in. There's that 3 shove to front shove combo, getting into his switch stance. And there's that switch Hail Mary. That's what took him down, but claiming it this time, not letting it get him twice. Big shove to mute, followed in by that backside big spin and a switch front 5 big combo. Reed Cole Tucker feeling the flow.
Yeah, going big. Even a 720 big spin right there. He has thrown everything he has got, and he still has more real estate left to go. Oh, I think he was trying to go for his 7 shove out there into the flats. That was huge. Nicely done right here from Reed Cole Tucker. As we get to watch his Nautique highlight reel here, doing a great job again, starting off big time air reverse into that backside 3 shove, front side 1/8 shove. And I love the fact that he incorporated a lot of backside and switch riding tricks here. There's that switch Hail Mary. And you love to see it here. Throttles go down, that big shove grab, love that, and then wasted no time right into another combination of tricks. You know those judges on the boat have had their work cut out for them, but Reed Cole Tucker made it just a bit harder here with landing that 720 big spin in a run. Big time tricks again. This is just the semifinals. We've got last chance qualifier for these guys, as well as the finals going down. Mark, we are in for quite the treat out here.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys not holding back at all. And right here, right now, we have got Ryan Deese, a true legend of wake surfing, starting things off with that alley-oop backside 180, linking it up with that backside 3 shove. Ryan Deese, like a fine wine, only gets better with age. There's that backside big spin. And now getting back into his dominant stance. There's the backside body varial, a blind rotation right there. Losing side of the boat, but staying connected. There's the switch front big spin. And now Ryan putting a deep carve into the wave and a front side 3 shove off of his front side stance. There's a backside big spin down here at the end to set him up for another switch maneuver. And trying for that switch Hail Mary. Unfortunately going down, but happening down there at the very end of the course. Providing great course management for Ryan Deese. You love to see it. And a guy as experienced as him, you know he knows what he's doing. He has got everything planned out, but still able to adapt on the fly when needed. Ryan Deese putting together a killer first pass.
Yeah, we get to watch the Nautique replay here again. Getting those body varios up and on top of the lip of the wave. Some great elevation, some great rotation on him. And then again, setting himself up here backside, going for that front big. Doing a great job getting it just back in the pocket and utilizing the power and speed of this wave. Huge front side 360 shove it right there. Love the fact he threw it at the top of the wave. And then driving this one right here. Big spin, another huge trick. Loves all of his tricks off the top of the lip. Bringing that elevation up, bringing that overall impression up. And we will see what he has in run and in the store here for pass number 2.
Yeah, well, Ryan Deese, definitely a rider capable of punching his ticket into the finals. But he has got to be near flawless here in pass number 2. We've already seen some incredible riding here in this second heat of Pro Men Skim. Starting off with that shove to mute. There's the alley-oop to switch body varial. And now Ryan carving deep in the flat water and putting together that 360 shove it. And then a 5 shove up on the wave, landing on his board, but just losing the push. Hey, he's right here in front of us. Let's let him know you love him. Give it up, make some noise for Ryan Deese. You can see how it all went down there on that Nautique replay. Ryan putting it together, laying it down. That 3 shove in the flats, definitely a highlight in this second pass. And right there, you see that 5 shove, getting his feet set, just getting a little too far from the push. And we're getting reconnected with Ryan for the final time. as we get him ready to go into the rest of pass number 2. The throttles go down. Ryan gets up. And here we go.
Yeah, Ryan will throw the rope back inside here. And would love to go right back after a great run. He'll go shove, front shove combo. And then sliding on back here. There's that switch Hail Mary, that 360 body varial with that rotation. Now staying in backside. Looks like going switch, bigger spin. And we'll go past that 3/4 buoy. That will wrap it up for Ryan Deese, the Naples, Florida native, coming out here and doing a great job as always. As we get to check out the Nautique replay here. Again, going shove, front shove combo. And really utilizing the face of this wave here to generate that pop, going for that blind body varial at the top. And look, there he goes, throwing those shoulders around, trying to over-rotate on that switch bigger spin. Well, we will see if the judges liked it or not. One last rider left to go in this one. And another heavy hitter with this next rider coming up will be Lee Height in this pro men's skim. And Lee always one to watch on the water as well. Doing it up on top of his Phase 5 board. We've seen Lee Height chasing after those Masters Championships coming out here from Stark, Florida. Lee loves to give the Lake Area Water Sports a huge shout out, as well as the Shove It Company. And, of course, Roof It Right. Lee Height in and on course. Slapping down a nice 540 big spin right there. And then he gets to switch Gumby to continue riding on down here. Going for that front side 360 shove it again. An opposite way rotation on that shove. Hard to get those rotations around. And getting that front side big spin. Now in that switch stance. Switch Hail Mary. Oh, just got a little bit too far back on the face of the wave. And going out the back, but a solid start right here from Lee Height here, Mark. We get to check it out on the wave. Asking just for a little bit less pressure. And then he starts to send it right here, Mark.
Yeah, the thing that I love about the way that Lee rides is you watch these release tricks. He stomps the board down. He doesn't just land the trick. He puts his feet on it, and he slaps that board back on the water, showing the judges there is no misplacement for him. He is doing it with intentionality and authority every time he lands those tricks. You love to see it. And now Lee getting back up, looking to finish pass number 2. Tossing in that rope. He's got a little bit of room left. Wants to end with a bang down here. He is deep on that wave. Oh, a 720 big spin of his own. And if you're counting, that is 4 720 big spins happening so far in the semifinals. Just a year, 2 years ago, it was unheard of to see a 720 big spin in a contest, and now we have seen 4 of them in the first round of Pro Men's Skim. Truly a testament not only to the riders and how great they have gotten, but also, man, to that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon, providing the best wave in the business to get those tricks done. And he's not done yet. Lee Height getting ready, getting set to go into pass number 2.
Yeah, well, he can set a sigh of relief just a little bit here, knowing that he's got that 720 in the bag and already locked in. That allows for pass 2 to be almost a complete full send here, and he will do so. Massive 360 air, great rotation, great pop off the top of the wave, 540 shove. Almost riding with a little bit of a chip on his shoulder. It looks like he's just wanting to crush every trick. I love to see it. Getting that switch Canadian in. And then firing off. Oh, Mark, are you kidding me right now?
I told you, this kid stomps his tricks. I mean, call the scrapyard because he is crushing it right now. Every single trick absolutely on lock. And you see the amplitude right there. Unbelievable from Lee Height going mega mode in pass number 2. Not just raising the bar, but jumping over it half the time. Lee Height pulling out all the stops and getting so much amplitude on these tricks.
Yeah, it has been the riding choice this year. It's going to be all about that amplitude. Big time trick. Throwing with that big spin, getting the grab in there as well. Super technical stuff, and then wasted no time into that switch. Bigger spin, great rotation on top of it, and into the switch 540 big spin. Nice stuff from Lee Height from start to finish here on pass 2. Wanted that 720 shove at the end to really just put a cherry on it. But guess what? He has still got some more riding left in him and left to go here in the course. I hope he tries to send it for that 7. Be one of the first ones to really land it out here today. And he will throw the rope aside and come right back in. As you can see, that wave shaping up perfectly every time. There's that 7, and we'll do it. Oh, no, 2-stepped right out the back. And unfortunately won't get to land it. But you know what? Love to see them try to throw it. Nicely done right there from Lee Height. Check out the replay. He had the positioning, and I would love the fact he's on that speed. Full pop off the top of the wave. Both feet glued, hit the E-stop, and out the back he goes. But you know what? Lee Height did a great job. Expect to see him to move on through.
Well, that's going to conclude heat number 2 of our Pro Men Skim semifinals. We've still got 2 heats left to go. And let me tell you, this next heat, I mean, all the heats really, absolutely stacked with talent. And right here, we got Sasha Deschens kicking us off, coming out of Magog. And he is starting off going big front side slash. Sasha then going into that backside 360. Oh, diving out of it. Not quite able to stay connected on the board, but hey, that's okay. Well, Sasha going down early in pass number 1. We're going to get him reconnected behind that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. Hey, we do want to remind everybody that if you have had a division that has already had a final, we are going to start the award ceremonies tomorrow on Saturday, immediately following the action. You can follow along with the schedule of the event and the scores as they come in from the event on the Ride Line app. All you got to do is download the free WWA Ride Line app, and it will take you to the schedule, to the scores, to the live stream, not only from this event, but from every event all across the globe that the WWA is sanctioning. So be sure to download the free WWA Ride Line app and stay up to date with all things Wake.
Sasha back in and on his feet here for pass number 2. Going right to work with that alley-oop back 1. And unfortunately will go down. But early on here, still with pass number 2 left to go. Get a chance to get right back behind that beautifully wrapped JL Audio G23 Paragon, looking absolutely perfect out there. As always, that Centennial Edition. Love the gold flake inside. So we check out the Nautique replay here. Going for that back 1. Just a little bit too heavy on that tail edge of the board. And going down, but nonetheless, still plenty of riding left here to go. And then I'll move us into our pro men's foil strapped. Their last chance qualifier with Carter Williams, Robbie Allen, and Craig Stokely. You gentlemen start heading on down towards the Nautique starting dock. You will be in the water here in just a few, as we still have our pro men's skim division with Sean Severa, Bo Wildman, and John Ackerman left to take to the wave here for heat number 3. As Sasha throwing that rope back aside here. We'll try to go for that 1-8 shove. Unfortunately, going to go down. And that'll do it there for his runs. That'll bring in Phase 5 team rider Sean Severa up next.
Well, your next rider has been doing it for more than a minute. This dude, a Florida native. He has truly done it all and won it all. Originally coming out of the flow rider background, but made his transition into wake surfing. And man, let me tell you, the sport has not been the same since. They call him the Sliv, a past national champion, past world champion. Right here, right now, this is Sean Silvera.
Sean throwing the rope aside here, knows what's at stake. Didn't have the national seating that he would like to, so would love to back it up here and find his way to the top of the board in that Masters. Starting off big, judo 180 air, kicking off that front foot. And then that switch Gumby in there as well. Front side 360 shoves. Got that one underneath his feet. And then he goes for that front side big spin down, hanging out in his switch stance. Go for that switch Hail Mary. Again, big tricks here on pass number 1 from Sean. Switch 540 big as well. Love the way this man rotates on top of the board and really gets everything high up and off the lip. Just like that 540 big spin as well. Kicking off the front foot off to the side there for that Madonna. 540 shove. Oh, no. Will unfortunately bite him right there towards the end of pass number 1. But so far, a great looking run from Sean Severa as we get to check out his replay. Again, big time trick there. Kicking off that front foot. Makes that board just unsettle a little bit too much. But Sean knows how to master those big tricks, just like that switch Gumby right there. And go for that front side at 360 shove it. Love the rotations on top of here. And again, going from regular side to his switch stance and wasting no time. Back on the throttles here with that switch Hail Mary. Great 360 body vario rotation. And then the switch big spin to really get into his rhythm. And sent it on that 540 big spin. Love the rotation of that board on top of the wave. And again, full extension off, showing that flexibility and showing that power from Sean Severa as expected. Wanted this 540 big time. But again, those massive tricks, sometimes they come with that unfortunate reward of going down. But Course management playing in his favor here. Pass number 2 coming right at you.
Yeah, we've got absolutely epic conditions out here at Robin Lake. These pro riders couldn't ask for anything more. And look at Sean, all smiles while he's looking at the size of that wave, saying, oh my Lanta, that thing is big. Looks like one of the settings might have been off from where he wanted it, so we're going to get him reset here in just a bit. Again, sometimes miscommunication between the driver and the rider, asking for a little adjustment in the wave plate or in the speed. And we're going to make sure that each of our riders get the ride that they deserve. And that's the great thing about the Super Nautique G23 Paragon, allowing everyone to have a customized ride exactly how they want it. So we're going to get Sean Silvera restarted here for pass number 2. And at this time, we do need heat number 4. Donnie Searley, Drew Drennan, Dylan Matthews, and Noah Flegel. Make your way down to the dock, please and thank you. All right, Sean Silvera back up, back at it. And here we go, getting to work. Massive alley-oop backside 360. Back up, back in. Big air reverse. Skirting out of it with that frontside 360. There's the 3 shove in the flat water. And then the 5 shove to back it up. Frontside shove to get back into his dominant stance. Sean Silvera, Phase 5 team rider, and getting that 720 back big. That is number 5 for those of you counting at home. The blind Gumby, and then the 540 big spin to get into his switch backside stance. There's the 540 switch front big. 360 shove, half and half. 1 in, 1 out. Holy moly. Sean Silvera, call him butter because he's on a roll all through pass number 2. Absolutely awesome from Sean Silvera.
Yeah, he absolutely juiced that 360 air to get this run started off. And from here on out, his throttle was all the way down. Air reversed it right there as well. And then sets up with that 360 shove here in the flats. Loved to see that one. Then there's that trick that took him down. 540 shove. Landed that one with some ease and some steeze. And then sets it up. Boom! 720 big spin, big time trick from the legend himself. And then hanging on out here one more time. Big spins it out. Just doing an overall a great job. Switch 540 at the end. And then switch 540 big. 3 shove, front shove out, claps it across the finish line. He knows he gets to go back to shore with his head held high, and he can be fired up for sure. But this waterman, Mark, you and I both love to see this guy out here. Bo Wildman to take to the water next.
Yeah, Bo Wildman, definitely an all-around waterman. We saw him in the foil earlier today. Oh, man. Not the start he was looking for. But let me tell you, this dude, no matter what device he is on, he is going to find a way to do it at the highest level. From surfing behind the boat to surfing behind the ocean, from riding a foil to strapping into a wakeboard, this dude does it all at a pro level. And Bo Wildman taking an early fall here in pass number 1, but you know what? Sometimes it's good to get that first fall out of the way. You can get wet, reset, and come back firing on all cylinders. We're going to hope that that's the case for Bo Wildman as he gets reconnected behind that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. We're going to see if he can shake off the dust off the rust, and get right back into the flow as he gets reconnected for pass number 1. Big alley-oop backside 180 for Bo. Right into the 3 shove, stomping it down, getting back into a rhythm. There's a series of shoves, 1 in, 1 out, backside to front side. There's the blind body varial and the switch body varial. Bo feeling the flow now.
Yeah, what I like about his run right now is there's a cadence to it. It is quick, it is fierce, and so far it is almost perfect. Huge 540 big spin right there from him. Staying in that switch stance. Looks like maybe that switch 3 shove. And we'll cruise on around another big-time trick. And yes, he is on his feet right there. I believe that was the switch bigger spin. Bo Wildman is going to feel all sorts of confidence after the end of that run there, putting that exclamation mark on it and giving the judges something to talk about as we get a watch here from start to finish on this highlight reel. Absolutely love to see that alley-oop back one, even getting those grabs in there as well. 3 shove right there by the hook of the wave. And then there's the shove, front shove combo. Again, good body varial positions up at the top. Love the fact that these guys are bringing those elevation to simple tricks. There was a backside big spin into that front side switch big spin. Nice 540 big as well. Again, really just linking up trick after trick. 1-8 shove on that switch backside. And then right here, switch Hail Mary is what we were looking for. And doing a great job as always. Bo Wildman has been on fire this season. Not only just out here at the Masters, he has been on fire at the Pro Wakeboarding Tour as well. And he would love nothing more to find his way to the top and take home a Masters title. Back in and on course. Massive judo air, kicking that board off to the side. And then goes to the work with that huge 360 air in there as well. One thing I love to see about Bo's riding so far is his amplitude has been on fire. Front side air reverse, really launching that one off the top of the wave. And we'll get that shove grab in there. Spins it back around for that switch 5. And we'll go out the side. But doing a great job, as always, Bo Wildman in here for pass number 2.
Yeah, Bo Wildman pulling out all the stops, looking absolutely awesome, especially in pass number 2. Getting redialed on all these tricks. Big air reverse right there that you see. And then down here, about midway through, getting a massive backside shove to mute. Right there, that switch bigger spin. And here we go. Bo Wildman back up, back at it. He wants to seal the deal and close the door, knowing that he needs some big tricks here. There's the shove to mute. And then right in, the 540 shove into a backside 360. How on earth does he keep his head on straight? Spinning the board while spinning himself. And then trying for that 720 back big. Bo Wildman. Unbelievable athleticism out there. check out this replay.
Yeah, like we said, Bo going down with that halfway mark here, but coming back with a vengeance, almost trying to get a double-handed grab shove there. Love to see that progression of the trick, and then boom, there's that 540 shove into that surface 360. Quite the two-trick combo right there from him. And then it was trying to set it back up. Throttles down on that 720. Had the rotation, got the feedback on top of the board, but just a little too heavy on the nose on the landing. But Bo Wildman impressed us there in heat number 3. We've got one final rider left to go. He is a Phase 5 rider. He rides behind those beautiful Nautique boats. Nautique athlete John Ackerman in and ready to go to work here. The last one off the dock, but always one to watch in the water. He is very, very at home behind these Nautique waves, and he is very much at home behind any wave. An impressive skimboarder, an impressive surfer, and now in for pass number 1. And he will try to go after one of those master championships that he has always wanted. Love that 3 shove into that alley-oop. Back one, grabbing nose in there as well. And then we'll 540 big. Oh no. Will just land on top of that tail and go down early on here in pass number 1 as we get to check it out. Get massive air to get his run started off. John absolutely putting the throttles down here, and love this 3 shove into the alley-oop. Back one, grabbing nose there. Love that 2-trick combo. And then was setting himself up for a very, very massive 540 big. And unfortunately going down, hitting that tail. But we'll make some adjustments here and get right back behind that beautiful G23. As you can see, that gold wrap in the corners, the Centennial Edition on the water. And they're bumping those JL Audio speakers out there. Don't forget to head on over to their display, JL Audio and the Garmin display in-house, as they've been with us all season long on the Nautique Surf Series, as John will throw the rope back aside, and this goofy-footed rider getting back at it here. Going for that front side air 3 from the top of the wave all the way down into the bottom. Big time stuff right there. There's that redemption 540 big spin. And looks like maybe calling for a wave transfer. 5 shove going all the way across as the wave started to shape up. And will unfortunately go down, but he will grab that jet ski, and we will get him turned back around as we get to check out the Nautique replay once again. As soon as this wave shapes up, John goes right to the air, that front side air reverse. And then getting that 540 big spin again with massive pop and massive potential here. He sets himself up, doing that wave transfer of what he is known to do. And looks like trying to pop off that 540 shove. Just going to go down. But he will grab that quick jet ski ride back down, and we'll get him right back up and riding here for pass number 2.
Well, at this time, we do need all of heat number 4 Pro Men Skim semifinal down to the dock, as well as our LCQ Pro Men Strapped Foil. Carter Williams, Robbie Allen, Craig Stokely, Alex Hudkins, Drew Drennan, and John Ackerman. Start grabbing your foils and making your way down to the dock. You guys are going to be on deck here in just a bit. But right now, John Ackerman, Nautique team athlete, getting ready to go back to work here in pass number 2. One of the few riders comfortable enough to do the transfer from one side of the wave to the other and putting massive tricks up and over the tabletop of the wave. Big alley-oop backside 360. Unfortunately, just hitting the trip wire right there. Not able to stay connected. We're going to see if John can get back into a rhythm as we get him back up behind that G23 Paragon. And as that rope pulls tight, we get John Ackerman back up on the water. And he's getting right into the pocket, not wasting any time at all. There's that alley-oop 360, locked and loaded for John Ackerman. Oh, man. Unfortunately, going down, trying to get that 5 big. Doing it in the flat water. It looks like that is going to do it for him. Well, John Ackerman, our last rider here in heat number 3. But we still got 1 heat left to go. Your final heat of 4 riders here in the Pro Men Skim semifinals. And it's featuring Noah Flegel, Dylan Matthews, Drew Drennan, and we're kicking things off with Donnie Searley. And once again, we do need our foil strapped LCQ. Pro Men foil strapped LCQ riders. Carter, Robbie, Craig, Alex, Drew, and John. Start making your way down towards the dock. Grab your foils. You guys are on deck.
Donnie in here for pass number 1. First one off the dock here in Heat 4. We've been watching Donnie out there on the Pro Wakeboarding Tour. A very talented content creator, also a rider. We're getting that huge 360 shove it into another 3 shove out there into the flats. Nice alley-oop back one, even getting that grab in there as well. And he will find a 540 big spin underneath his feet. And then trying to go for his 540 shove it, just missing that one. But Donnie doing a great job here so far as we're going to check out his Nautique replay. Again, coming in and on course. Kind of steezing out and stalling out that 360. And then popping right off of that 360 shove it right just outside of the sweet spot of the wave. And you can see how massive that wave is absolutely firing out there as it finds that 3 shove underneath the hook. Going alley-oop back one. Juice the top of that one there as well. And we'll find that 540 big spin. We thought that was a big trick years ago. It has now moved up to that 720 big spin as we've seen a ton of those out here today. And we've also seen a ton of 5 shoves as well. Donnie trying to join that club as he will see those throttles go back down again. Falls don't count against you, just eating up valuable real estate. As he gets to throw that rope back aside here, he has got just enough room for about 2 more tricks left to go. He will find that 5, and unfortunately taking him down for the second time here in pass number 1. And he will grab that jet ski, and we will get him turned back around to finish out strong here for pass number 2.
Yeah, you can see Donnie getting the rotation, finding his feet back on the board, but unfortunately landed a little stiff-legged and a little too high on the wave to catch the transition back into it. An unfortunate fall again, but you know what? After pass number 1, you get to go down, you get to reset, and you get to clear your mind before pass number 2. A clean slate coming into this second pass, and we're going to see if Donnie can make the best of it as he gets reconnected behind that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. One of the most striking features of that Paragon is that Roswell telescoping flight control tower. Able to go up and down based on the sun, the wind, the rain, or if you just want to have that shade closer to your head. That Roswell telescoping flight control tower can be in any position while you're out there riding. Be sure to check out Roswell Marine on Instagram and follow it to see all the new innovations coming out of Roswell. Donnie Searley back up, trying to get that massive shove it, grabbing it mute, and unfortunately just couldn't quite keep the landing gear underneath him. Starting off strong with a massive frontside air, getting right back into it. Big shove to mute, trying to keep his head up out of the water, and unfortunately just falling behind on the wave. Well, Donnie back up, back at it. Big shove to mute way above the lip, and a shove to get the board back into its dominant stance. There's the 5 shove. Oh, no. Just folding under the landing, not able to ride away. That's going to do it for him, as he sets the bar for the rest of the riders to follow here in heat number 4.
Again, working our way through heat number 4 right now of our pro men's skim. Nautique rider Drew Drennan will be next on the water. Don't forget our pro men's foil strap division. Carter Williams, Robbie Allen, Craig Stokely start heading on down towards the Nautique starting dock. You will be in the water for your last chance qualifiers coming up here in just a few. Be fun to see these boys going back onto the water. We're going to have our pro men's skim coming back on the water a little bit later on as well, as they will go back to work for their last chance qualifiers as the pressure begins to mount here, going for these Masters overall champions. And Nautique rider Drew Drennan in and ready to face these challenges. And he has seen what everyone else has done so far in their heats. He is going right to work, getting those big spins into that switch big spin there as well. Getting that big spin at the top of the wave. Going for that front side big spin. Will just take him down shy of the halfway mark here on run number 1. As we to check out his Nautique replay here. Like this backside riding to get that going in there to that surface 3. And then getting those big spins, switch big spin combo. Nice 2-trick stuff right here from Drew. And then getting that 540 big in as well. Just unfortunately losing it on the front side. A big spin. But we'll get another opportunity to see that throttle go down once again Almost like home wave advantage right behind that Nautique boat that he has been riding behind for many, many years now. And getting to travel the world on the Nautique Surf Series and loving every minute of it. Drew back in and on course. Goes right to work. Backside 360 air. And unfortunately, a little too heavy on the nose on the landing and will take him down. As we get a quick glimpse at it. Up and off the top of the wave. And just a bit too heavy onto that front foot. And that takes him down, unfortunately. Good news is he's got a full second pass to really throw down his best stuff. As he's got Dylan Matthews and Noah Flegel yet to go here in heat number 4. Drew will see those throttles going back down, and he is going to be ready to go to work here on pass number 2. Now in and on course, go and work alley-oop back 1. And he'll go for a back shove, front shove combo. This time we'll find that 360 air. Continuing to try to get that amplitude on all of his tricks. There's that 540 shove. And unfortunately just going to go down. But just passing the halfway mark here on run at number 2. We get to check out this replay. Nice alley-oop back 1 to get this run started off into that 1-8 shove, front shove combo. And going right to work with that big time at 360 air. Getting great rotation. Getting that nose of the board to go all the way back around. And then trying for the 5 shove. Just going to take him down. But he will get right back at it. Those throttles down. Robbie Allen, pro foiler, driving the boat now for our pro men's skim division.
Well, Jude Jennon going back to work and trying to combo up a couple different tricks in there. Unfortunately, it looks like just getting lost in the dizziness right there. Not able to link them together and lay them down. That's all right. A great job, nevertheless, from Nautique team rider Drew Drennan. There's that shove, linking it up with that alley-oop, and then trying to go backside big, all linking together. And unfortunately, just not able to put it down. Drew Drennan, our second rider here in heat number 4. And that means we've got 2 riders left to go here in this final heat of Pro Men Skim semifinals. Well, next on the water, we've got Dylan Matthews. Dylan tossing in that rope and getting set at Paragon Wave. Feeling it out. He is deep in the pocket right now, looking to use some speed to pump through and take to the sky with that alley-oop backside 180. There's the 3 shove to put it together, continuing to step it up. There's the 540 backside big spin. And then the switch Gumby to get back to his dominant stance. 3 shove down in the flats. Dylan Matthews putting it together. 5 shove as he levels up once again. He is absolutely crushing it so far. Oh, man, trying for that switch Hail Mary. And unfortunately, just misplacing a foot, letting it slip off. But, man, check out that Nautique replay. Dylan Matthews having an awesome mixture of amplitude and technicality as he stacks these tricks on top of each other, landing one, gaining confidence, and then leveling it up into the next one. Definitely a smart way to attack it, and Dylan making it look easy with that 540 big spin, locking it in, and then going switch Gumby to get back to regular, where the board and his body travels in opposite directions. Right here, there's the 540 shove, stomping it down. You'll love to see it. And Dylan Matthews not done yet. He's got about half of the course left to go. We're going to see what he's got planned for us as he tosses in the rope and gets back to work.
Yeah, Dylan has been one of the most explosive riders we've seen in the Nautique Surf Series. Just like that, 540 shove out there into the flats. Huge risk, high reward maneuver. And then the switch Hail Mary up there at the top of the wave. Big time stuff. Dylan really bringing the amplitude this season. That is what he has been working so diligently on, is bringing amplitude to some of the simplest tricks and doing a great job out there. He has a full pass number 2 to come right back at us. And let me tell you, you're going to want to keep your eyes on the water and eyes on Dylan Matthews. He is known to do those big time tricks with that 540 shove out there in the flats, and then banging out that switch Hail Mary up there at the top of the wave. That 360 body varial. He has got tons of real estate underneath his feet and that board, and showing the judges he has what it takes to move out of this semifinal. He would love to go straight to that final and stay away from that last chance qualifier. Nobody wants to go to those. The pressure is just too much sometimes for it. Well, we're going to see our last chance qualifiers in the water here in just a few with our Pro Men's Foil Strap Division. But Dylan Matthews, let me tell you, he is going to send it to the moon on this run. As soon as this gentleman finds his rhythm, he will link up those tricks as he is in here for pass number 2.
All right, Dylan back up, back at it. Big pop shove right there, grabbing it mute, and then front shove out of it. Carving deep in the pocket, and a massive blind body varial. A trick that many people do just above the board. He's doing 3 feet above the lip. There's that alley-oop backside 360, and a huge grab on that backside big spin. Again, just adding extra amplitude to make the tricks even harder, and then trying to go with that 540 big spin, unfortunately going down. But man, oh man, Dylan Matthews putting on a show here at the Nautique Masters Wakesurf Championships.
Yeah, we can see that shove, grab, slap that one back down on the water. And then right here, going big on this blind body varial. Cannot see the top of the landing. Again, making those simple tricks look almost impossible. Love the 360 air. Again, another great rotation. You're watching the nose of that board make that full 360. And then, boom, that shove, grab, big spin, lands on top of it. Getting that backside 3 shove in there as well in that switch stance. And then going for the switch 540 bigger. And unfortunately going down. But guess what? He has got that rope back in his hands, and he will see the throttles go back down on that Centennial wrapped G23 Paragon. And Dylan Matthews will see the end of the course vastly approaching. It is go big or go to LCQ time. and he will try to join the 7 big spin club. Unfortunately, couldn't quite stick the landing, but Dylan Matthews, nonetheless, a great 2 passes up and down the course here at Lake Robin. And as you can see, just going down on that heel side edge and taking him out of that 720 big spin. One final rider left to go in the semifinals, and he is the one they have all been chasing all season long. Nautique athlete Noah Flegel next to the water.
Yeah, you know, the term all-around waterman gets thrown around a lot. But there is no one that holds a candle to this guy, not only in towed water sports, but also in ocean sports, from surfing to free diving. This guy can do it all at the highest level. Noah Flegel out of Lighthouse Point, Florida. Nautique team athlete, fully at home behind that G23 Paragon, starting things off with that alley-oop backside 3. There's the shove to mute, and now getting in that switch stance, going switch frontside big spin. Whoa, hanging on to it. A bit of a bobble, but Noah freakishly athletic, linking together back-to-back big spins. There's the 3 shove, and he's not done yet. There's the 540 back big, and the 540 shove as he spins out of it, still on his feet. The aerial awareness, the unbelievable athleticism. Noah Flegel, he even makes his mistakes look good. I don't know how he does it, but somehow his feet find the board and he just sticks to it. Unbelievable from Noah Flegel, making his way all the way down with a stand-up first pass.
Yeah, by a stand-up pass, he had to fight his way for everything on this one. Getting a switch big spin in there, and then two-stepping it, sidestepping it, folding onto it, and then rides it out like, nope, just kidding, I got this. Big spin grab. Noah Flegel, we talk about power, we talk about style. This gentleman brings both and does it on every trick that there is. Like that 540 big spin up there at the top of the wave. Again, great rotation on all of his tricks. And he will also get that 540 shove into those surface 360 spins and then throttles it back down to stay up there with the wave. And we'll load up that front shove into that front side 3. And kicking off that front foot there in the ollie. Man, oh man, Noah did a great job staying on his feet, but he is not done yet. Pass number 2 for the Nautique athlete. He will come back in with his head held high, knowing he can full send it here. And he would love nothing more than to find his way right into the finals with a nice 360 shove it out there into the flats. And kicking off that Madonna off to the side there. Huge trick right here from Noah, getting that switch front side big spin in there, grabbing the rail and hanging out here backside, heel side heavy to the wave. Switch 540 big spin will unfortunately take him down, just crossing the halfway line here on pass number 2. As we get to check out the Nautique highlight reel, this man really airing it out that back one, kicking off that foot. Again, bringing up that technicality and throwing the 3 shove underneath right where that wave is barreling. And then kicking off Madonna there as well. Huge, huge stuff right here from him, Mark.
Yeah, Noah Flegel just showing his absolute athleticism out there. Always fun to watch. And you know what? You can count him down, but you can never count him out. Able to pull out so many tricks from his quiver. and feeling home court advantage behind that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. It's what he trains behind at home. Kicking off that front foot, judo style. There's the 540 alley-oop. Sticking with it. Going shove to mute and then sliding his board around just seamlessly. There's the switch front five big. Get out your credit cards because he is charging right now. Noah Flegel putting on a clinic. Absolutely awesome stuff from that dude out of Florida. Give it up. Make some noise for your final rider in the Pro Men Skim semifinals. Nautique team athlete, Noah Flegel.
Yeah, we got to check out this highlight reel of Noah's run. Again, going down early, gave them that advantage. There's that 540 air. I can't wait to see how the judges score that. One of the few riders out there that's really setting that maneuver trick around. And that switch, 540 big spin. I don't even know how he pulled out of that one, but he found a way and then gets the shove big spin grab in there as well. And left those judges right there with all of that work to do here. They are going to be impressed on that one. And can't wait to see how this one will shape up. Don't forget, we will have the pro skim riders back in the water here in just a bit, as they will have a last chance qualifier. We'll let the judges get all of those scores in, and we'll keep you up to date on which heat will go where. But right now, we're going to move into our last chance qualifiers for our pro men's foil. And this is where these gentlemen are going to be strapped up and fighting for their way into that Masters Championship fight. Their last chance to go through. Carter Williams will go first, then Robbie Allen, and then Craig Stokely. This one should be fun, and we will see how they will shape this one up. So it looks like we will get the judges reset. We'll get the boat reset. We'll step away real quick and throw a word to our sponsors.
For 50 years, we've been more than just a manufacturer. We've been part of the journey. A journey that started with a passion for adventure and a commitment to excellence. And now, as we celebrate our 50th anniversary, we proudly unveil the future, a symbol of our legacy, our commitment, and our relentless pursuit of performance. Welcome to the future. Welcome to the power behind the passion, performance that moves you.
Life on the edge. That means accidents happen. Things break. Including my brand name sunglasses. But thanks to Fuse lenses, I don't have to worry about that. Fuse helps me replace my lenses for less with high quality, guaranteed to fit lenses. Now if they only had a website for a fractured ankle. Fuse lenses. Break a lens. We've got you covered.
All right, well, we are back in the action. We're about to get our Pro Min Foil Strapped LCQ Heat number 1 on the water. We are starting things out with Carter Williams. And let me tell you, this guy might not be a household name, but he's going to be. So many of these foil riders coming out of the woodwork and with huge air, big tricks, and even multiple flip and spin variations. Carter putting the nose grab on it, showing that he can go his own way and still throw it down. There's the backflip, so smooth. Landing perfectly in transition. There's that backside 3. Oh, man. He had the rotation. And then, unfortunately, just couldn't quite get off of that heel edge. Super impressive the way these guys are able to throw that foil around.
Yeah, I love to see those backflips, those inverted airs, going for that front side 360. Looks like just rushed a little bit on the landing there. We had a great shot of that backflip. You can see just how high up off the wave that these gentlemen really explode here into this foil strap division. And the advantages of having that foil strapped is you are going to be able to boost it off the top. But it's so impressive they can go upside down and get that foil to re-engage here. As Carter will come down towards the end of the course, airing it out one more time. Just out the back. And we will get him turned back around, back up on his feet here for pass number 2.
We've got 3 riders in each of these 2 heats of last chance qualifiers, the LCQ. We're trying to find out which of these riders is going to be joining the guys that have already punched their ticket into the final. And Carter Williams wanting to be one of those guys. And here we go. Carter Williams back up. Headed back this direction. Carving it up, feeling it out, making sure everything is dialed into his liking. And a big mute grab right there, reaching down with his front hand, grabbing the toe side rail of his board. And a massive air right there from Carter, flying way above the lip of the wave. Oh, man, trying for that underflip, and unfortunately not able to get back onto his feet. We're going to give Carter one last chance to get some more tricks on his scorecard, see if he can make it happen down before the end of the course. He is our first rider in the strapped foil LCQ. And he's trying to set the bar high for the rest of the riders to follow. Right here, check it out as he loads up. Trying to get that underflip. And now his last chance to impress the judges. Carter Williams back up and looking to add a little bit more. Oh, no. Just hit the ejection button. That's going to do it for Carter Williams. Great job from him as we kick off this last chance qualifier for the Pro Men Strapped Foil.
Our next rider to take to the water, coming out here from Windermere, Florida, we've got Robbie Allen. We'll get a chance to try to see if he can advance on out of this last chance qualifier and into the finals tomorrow. And again, this strap division allowing these riders to do big time airs above the lip. And Robbie starting it out right there, going front side. Getting a tail grab in on that air. Grabbing nose. Robbie will click off all the grabs, as many as he can. And we'll load up and find that 360 air. And we'll go for the first wake transfer we've seen yet so far in this strap foil division. Now going backside with a backside frontside air. And unfortunately, that will take him down, passing that three-quarter buoy here on pass number 1. We're going to check out that replay. Again, getting that frontside grab in, really tweaking it out. Again, we're only looking for one rider to advance on out of this heat. So these riders are going to have to leave it all out here for this last chance qualifier. As you can see, Robbie grabbing the nose of that board. And then we'll load himself up here for this 360 air. Again, utilizing the power and push of that wave and throwing it very, very deep back into that hook of the barrel. And going for the wave transfer, going across that turbulent water. And making it look very, very easy. And then trying to set up for that front side, backside 360 rotation. And we'll just go down, but we'll be reconnected back up with that G23 Paragon. And we will get Robbie Allen back in and ready to go here for his last chance on pass number 2 in this last chance qualifier. Robbie in and on course here. Goes right to work. Back to the air, getting that double side, front side grab in. Grabbing nose, then grabbing tail on that one. And blowing out that back fin there. Really getting those fins up and out of the water. And getting the nose grab in on that air 3. Like that stall floater into that 360. That is a very, very late takeoff. As you can see here, getting that double grab in. Big time stuff from Robbie Allen. I like the nose into that tail grab. then grabbing nose on that air 360 there as well. Very technical trick. It looks like going for that floater 3. And unable to stay connected right there, but he will see the throttles go back down. He's going to go backside to finish out pass number 2. Trying to send that backside, frontside air and will. And then Wave transfers it going across here. And we'll finish out that run. Nicely done from Robbie Allen. And we will see what the judges will have to say about that in his last chance qualifier. 1 rider left to go. And that'll be Craig Stokely left here in heat number 1. And then we'll have Alex Hudkins, Drew Drennan, and John Ackerman left to go here in heat number 2 for our strapped foil final.
All right, Craig Stokely on the water, ready to get stoked out there. He's warming up, just feeling out that wave, making sure everything is to his liking. And now pumping hard. There's that flip right out of the gate. Super smooth from Craig. And now going to the sky with that backside 360. Smooth on the landing. Craig now pumping back into the wave. There's the front side 360. Nicely done. And then big nose grab from Craig. Launching that board into the air. Grabbing with his front hand. Oh, trying to go from the top of the wave and do a 360 down into the trough. Definitely some creativity happening there. Foiling such a new sport. These athletes still figuring out what is possible and what is going to be rewarded. Craig spinning in both directions, going upside down with the big flip and getting some stylish grabs. I like what I'm seeing so far, and we're going to see if he can keep it going, keep it flowing into pass number 2. He is your last rider here in the first heat of the Pro Men Strapped Foil LCQ. At this time, we do need heat number 2 down to the dock. That's Alex Hudkins, Drew Drennan, and John Ackerman. Grab your foils and head down to the dock. Well, we got Craig Stokely going down early in pass number 2, but still tons of room left. Plenty of real estate to get some more tricks in. Right there, carving it up. Setting up from way back on the wave and trying for that underflip. So close to putting it down. You know he wants to land it. Noah Flegel, the only rider to land it so far in the contest. So many of these guys getting super close to putting it down. Craig doing that floater to jumping down into the trough. Nice nose grab right there from Craig Stokely. And now down here at the end, look, he's setting back up, way back on the wave. He wants it. He's going to rush forward right here. Oh, trying to put it down one more time. That's going to do it for him. That's going to do it for all of heat number 1. Give it up for Carter Williams, Robbie Allen, and that dude right there, Craig Stokely. Well, Craig putting down some solid tricks and definitely going to make the judges scratch their heads as they figure out who is going to punch their ticket out of this LCQ. Coming up next, we've got heat number 2 featuring Alex Hudkins, Drew Drennan, and John Ackerman. Well, kicking us off here in heat number 2 of the Pro Men Strapped Foil LCQ. This is Alex Hudkins. Alex doing that rocket air, the double grab, nose grab. There's the backflip. He's pumping back into it. Nicely done. Nose grab on that backside 3. Again, staying with the wave. And then going frontside 3, Alex Hudkins linking some tricks together. Now taking his back foot out. Whoa. Trying to stay connected after that Madonna. But Alex putting down some big tricks. Spinning in both directions, going inverted, and even unstrapping his back foot.
Well, Alex will throw the rope aside here and try to finish out pass number 1 nice and strong. So you will send it back there with that huge backside 360 air and will unfortunately go down shy of that final buoy here. But none to worry, a solid run so far from Alex. And we will see what he has in store. A pair of Nautique athletes right behind him here in this last chance qualifier with Drew Drennan and John Ackerman left to go. And then we're going to see Drew back in the last chance qualifier for our Pro Men's Skim heat number 1. So it'll go Drew, Ryan Deese, Dylan Matthews, and Reed Cole Tucker. That one is going to be a fun one to watch for sure. Looks like we will take top 2 out of our last chance qualifiers for our Pro Men's Skim. So again, Drew Drennan, Ryan Deese, Dylan Matthews, and Reed Cole Tucker make your way on down towards the Nautique starting dock. You'll be in the water here in just a few. As well as Bo Wildman, Marcus Liu, and Robert McClelland. Make sure you're heading on down towards the Nautique starting dock. You will be in the water. And that will wrap us up for day number 2 of the 2025 Nautique Masters Wake Surfing Championships presented by GM Marine. It has been a great day out here on the water. We have had some finals, we've had some semifinals, but right now we're in our last chance qualifiers, the last opportunity to make it to the main event here for our pro foil. And these gentlemen know they are going to have to bring it here. It looks like Drew's starting off early, not to his liking, and unfortunately going out the back, not the way he wanted to do it. But it looks like that fall could be out of course. Don't think that one will count against him.
Well, Alex Hudkins back up, back at it. Pumping for pass 2. There's the truck driver. Double grab, one hand on each side of the board. Surfing backside. And there's the mute grab. Reaching down with his front hand, grabbing the toe edge. There's the front side 360 off of his backside stance. And then method grab right there, poking it out. Oh, no, just dropping off the cliff a little deeper than he thought. Unfortunately, going down. That's going to do it for our first rider in heat number 2 of the Pro Men Strapped Foil LCQ. Last chance qualifier. Great job from Alex Hudkins kicking us off. And now we have got back-to-back Nautique team athletes battling it out to see who's going to make it out of this LCQ. The first of those Nautique team athletes coming out of New Braunfels, Texas, doing it out of the Lone Star State. Hey, that's my home state. We've got Drew Drennan getting ready, getting set to go into the course. Now, Drew Drennan, he has been focusing a ton on the foil lately. And I'll tell you, from the semifinal we saw earlier today, it has paid off. This dude stacking the tricks and definitely making him a force to be reckoned with. Dropping in on that floater. Drew Drennan getting ready to go to the air. Big, stylish stale fish. You could smell that stale fish from here. There's the double grab. The rocket air. And then linking it together with that backflip. Nicely done. Drew putting it together and laying it down. There's that backside 360. Oh, man, just a little too high on the wave. Not able to stay in the push. But Drew, still a little bit of chance left here in pass number 1 to get 2, maybe 3 tricks if he hustles.
And he definitely is going to try to do so as we get to check out that replay. There's that rocket air like you talked about, Mark. Getting that double grab in there, really trying to steeze that one out. And then utilizing this wave plate technology, pushing from all the way in the back. He will go for that backflip up and around. Great positioning to set himself right back into the wave there. He is going to be stoked on the landing here. And then trying to send that air 3. Just going to go out the back. But he will have the opportunity to finish out pass number 1 strong. Again, we're only taking 1 rider out of each of these heats and into the main event. So the pressure still on his shoulders to still throw down anything he has left. And we'll go back to the air. This time we'll find that backside 360 air. And then we'll find the backside of water as well. We'll just go down. But we'll get Drew turned back around, get him back behind his all-too-familiar G23 Paragon, and we'll get him back up and riding here in just a few.
Well, as we get closer to wrapping up day number 2, we want to remind everybody that our award ceremony is going to start tomorrow afternoon. All the categories and divisions that have gone with a final already, we will have our award ceremony tomorrow afternoon, and then our final award ceremony on Sunday afternoon. And speaking of Sunday, our friends at Wakewell will be hosting Wake Church on Sunday at 11 a.m. It's going to happen in between the Pro Women, Pro Men Skim Finals. So come join us for a positive message on Sunday. Thanks to our friends at Wakewell. Well, Drew Drennan back up on the water, getting some air, getting some grabs. There's that backside 360. Nicely done, getting right back into the pump. And he is cruising on through. There's the front side 3. Oh, man. Just getting a little off axis. Big mute grab right there. Love the way that Drew is poking out those grabs. Not just content with grabbing the board, but making sure that he is adding the style, making those grabs unique to his own style of riding. And we're going to get him reconnected one last time. Nautique team rider Drew Drennan, his last shot to impress the judges as we go into this final half of pass number 2. Oh no, doing the Indy backflip. And unfortunately, just going down. That's going to do it for Drew Drennan, your second rider here in heat number 2 of the Pro Men Strapped Foil. And just like that, we've got one rider left in the Strapped Foil LCQ. From one Nautique athlete to another. This dude not just pulling double duty, but pulling triple, maybe quadruple duty all week long. Not only riding in the contest in foil and skim and surf, doing it all, but man, he has been driving at the helm for many of the amateur divisions in that JL Audio wrapped Super Air Nautique G23. Your last rider in the strapped foil division right here, right now. Nautique team athlete John Ackerman is on the water.
Yeah, John, a very talented rider out here. He is on his Phase 5 foil setup. And this Phase 5 rider ready to show us how it is done here. I love when this gentleman is strapped up. He loves to send it up there and really tweak out a lot of his grabs. We get that front side Indy grab in and really tweaking that one out. Back to the air once again. And we'll set up getting that double grab in there as well. And John not wanting to be in those last chance qualifiers, but taking advantage of that extra ride time here, really dialing himself in. And we go for that Air 3, grabbing nose in there as well. And now towards the end of pass number 1, he will cruise it on down, getting a huge run into that backflip transfer right there. That was a big-time trick to try to finish out strong here on pass number 1. Well, unfortunately, just go down, but I guarantee we are going to see another look at it here as we check out the Nautique replay. John getting that board way up and out of the water. As you can see there, both those fins high up off that lip, 2-3 feet up, and then juiced out. That's double grab right there, really steezing that one out. And then again, back into that backwash, utilizing that power. There's that stale fish grab as well. And then we'll get that 360, even grabbing nose to continue on with that technical riding style here. Love the bottom turns as he was getting himself set up for a huge bottom turn and just ramps off the top of the wave, trying to send that backflip around. And we will see if he can do it here on pass number 2. I know he's got the capabilities of doing it. And again, we'll have our pro men's skim coming up here in just a few. Their last chance qualifiers with heat number 1. Drew Drennan, Ryan Deese, Dylan Matthews, and Reed Cole Tucker to take to the water here after John works his way on back in and on course for pass number 2. And we'll kick off right where he left off, getting that sailfish grab in once again. Again, back to the air. He knows that he is going to have to go inverted if he would like to move on. And he will throttle it back down. There's that inverted backflip. And it will just go down, but good course management here. He's got about halfway to go here on pass number 2. You can see grab and tail there, really juiced off the top of the wave. You can see from this angle that wave is absolutely firing out there. And John getting that foil board way up and out of the water. It was fun just to watch these guys. Used to just do wave transfers. Now everyone wants to send this backflip trick around. He had the full rotation on it, just couldn't get quite off the top of the wave. But he has got plenty of real estate to get right back at to work. And we will see if he calls for that wave transfer once again. One of the few riders to really take advantage of that technology out there behind that Paragon. Will air it out, will go across, now backside on the wave. It will come in heel side, backflips it up and around. And unfortunately, just going to go down shy of that final buoy for pass number 2. But we get to check out his Nautique replay here. Again, just with a touch of a button, that wave plate technology, switching on over on the G23 Paragon and allowing this Nautique athlete to continue his run. And then wanted to send it going backside for that backflip. That would have been great to see. And unfortunately going down, but that will wrap up our last chance qualifier for our pro men's strap division. Last chance qualifier for our pro men's skim with Nautique athlete Drew Drennan next to take to the water. And the throttles will go down. Nautique athlete Drew Dredden will get up to his feet here and come on in for pass number 1 for this last chance qualifier here. The pressure mounting for these gentlemen. Only top 2 will move on out of this heat here, so we will have some eliminations. And make sure you guys follow along on that Ride Line app as those live scores come in fairly quickly. You can find out how your favorite rider is shaping up as he gets that 360 shove big spin locked in here and then goes for that 180 shove it up there at the top of the wave. And we'll get on top of a 540 big spin there as well. Into that front side, a big spin, and then checking out those heels and just going to go down from Drew. And just passing across here on the halfway mark for pass number 1.
Yeah, Drew Drennan doing a great job getting things going. And just to clarify, only the top 1 rider in each of these heats going through. So it is absolutely cutthroat. It is do or die in these LCQ last chance qualifier heats. There is nothing to lose, everything to gain for these riders. And that means that they are going to pull out all the stops. They don't want to leave anything on the table. If there's a chance for them to get into the finals, now is the time to do it. Drew Drennan back up, back at it. He's going to wait for that wave to shape up, toss in the rope, and then get back to work. Pumping front side. Nice little front side, board side to get things going. There's a shove in, shove out. Oh, no. Not what he was looking for, but hey, that's okay. He gets a clean slate for pass number 2. We're going to see if he can use that to his advantage. We're going to get Drew taxied down to the end and bring him back through for pass number 2. Well, we're going to get Drew back down there. Our first rider in the Pro Men Skim Last Chance Qualifier. We've got 2 heats of 4 riders. Only the top rider in each of these heats going through. It is a now or never scenario. And each of these riders fully capable of getting into the finals, but man, can they do it when it matters most? Only time will tell. As we continue on with Drew Drennan, headed back this direction for pass number 2. Young dude out of New Braunfels, Texas, Nautique team athlete. And Drew pumping hard from way back. There's that alley-oop backside 180. Backside shove right into the front side shove. Oh, man, trying to go 540 shove right there. Unfortunately going down, but fortunately for him, still has 1 pickup here in pass number 2. And he's going to utilize it right now as we reconnect with Drew to help him finish off this second pass. We see Drew putting together some solid tricks. Then right here, trying for that 540 shove it, landed on the board, but just couldn't quite hang on down the transition of the wave. He's got plenty of real estate left to get a bunch of tricks in. And he definitely wants to stack on the pressure to turn up the heat on this first group of riders, making them work for it. But where there is that high risk, or the high reward, I should say, there is also the high risk that he's got to go through in order to get it. Doing that alley-oop backside 360. Oh, trying for that 5 shove one more time. And unfortunately going down. That's going to do it for Drew Drennan, your first rider in this Pro Men Skim LCQ.
Yeah, we'll check out that replay again. Just underroaded that 540 shove it. And unfortunately, we'll take him down, but we got Ryan Deese up next. And this gentleman, one that could find his way on in and into the finals here. A very talented rider coming out here from Naples, Florida. So again, just looking for one rider to advance on out of this men's skim division. Last chance qualifier. And some big names already made their way into the final. We will see that going down on Sunday afternoon. And Ryan Deese would love to join him there. He will throw the rope aside. And time to come back in and on course here for pass number 1. And we'll set up deep in the pocket. Goes right to work. Alley-oop back 1. And then we'll find a 360. Shove it underneath his feet. Staying back now deep in the wave. We'll get that 540 big spin in there as well. Likes when they kind of hang out switch just for a little bit extra time. We'll get that body varial up at the top of the wave. And staying backside here, getting that switch big spin in. We'll go regular backside big spin as he cruises on down here. Backside switch bigger spin right there from Ryan. And we'll come down to that final pass right there. 540 shove, and he will stomp on top of it. And wanted to put that little extra sauce there at the end of the pass as we got to check out his highlight reel. Love the alley-oop back 1 right there. Tons of amplitude on top of it. And then getting that 360 shove it. Thought he was going to be a little bit too far back in the wave, but able to ride out of it. And then linked up with that 540 big spin in there as well. And then right here, going for that big time backside body varial. And then into the switch big spin to get himself back into his power stance. Going backside big in there as well. Just about clicked off every trick he had. Again, switch bigger spin, getting that top rotation all the way around. Crucial in that trick. And then right here, boom, slaps on top of that 540 shove it. Love it to see it. And a stand-up run here. He is going to send it on run number 2. Ryan Deese in. And coming right back at it with a shove grab to get his run started off. And we'll throw a body varial in there as well. Back towards the back of the wave. Going for that air 3, heavy on the toes on the landing, and that'll take him down. But still early on here in pass number 2. Plenty of real estate for him to get back at it here. Again, 2 more big riders left to go on the dock and watching with Dylan Matthews and Reed Cole Tucker left to go. So Ryan Deese knows he is going to have to try to throw down some of his biggest and best stuff to be that one solo rider to move on out of this last chance qualifier and into that 6-man final. And again, that Masters title up for grabs. A huge turnout of pro riders this weekend. And love to see that the sport of wake surfing continuing to grow year after year as we are out here for day number 2 of the 2025 Nautique Masters Wake Surfing Championships presented by GM Marine. The throttles will go back down, and Ryan Deese will pop right back up. And tossing the rope back inside here. Will he stay with it and try to go for another big trick? Alley-oop back one, grabbing nose. 3 shoves it out there in the flats. Again, risky maneuver into that spot. And going for a shove. Looks like switch bigger. Nice little 2-trick combo, but unfortunately will take him down, passing that 3/4 buoy. And that'll do it right there for Ryan Deese.
Yeah, Ryan, so solid in the fundamentals, making some of these technical tricks look so easy. That 3 shove down in the flats, definitely a high-risk maneuver, totally exposed without the push of the wave. Right there, that blind Gumby there at the end. Definitely would have been a big exclamation point at the end of the pass. That's 2 riders down and 2 riders left to go here in heat number 1 of the Pro Men Skim LCQ. Coming up next, we've got Dylan Matthews. This dude absolutely flies. Going so high above the lip. Absolutely mega mode for Dylan Matthews. We're going to see if he continues that strategy or if he starts to play it safe. I can't imagine a world in which he does decide to play it safe, because that is just not normally his MO. Starting off, massive alley-oop, backside 180. There's the 3 shove, and then pumping hard for that 540 big spin. Locking it in. There's the switch Gumby back to his regular stance. The 3 shove down in the flat water. And there's the 5 shove. Change his name to Abraham the way he's linking tricks right now. There's the 360 body varial to Hail Mary, followed by the 360 front shove off of his backside stance. And then the bigger spin to boot, getting back into his dominant stance. A 5 shove down in the flats, getting the board back into its dominant direction. Oh, trying to go regular Hail Mary. One of the only dudes doing it. So often you see the switch Hail Mary. Well, Dylan Matthews doing it regular stance. And oh my, that is a difficult maneuver. Dylan pulling out all the stops and getting to the end of that pass. A near flawless run in the making for Dylan Matthews.
Yeah, we got to check out this highlight reel here. Again, juicing that back one into that 360 shove it. And this is where he starts to get onto that cadence here and just attacking the wave. 540 big spin. Love the rotation on top of it. And then throwing that switch Gumby around to get right back into his power stance. 3 shoves out in the flats. And then a huge 540 shove up there at the top of the wave. But he wasn't done with that 5 shove yet, as he went for that switch Hail Mary, that switch 360 body varial. Going that switch 360 shove in there as well. A very cheeky little maneuver. And getting that switch big spin in. Again, just linking up those tricks. The judges are going to take note of that. And Dylan would love to be the one to advances on, but knows that Reed Cole Tucker is watching from the shore. As you can see some of these scores rolling in here. There's a back shove into that front shove combo. And a huge body varial way up on top of that lip of the wave. And one of his signature tricks that he is now known for. And then backs it back up. Boom, big time 360 air right there. And there's that big spin with that grab and throwing it back underneath his feet. I like the extension that he gets on that trick. Trying to go for that 720 shove up there at the top of the wave. And we'll go down just shy of that 3/4 buoy here on pass number 2. And Dylan Matthews, the Seattle, Washington native, making the trek out here. Full-time fireman as well. And getting that shove grab. Love the steez on that one. And then right into that front shove. And there's his signature body varial, 2 or 3 feet off the top of that lip. And then love that rotation on that 360 air. Doing a great job. And then right there, big spin with that grab underneath and into the body varial. He had everything going until he tries to throw this 720 shove it. Just a bit of an under rotation. But he has the handle back in hand as the throttles will go down. Dylan Matthews on his hot streak this season. Will it continue? Will he find a way into that into the finals? We are about to find out as he goes 7 big right there and will stomp on top of it. And then trying to go for that huge switch Canadian as well to really send it off. Nicely done. And that'll wrap it up right there for Dylan Matthews as we get a chance to watch this 720 big spin as he gets to join that club there as well. Great rotation on it. Huge, full 2 rotations underneath his feet. And going for that signature front side body varial into that switch front shove. Great stuff right there. And that'll do it for heat number 1. Heat number 2, up next, John Akerman, Bo Wildman, Marcus Liu, and Robert McClelland will get his opportunity to show us how it's done. Only one rider will advance on. Oh, just kidding. We got Reed Cole Tucker left to go. One final rider left here in heat number 2.
All right, here, your final rider in heat number 1. This is Reed Cole Tucker. He's got a lot of work cut out for him. He just saw what Dylan Matthews did. He knows that there is no room for error, and he wants to start off swinging for the fences. There's the 540 big spin. Oh, no. Not the way you want to start, but you know what? It's not how you start, it's how you finish. Even with an early fall, Reed, definitely a rider that can get back up, that can smash out a ton of tricks in quick succession, linking together combo after combo, and we're going to see if he can do just that.
This Phase 5 rider for Reed Cole Tucker back in and on the water here. There we go. Alley-oop back one with some amplitude. This time we'll find that 540 big spin. Stay and switch here. Into that switch Gumby. Looks like finding that 540 shove and then into that front shove. Front 360 shove. And then trying for that switch Hail Mary will just take him down shy of that final buoy, but a solid first run right here from Reed. As we get to check out just after that fall there, going right back to work with that alley-oop back one. And then we'll find that big spin. Not quite as high up on the wave as he would have liked. But then stay in switch here for that switch Gumby. And then we'll find that 540 shove it. Again, big tricks out here from all of these riders as they know what is at stake. Trying to go for the switch Hail Mary, that 360 body varial. And unfortunately, just going to go down. But like we said, he has got the full pass number 2 to leave all on the line out here for this last chance qualifier. Only one will advance on. And as the throttles will go back down, he will throw that rope aside. And we'll get right back to it here. We'll start off with that air reverse. And we'll go front side big spin there. There's that switch Hail Mary. Nice 360 body varial. Into the switch. Bigger spin. No. Come on, Reed. Stay out there, buddy, and keep it going. So we get to check out the replay there. Going for that air reverse. And getting that front side big spin in there again. Scoring well so far here. This time finding that redemption trick on that 360 switch Hail Mary. And then trying to bring up that degree of difficulty with that switch. Bigger spin there from Reed. And Reed will see that Centennial G23 Paragon firing back to life, celebrating 100 years of boat building excellence. You can't go wrong with the best towboat in the wake industry. That G23 Paragon trying to go for that shove grab right there. Get that full one, but coming past that 3/4 buoy. It is big time right here. 720 big spin, and he will stay on top of it. And time for one more switch hail. And he will finish out strong there. Reed will leave that one up to the judges. And we will follow along on the ride line at Heat 1. Done for that last chance qualifier. Heat 2 up next. John Ackerman, Bo Wildman, Marcus Liu, and Robert McClelland in and ready to go to work. Our last heat of day number 2 of the 2025 Nautique Masters Wake Surfing Championships presented by GM Marine. And this one has been fun to watch all day long, especially with these last chance qualifiers. Your last opportunity to make it to the main show. And we've got one final spot ready to go. Who will it be? Well, we are about to see a Nautique athlete, John Ackerman, up first.
Well, John Ackerman has been busy to say the least. This dude's legs are burning after all the riding that he's been doing, all the driving he's been doing. It is a wonder he is still awake. John Ackerman, Nautique team athlete, kicking us off here in the Pro Men Skim LCQ number 2, and a massive alley-oop with the melon grab. There's the 3 shove, chucking buckets at the judges, and then getting right back to work. There's the 540 back big. Oh, and the front side big spin down in the flat water. Right into the switch front big, back to his dominant stance. Oh, man, the 720 big spin. I believe even a bigger spin. Going 360 on that body varial. Oh, trying to go with that 360 transfer. Excuse me, the 360 shove transfer. And I want to see this. How does John Ackerman have any energy left He has been laying it all on the line. Laying down some big tricks. John Ackerman continuing to throw hammer after hammer. There's the regular front big into a switch front big. The first one in the flats. Now check this out. What is this? Big time. Oh, wowzers. That's what it is. That's a big old fat wowzers right in your grill. John Ackerman trying to go 360 shove it up and over the wave. Hey, he doesn't want to go home. He wants to start off this second heat of the last chance qualifiers with a bang, make everybody else work for it. We're going to see if he can keep it going, keep it flowing as we bring him back through for pass number 2. And here we go. Nautique team athlete John Ackerman tossing in that rope, setting up way back on the wave. And I love that hop off the top, going up to the top rope and body slamming that 360 down. There's a 540 bigger spin. And a 540 shove. Backside body varial to get back into his dominant stance as he completes the rotation around. Oh, trying to go 720 back big. John Ackerman came to play. This dude is absolutely in fuego right now. He's not done yet. John was just telling me how tired he was. But, dude, he has found an extra burst of energy here in this LCQ to make the magic happen. And he's got a little bit of real estate left. So, hey, help the brother out. Let's cheer him on. Make some noise. Put your hands together. Let's hoop, holler, and cheer for Nautique team athlete John Ackerman. Give this dude some love and maybe a Red Bull or something. He has earned it. I'll tell you that.
And then the throttles will go back down. John will pop right back up. Looks like setting up for that wave transfer. Wouldn't blame him. One of the few riders that can really master these types of tricks. And he will set it up. Alley-oop back one to get going. He has passed that 3/4 buoy here. And is calling out for that wave transfer. Will hit the button. 5 shoves it across and will hold on to it. Oh, and we'll just have to dive out towards the back. But John putting on quite the show out here in this last chance qualifier. Again, being the first one off the dock. You are expected to set that bar high, especially in this last chance qualifier. With one spot on the line, you are going to have to do it out there and make it look good. So we're going to check out his replay here. Again, setting up 5 shoves it across wake to wake transfer. And we'll hold on to it. Everything looked good until it didn't. And unfortunately will go down, not on his feet, but left it out there on the water as John always does. And this next waterman ready to go as well. He is a pro wakeboarder. He is a pro foiler. But now in his skim style board, Bo Wildman, who has increased his amplitude this season more than any rider we have seen. We'll see those throttles go down and he will pop right back up. Being the second one here off the dock. You saw what John threw down. Now you know what you need to do with two heavy hitters behind him as well as Marcus and Robert left to go. And Boat will grab that alley-oop back one. We'll find that 360 shove into a shove combo into that front shove. And then we'll go body varial back into his power stance here. Alley-oops it back one into another body varial up to the top of the wave. We'll go backside big spin into that switch big spin. Nice two-trick combo right there from Bo. We'll find that 540 big spin there as well. A little bit low on the wave. Getting that switch backside 1-8 shove in. And wanted to go front side big spin there. Just heavy on that front foot. And we'll go bound, passing that 3/4 buoy here on pass number one. And that will do it right there for Bo Wildman. He will grab the ski and head towards the end of the pass as we get to check out his replay here. Again, front shove, back shove combo. Once you get Bo onto his cadence here, he is on fire. Love the body varials in both direction there. Into this big spin, switch big spin, two-trick combo as well. And there's that 540 big spin there. You can, again, see just how perfect this wave has shaped up for Bo. The conditions out here on the water, absolutely perfect. A little overcast today, but that's been all right, keeping us out of the sun. And as you can see, Bo trying to get back onto that front foot for that switch bigger. Well, unfortunately, go down, but not out yet. Pass number two. You will see the handle back in his hands. And we will see that G23 Paragon springing back to life. As Bo will throw the rope back inside. And we'll start that cruising out with that judo air there. Getting that front foot kicked off down to the side. And then we'll 360 air that one out. Into that air reverse. Nicely done. We'll take just a quick little sigh of breath as he goes right to the air. Nice shove grab combo right there. He is going to be deep back into the wave. And plays that one smart by going down here. Well past the halfway mark, but well before that 3/4 final buoy. So check out that replay there. Not quite the judo air that he is used to throwing. We'll air out that back three into that surface 360. Just over-rotated just a hair bit. But able to recover there. Love the air reverse right here. Getting those front shoulders to really turn with the board. And then we'll set up deep here for that shove, grab up and on the lip. This is where he gets pushed back just a hair bit too far in the wave. The Bo not done by any means. Again, these falls don't count against you. Just eat up valuable riding space. And he has got an opportunity here at his hands for one final time here in this last chance qualifier. Doesn't want to see his Masters run end right here. The throttles will go down. And Bo back up to his feet here is going to try to hustle to leave that lasting impression here on the judges. There's a 540 shove. Wanted it, but couldn't quite connect. So that will wrap up Mr. Wildman's run right there. Marcus Liu up next.
Yeah, that's two riders down, two riders left to go here in heat number 2 of the Pro Men's Skim LCQ. Your final two riders of the day And once again, we do want to remind everybody that we will start our award ceremonies tomorrow. Those award ceremonies happening Saturday and Sunday. And speaking of Sunday, we want to remind you that our friends at Wakewell will be hosting Wake Church on Sunday at 11 a.m. out on the beach. So come join them for a positive message. And Wake Church Sunday at 11 a.m. hosted by our friends at Wakewell. Well, next on the water, we've got Marcus Lau coming out of Hong Kong, making his way all the way across the world to be right here in Pine Mountain, Georgia, to ride in one of the most prestigious surf contests in the entire world. We saw this dude put down a 720 big spin in the semifinals. We're going to see if he can step it up even more here in the LCQ. He's got nothing to lose, everything to gain, and he's starting things off. Alley-oop, backside 180. There's a shove back to regular. There's the 3 shove as he continues to stack his tricks, leveling up. The backside big spin, switch front big combo. There's the 540 big spin. Oh, and trying to go switch 5 big. Now he's down, but still more than half of pass number 1 left to go. This young kid, tons of talent. The amount of incredible wake surfers coming out of Hong Kong, definitely an impressive amount. These guys taking it very seriously, and you love to see it. We're getting Marcus reconnected as the throttles go down. He gets up. And he's going to get set once again behind that Super Air Nautique G23 Paragon. There's that 540 big spin. Nicely done. And then trying for that 5 shove. And unfortunately, couldn't quite hold it down. That's going to do it for his first pass. But we're going to see if he can step it up even more as we turn him around and bring him back down for pass number 2.
The throttles will go down. Marcus will pop right back up. He will throw that rope aside. Time to get back after it here for pass number 2. This is that last chance qualifier. Your final opportunity to leave that lasting impression here on the judges. So far, so good. Starting off with that alley-oop back 1. That switch 540 bigger spin. Utilizing the face of this wave to really land some pretty big tricks. Does an air reverse right there, hanging in that switch stance. Switch bigger. And we'll stomp back into his power stance here. Trying for that 540 shove, just will take him down. But passing across the halfway mark here on pass number 2 as we get to check out his Nautique replay here. Again, airing out that back one. Great rotation on it. And there's that switch. Bigger spin. And then the air reverse, a little bit low on that takeoff. Would love to see it a little bit higher up on the lip. Most of those pro riders are doing that out there, but great to see that switch bigger spin combo in there as well. And then trying for that 540 shove. It just looks like that front foot off to the side. Couldn't quite finish the rotation, but the rope will go back in. And we'll see Marcus Lau grabbing the handle one more time. He looks to finish out here on pass number 2. And knows he's going to need a big one here as that 3/4 buoy vastly approaching. Will find that 540 shove. And trying to go for the 7 big there as well. Will just go down. But amazing stuff out of Marcus, the man from Hong Kong. It's great to be a part of this international competition. As you can see, that 5 shove going around. And then getting that 180 shove to get it back into his power stance. Wanted this one big time here. The 720 big spin. And just locking those knees out on the landing and going down. We have one final rider left to go. Robert McClelland will get his opportunity to fight his way into the final. We watched him do so in the national championship. Would expect him to try to do the same. Again, only one rider out of each of these heats will advance on. And this has been day number 2 of the 2025 at Nautique Masters Wake Surfing Championships presented by GM Marine. And don't forget to follow along on the Ride Line app to find out how your favorite rider will shape up going into the rest of the weekend, because it will be finals from here on out. As we will throw that rope aside, Robert in. Another Phase 5 team rider ready to get it underway here. We'll start off. A little hack to get himself started off. Deep breath in. And he is ready to go. 540 big spin to get his run started off. Robert, a very, very technical rider, will get a lot of these big tricks in right at the start with that 540 shove in there as well. And we'll pump it up, getting that shove grab in into that front shove, into a 3 shove out there into the flats, like that 3-trick combo from him. We'll go alley-oop back one, grabbing nose in there as well. And he will amplitude up on that body varial. Robert coming out here from Kissimmee, Florida. And will hold on to a backside 360 shove. Almost was able to ride that one out, but that will go past that final 3/4 buoy there. And he will grab the ski back down for pass number 2 as we get to check out his replay here. As again, starting off big, doing everything 5 big to get that run started off. And then gets right on the throttle here. 540 shove. Love this big, risky maneuver to start off his first set of passes. And then getting that technical shove grab trick in there as well. Into the front, into that 3 shove, into the flats. And then Robert trying to tweak out that alley-oop back one there. Again, way up on top of that lip of the wave. And he will push it there with that blind body varial. And was trying to stay switch here, going with that switch backside 360 shove up at the top of the wave. Very difficult to get that board to get that full rotation. Had his feet back on top of it. Just couldn't ride away, but he will see the throttles go down for the final time here today. We will see pass number 2, Robert McClelland in, and we're looking to finish out strong here as he knows what is on the line, and he has watched every rider here this afternoon go before him. Air reverses it. Massive one to get that run started off. Thought about doing a trick out there in the flats. Lost a little bit of too much speed. This goes backside big. 1-8 shove there at the top. It looks like trying to find that 7 big spin there. Just going to take him down, passing the halfway mark here on pass number 2. So Robert will grab the board and grab the handle once again. And we get to check out his replay here again. Big time air reverse. That one was back deep down in the wave. And thought about a trick out there in the flats. Didn't like it. Smart move. Instead goes for the bigger spin there as well. And a great rotation on the bigger spin there. Just heavy on that front foot landing. But we'll grab the handle once again. Our last rider here of the event for day number 2. It has been a fun day from riders traveling from near and far. We thank you so much for coming out. And don't forget, we will have your awards ceremony tomorrow night. As we start to conclude, it's hard to believe we just get started and we're just about finished. With 4 days of action out here on Lake Robin. As Robert will find that front side 360 shove it into that front side big spin there as well. The switch Hail Mary into the switch 540 bigger spin into a fakie or into a switch bigger spin there. Nicely done. And tries to juice out one last body varial, and that will do it right there for Robert. And that will conclude our day. It has been a fun one. And we got to check out this final replay. Mark, what are your final thoughts on day number 2?
You know, like you said, from start to finish, from the amateurs to the pros, day number 2 was absolutely chocked full of action out there on the water. The conditions couldn't have been any better. The riding was at an all-time high, and we are so thankful for each and every one of you, not only the riders, but the judges, the staff, the ops crew behind the scenes, everyone coming in, helping out with such an amazing day out here at Callaway Gardens and Robin Lake. We're so excited for more action here at the Nautique Masters Wakesurf Championship presented by GM Marine as we get ready to kick off day number 3 tomorrow morning. The action never stops, and it's all happening behind that G23 Paragon. It's been an absolute pleasure announcing for you. I'm Mark on the mic up here with Andy Haase, and we hope that you have a wonderful evening, and we will see you tomorrow for day number 3 of the Nautique Masters Wakesurf Championships presented by GM Marine.